Hello, everyone. We have some interesting topics, mainly about the recent tragedy of the Titanic submarine that imploded. I'm going to mainly talk about that and maybe the aliens and other things also I'll touch on. So, here we go. Alright, well, hello, and some of you might see a rerun of this, and that's fine too. And now, in a few moments, I'm going to go and over to the other window, and we're going to look at the article about the implosion. So, yesterday, I strongly, when I was talking to, on another stream about this, I really believed that this had to be an implosion because a submarine was not made correctly. So now, saying that, and I might touch on the aliens and other things, now I'm going to go to the other window. Okay, and this is an article about the incident. Now let's see a chat is saying anything. Hello, Next Online, good to see you. Glad you could come. And now I'm going to go through this article and break everything down. So it says, the Titanic 5 died instantly when craft suffered a catastrophic implosion 1,600 feet from the bow of the wrecked liner. So basically what happened was they were descending downwards, and at some point they lost connection. And then as they were going down where the Titanic is, where the bow is, so that means the back part, and it's a bunch of cables and a giant crash. Basically, when it crashed, when it sunk, they were hovering over it, and at some point it imploded. The way it was designed wasn't right, and I've studied things about the Titanic sinking since I was a little kid, and about submarines. The Greys or one of the aliens abducted them. I think that makes sense. That's a possibility that I think in this channel we all can share. And they're saying about the implosion in the bow, and the Coast Guard has found multiple parts of the destroyed sub, but cannot say if the bodies can be recovered. So what happens is the pressure is astronomical, which is everything could just be scattered everywhere. It maybe won't be recognizable. So they died instantly, and basically what happens is when it does that, they may have known something was going on, but okay, I see. So as I was saying, let's see. So when the submarine was going upwards, it's possible that they knew something was going on and they're trying to retreat, and then it imploded. And thank you for telling me, Amanda. Hopefully it works right. And then it says, 5 major pieces of the debris from the Titan sub, including the main body of its hull, have been found. The men inside likely died instantly, and an implosion that would have created a broadband underwater boom, so the sonar would have been able to have picked up on these things. And basically, because they have sonar underwater that's detecting what's going on, and then they detected that something, could have happened. But when there's so many noises and things underwater, it's hard for them to know exactly what is what, because there's a lot of noises in the ocean. And maybe there's also aliens down there too, which may cause a problem. And also, alright, Amanda, thank you. And yeah, because if they're saying it was fragmented all over the ocean floor, they definitely didn't survive that, unfortunately. It's like being in a terrible crash, like a plane crash or a terrible train or car crash. There's nothing left. And last night I was looking at Fox, and not that I watch Fox, but I just look at different, it may have not even been Fox. It was like some news website on YouTube, a channel, and Basically, on the channel, they were talking about they would have a limited amount of oxygen left, and so the theory was maybe they lost connection because of the bad equipment, but I just felt there was just no sign of anything there, so I thought it was an implosion. And now today it's been confirmed that it imploded. Because when there's a lot of debris underwater, or if they can detect a boom, the sonar in the United States may not fully know what exactly it is. And now they sent this drone, it's like a drone, a little robotic thing underwater, and they went and searched, and they confirmed it was the wreckage. Because you can't always confirm something like that. You have to go and look directly. Because there's so much stuff all over the ocean. And the Titanic 5 were killed instantly when the submersible suffered a catastrophic implosion just 1,600 feet from the bow of the wrecked ocean liner, and the U.S. Coast Guard announced on Thursday that the nail-biting search for the men on the Titan, a 21-foot submersible, operated the Ocean Gate expeditions, drew at a devastating close when a remote operated submarine from a Canadian ship found the debris in the ocean floor. And they say the men likely died on Sunday before the military planes used sonar buoys detected what they thought could have been an SOS banging sound underwater. Because there was some banging underwater, and they were not sure what it was. And this is a picture of the men that involved, and there was a 19-year-old with his father. I could talk more about that. I looked deeper about it. And basically what happened was they were very frightened to go on it. Like the original Titanic, people were scared to death to go on that thing. Everyone had a bad feeling about it for good reason. And because, as I said, people can talk, why didn't they confirm this sooner? It's very difficult to go down there, and they couldn't really figure out what was going on until they went and directly looked, is my point. Okay, maybe they faked their deaths. Okay, that's interesting. And I've heard about that when people fake their deaths. I've heard about those conspiracies before also. And I would be interested to know, to hear more about that, and I'll look into that. That's interesting. And I wonder what the motive behind that would be. And because in the story here is that the CEO, he was nothing wrong with having confidence, nothing wrong with taking risks. That's very important. But basically, the CEO in the story that we have, maybe they faked their deaths, as chat may think. And in the story, the narrative is that the CEO was very confident that this would work, and they kept telling him, the community told him that the submarine was flawed and was likely not to work correctly. And I'm going to show some video of what James Cameron, the founder, not the founder, but the creator of the Titanic movie, said. And basically that he was warned that it needed to be tested more, and especially in a computer simulation, and he was just hell-bent on doing this, just like the captain of the Titanic. He was told there was an ice field, there's no moon, and he just went in there anyway, and Mr. Ismay felt the Titanic couldn't sink, and it's like the same tragedy all over again, and they're named something similar. So it shows that it's good to take risks and be confident, but also take precaution, and anything could happen to anybody. And also continuing with this is that the victims are the Ocean Gate CEO Stockton Rush, French Navy veteran Paul Henry Nergallet, and British billionaire Hamish Harding, the Pakistani businessman, and Shada Dawood, his son. He was just 19 years old. Did they show a video of them entering it? I don't know. That's a good question. I believe that it was confirmed that they all went in there, but I would be interested to see that. I'll look into that. And also, the implosion would have generated, a significant broadband that would have been heard by the sonar, and the people paid $250,000 each for the famous shipwreck. And the family's experts say there is little prospect of recovering their remains, which is unfortunate if they, for all that happened. And there is remember on another article that the aunt of the British Arabian billionaire that went on this thing with his son, she said that the 19-year-old was terrified. He was absolutely terrified of this thing, of going in there. And his father had a very, very strong fascination with Titanic. And it would have been nice for them to construct the thing better so it wouldn't implode. And to drive the thing all the way, it's very difficult to get it underwater. And then it exploding, I mean, a human would have to go down there. It was a bunch of humans in there, and then it blew up because it wasn't made right. And in 2018, the science community, the community of people that like to build submarines, it's a little community, were saying about how it's essential that it's built correctly. And it's an unforgivable environment down there. The debris is consistent of a catastrophic implosion of the vessel, and they will continue to work on search of the area down there. And the person doesn't have the answer for the prospects of this time. Paul Hackins, a deep-sea expert involved in the search, said. And these are some of the pictures of the people. That's the 19-year-old and his father. And that's another one. That's one of the other people. And that's the French one. That's the CEO. And then there's a cat playing in the background. That's what you hear. And so, yeah, it's an unfortunate tragedy. Exactly. I totally agree with you, Amanda. It's like they have all this money and they want to go and be thrill seekers. But basically, it's terrible how they go down there and the thing wasn't built right. And maybe they were told it was built right. I can't confirm that. And then they were, lied to. But I'll tell you this. They had a video game controller. A wireless, Xbox, an Xbox controller to drive the submarine. They should have had a wired one. It would have worked better. And it's just if I was them going down there, it's like I would have James Cameron in his submarine do it. It's I'm not. There's never been a tragedy like this. There's been accidents, but there's never been a tragedy like this, because it was tested. But you gotta, in the Art of War, Sun Tzu, this Chinese philosopher in general, was saying that blind bravery will cause one to fight like a mad bull, and they can be led into an ambush and slain. And this is a perfect example of that they were led into an ambush and slain. Unfortunately, they died in an instant. Yes, because it's there's many ways to the top of the mountain, and the people have got to do it right. And this is a person James Cameron knew, right here. The French one. And I'm going to play the video of James Cameron. But basically, it was a devastating thing to him that this happened, because James Cameron was down there a lot. And here's a map. So, the debris found in the submarine search. And the Horizon Arctic launched the Odyssey. I think I said that right? No, wait. Odysseus. Search sub. Going to the side of Titanic. So what happened was, the record for the previous underwater rescue was 1,575 feet. And the Odysseus 6K discovered the debris. Because they probably heard a boom, they probably heard something going on, and they were they didn't know what it was exactly, So they have to go down with a camera, which was this thing right here, the Odysseus, to find the debris field and the Titan. And it shows you the Titan, and it shows you over the wreck with the this part of the ship, and they have that there, and the wreckage, and basically, so they were looking over it, and then it went boom. And this thing actually went to the Titanic multiple times. And the problem with these things are they wear out. And I think basically, it's terrible how this happened. Because, like, they were over the tight, because this thing went down there a couple of times, and it went, and it was weak. It got weakened over time. And basically, I think in this area with all its cables and wires, it's terrible that happened over at the stern. And the families, it must be terrible for the parents and the families of these people, and that they had no conclusion. They had no closure about it. And in the heartbreaking tribute, Richard Garrett, president of the Explorers Club, of which hardening of Nargalet, where both members said that men had been drawn to explore in the name of meaningful science for the betterment of mankind. Our hearts are broken. They're saying a tribute. And the person says, I am sorry to have to share this tragic news. Thank you. Thank you, Amanda. And they say how mobilize the personal resources of the support, search, rescue. Garrett described the hardening as a dear friend, and to himself at the club, he holds several words and records and has continued to push dragons off the map, both in person, through supporting the expedition's worthy cause, he wrote. And the people are heartbroken for the families and for the colleagues who were lost. And memories and blessings will continue to inspire the name of science and exploration. And that's one of the machines that went and looked for them. And they talk about the Titanic director, James Cameron, and I'll show you. And we'll go to this next part where James Cameron talks. Let's see. Alright. So, this is James Cameron talking about his reaction to the sinking. So, you all know this, but James Cameron he made the very famous Titanic film, and many other films, and he went to the Titanic wreckage many times with his submarine, and he went deeper than the Titanic and other expeditions, because he likes the ocean. So I'm going to play his thoughts about that. Make sure, alright, everything's hooked up, and let's do this. Alright, here are his thoughts about it. Let's see.
Familiar with the Titanic is the director James Cameron himself, along with his Oscar-winning movie. Mr. Cameron, I understand you've made a number of dives to the wreckage site too. Just give us your sense on what you're feeling right now, looking at these images of the shipwreck that you studied so closely, and now hearing that another tragedy has been tied to the same area.
Well, I've been down there many times, and I know the wreck site very well, as does my friend Bob Ballard. I've made 33 dives. I actually calculated that I've spent more time on the ship than the captain did back in the day. And of course, as a submersible designer myself, I designed and built a sub to go to the deepest place in the ocean, 3 times deeper than Titanic. So I understand the engineering problems associated.
Yeah, so they're showing you like the clips of inside the Titan. Hey, SE Wolverines, glad you came around. So, so everybody can know what's going on, is that James Cameron is just saying his thoughts about his experience with submarines and the Titanic and stuff, and they're showing you clips of inside of this little submarine right here, the Titan. Alright. Now we're going to continue.
with building this type of vehicle and all the safety protocols that you have to go through. And I think that what Bob said, as I was watching, is absolutely critical for people to really get the take-home message from this, from our effort here, is deep submergence diving is a mature art. From the early 60s.
Exactly. Like, I was saying about this thing, it's like, James Cameron's gonna explain everything, but like with last night, like on ABL, I was like, when I saw this thing and I studied about submarines and ships and stuff, and I designed my own stuff and everything, I like knew this thing wasn't built right. It was like not gonna work, and this thing went to the Titanic a couple of times, but it wore wear and tear, and it. All right, now I'll continue with this. Let's see, who's in here. All right.
Deep submergence diving is a mature art. From the early 60s, where there were, a few accidents, nobody was killed in the deep submergence, until now, is more time than between Kitty Hawk.
What if feeding your dog fresh Whole Foods was easy? At Sundays.
And the flight of the first 747. So if we haven't improved from the early 60s, where there were, a few accidents, nobody was killed in the deep submergence, until now, is more time than between Kitty Hawk and the flight of the first 747. So if we haven't improved over that period of time, we have improved drastically over that period of time, and the certification protocols that all other deep submergence vehicles, except this one, that carry passengers, especially paying passengers, all over the world in tropical waters, deep coral reefs, other wreck sites, and so on. The safety record is the gold standard, absolutely. Not only no fatalities, but no major incidents requiring all of these assets to converge to a site. Of course, that's the nightmare that we've all lived with, since all of us entered this field of deep exploration. We live.
Yeah, because basically it's miraculous that they haven't had any casualties. Like, no accidents like this have happened. And I think, as I said, like, I think we could all agree, chat, is that basically to go in this thing in this tuna can is absolutely, terrifying. And to go underwater like that, and you could, it's like you're trapped in a coffin underwater. Yeah, I mean, that's why a lot of people took precaution. And James Cameron's going to explain more about that and his experience with the precautions that he took to make his submarines.
In the back of our mind. But because implosion, as Bob described it, such a violent event, is first and foremost in our minds. The pressure boundary, which is what they call the hull of the sub, the people go inside, is obviously first and foremost in our minds as engineers. And we spend so much time and energy on that. And we use all the computerized tools available today, finite element analysis. We worked on our sphere for our deep vehicle that went to the Challenger Deep for over 3 years, just in the computer, before we even made the thing. And then, of course, we pressure tested it over and over and over, and so on. So, this is a mature art, and many people in the community were very concerned about this sub, and a number of the top players in the deep submergence engineering community even wrote letters to the company saying that what they were doing was too experimental to carry passengers and that needed to be certified and so on. So I'm struck by the similarity of the Titanic disaster itself, where the captain was repeatedly warned about ice ahead of his ship, and yet he steamed at full speed into an ice field on a moonless night, and many people died as a result. And for a very similar tragedy where warnings went unheeded to take place at the same exact site, with all the diving that's going on all around the world.
Like they say, history repeats itself. This is a perfect example of that. And Like, I saw Titanic even, like, when my mom was pregnant with me. She saw it. And I saw it, later. And basically, it's like they were, like, over. Nothing wrong with confidence, taking risks, but they were an extreme. It was an extreme. And now there are. I'll get into the rabbit hole of the conspiracies about the Titanic sinking. I'll be glad to do that within this video. And also going live tomorrow as well about the same thing. So basically, I think that it's incredible that the people just repeated the same mistake over, and they named it the Titan also. Like, they had to add like a cherry on top. And they were like, you're saying your submarine's unsinkable and the Titanic was unsinkable, and the guy laughs. It's like, you gotta use logic.
I think it's just astonishing. It's really quite surreal. And of course, P.H. Nargeolet, the French legendary submersible dive pilot, a friend of mine. It's a very small community. I've known P.H. for 25 years. For him to have died tragically in this way is almost impossible for me to process.
It is certainly haunting to consider that comparison to the Titanic and what happened to the 5 people on board this submersible vehicle. James, I want to ask you, though, since you've been down on these dive missions before, we talked about the safety risks. We've reported on the fact that the people on board signed waivers. They knew that this was dangerous and that there weren't very many other vehicles that could come get them out if something goes wrong. How aware were you of those concerns and those risks before you went down? And is there anything that should be done when it comes to safety in the future?
Look, it's comparing apples and oranges here. I went with a very proven system when I dove at Titanic with the Russian submersibles. They used very, very well understood design methodologies, and they had an excellent operating record when I dove with them, and they continued to have an excellent operating record, flawless operating record throughout their entire career. I think they're now retired, but I always had great confidence. Now, having said that, I always had confidence in the sub. The Titanic wreck site is a very hostile place. It's a dangerous site to dive. If you think of a typical research dive, you go down and you're really just operating over a bottom. You may be looking for organisms. You may be looking at geology. Hydrothermal vent sites can be a bit dangerous as well. But Titanic, you've got this 8-story, 10-story high structure with overhanging metal structures. It's a twisted mess. You can get entangled. And entanglement was always a concern of ours, but we dove with a 2-sub system. We always felt confident that if one of the subs got ensnared, you'd still have communication, you'd still have life support, you'd still have power, you'd have another sub there that could help you manage the problem. We always felt that we were on pretty safe ground. This sub had no backup. It didn't have a lot of backup systems from what I understand, and it was predicated on what I think of as a fundamentally flawed design principle, which is a carbon fiber hull, which when I first heard about a move toward composite hulls, and this was many years ago, even when I was designing my sub, there was another sub that was sort of in competition with us to get to the Challenger Deep, that was operated by a guy named Chris Welsh for Richard Branson, and they had a composite hull. And I told those guys, I said somebody's going to get killed in that sub or in a sub like it, and the DNA of the Ocean Gate sub was in that sub.
So you see how, as he said, literally just said, like, the way this thing was designed, it was not designed with a good material, because it's like if it gets too squishy, it implodes. You need something harder. It's going to handle the pressure. And he was correct. And I really just don't quite understand why people, they need to really research and look into these things before they make these kind of decisions. It's always good to consult people that in the field, like they told the people in the community were telling him in 2018, they're like, dude, you're gonna kill everybody. Like, you gotta build it right. It's like you get some duct tape and you get a tuna can and tape it together and go, yeah, we're invincible now. And see where that got him? Well, may they rest in peace, of course. It's a terrible tragedy.
You know, two hemispherical end caps and a carbon fiber cylinder in the center. And I never believed in that, because the way it fails is it delaminates, because you have to have a hull, a pressure hull made out of a contiguous material like steel, or like titanium, you know, which is the proven standard, or like acrylic. You know, you know, I have a small equity stake in I think one of the best submersible companies in the world, Triton Submersibles, and they use acrylic for their hulls. But once again, it's a contiguous material, so you can do computer modeling to see how it'll behave. But you know, this Ocean Gate sub had sensors on the inside of the hull to give them a warning when it was starting to crack. And I think if that's your idea of safety, then you're doing it wrong.
Exactly. It's like, as Cameron was saying, how they had plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So if something goes wrong, there's plan B, there's plan C. Everybody, you know, they have a different plan if something happens. And it's like, if you're being warned, like when it's about to crack at the last moment, it's pretty much too late at that point. Like, there has to be more than that, and as they say, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Let's see what chat says. Yeah, SC Wolverines, I agree. I wouldn't, they couldn't pay me $1 billion or $1 million, anything, for me to go on that thing, no. It's like somebody, as I said, they got some duct tape, they got a tuna can, and they're like, alright. And they got like a piece of it looks like a hot water heater. And they're just like, alright, you know, we got this. And I think basically this is a lesson to be learned here. It's just really catastrophic and unfortunate. And it went to the Titanic. It went back and forth. And then it like cracked. Exactly. Next online, you see, like, they didn't do any tests, and they're telling them it needs to be tested and approved if there's something going on. Like, what if there's some kind of crack in it before they launched it in the water? And they all just, you know, perish. They didn't check that. And, like, James was saying in the video how they, on a computer for 3 years, they tested their equipment on a computer simulation for 3 years. Like, nobody wants to die. No matter what you are, what anybody is, no one wants to die. I guess most people. So basically, yeah, they basically were not taking the precautions, and they're, you know, like, yeah, this thing's gonna work. It's gonna work. And the guys didn't want to break the rules. And a fun fact is the CEO that went with them into the abyss, he was saying that he wasn't saying, but his wife, his great grandparents were the couple in the Titanic that were wearing funeral clothes, laying in the bed during the violin scene when the band was playing, and they played "Near My God to Thee" when it was going underwater, which is like a funeral song, and it's a Christian thing because they're all about to die. And in James Cameron's Titanic, there's a scene where the old couple was, the water was coming in the room, and they were like embracing each other. The CEO's wife was a descendant of those people, so it's extremely eerie. This whole thing is really, really creepy. The parallels to Titanic. I'm looking at chat. Right, Amanda, because I'm saying no one wants to die, except, and like, most people don't want to die, because the suicidal people want to die. Right, and yeah, they would have loved the sub. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, like, well, Yeah, there's like an exception. Yes. And all right, Sarah. Nice, nice to meet you. Nice to know your name. All right. And I'm gonna continue now with the last part of this clip.
You know, and they probably had warning that their hull was starting to delaminate and starting to crack. Because as Bob pointed out, it's our belief, we understand from inside the community, that they had dropped their ascent weights and they were coming up trying to manage an emergency.
Just look at this room. Yes or no? Does chat want to be in this thing? Like, underwater and it's wearing out and it's about to crack. It looks like some tinfoil stuff going on here. And you got like a tablet PC thing. I mean, it lasted longer than I would expect. And it's unfortunate that it crashed and it imploded. It's like, so they got a warning like right before you're about to die, like 10 seconds. It's like self-destruction in 10 seconds. It's like not enough time. Not enough time. Yeah. Yeah, the anxiety, the panic, the terror that wouldn't, like somebody that is about to, it's like crinking and crackling. Because what happened was, so they had these like weights, like kind of like anchors that were helping it go under. So they're releasing it and they're trying to go back to the surface. And like, boom, it imploded. And the French dude, it's surprising that he went along with this because he was a veteran with submarines and stuff. He should have, known better than to do this. And yeah, because the Xbox controller. So basically with the Xbox controller, there are people in the military that use Xbox controllers because a lot of the computers they use are PC, like this one's a Mac. But the other ones that they have are used with they do some things with the controller, but it's good to have a wired controller. So if something goes off or something's not right, you won't lose it, and you should have extra ones. So, but it's ridiculous how they did this. And I mean, and the thing was crinkling and cracking, and then you just instantly die. I mean, they're all just sitting down, huddled up in there. It's like they're inside a bomb. Interesting point, yes. Yes, Amanda, I agree. Alright.
And to your point, a warning only goes so far when you have the ability to get back to the surface, or there's a backup vehicle there to come help you out of a bad situation. James Cameron, thank you so much for your time. I would like to bring Bob Ballard back in.
I'll tell you, chat, it takes about an hour and 45 minutes to get down there to where they were. So when they're going upwards, it would take an hour and 45 minutes. So like when the thing's like, I'm about to die, we're all about to die, it's about to explode. It's like, especially if and I wasn't there because I wouldn't obviously likely be here, but since I'm an alien, maybe I would be here still. But if they were going up too quickly and they panicked, like Dr. Grande, I might play his video, he's like a psychologist on YouTube. He was talking about how they could have panicked, they could have fought each other. So it's possible that they could have panicked and they were lifting it up too quickly and then it imploded, because it's like it takes an hour and 45 minutes to get back up. Imagine like driving somewhere, it takes an hour and 45 minutes. Like it's like that, but you're slowly just going up or down. And this thing couldn't really move, it just could go up and down. And there wasn't any really controls. So, and this was the game plan. They're going to take I'm going to call it, no, not going to call it, I'm going to say the mechanic machine that they put underwater. It would get like a hook, and it would hook the submarine and dragged it back up like a cork. And so that was their plan of rescue. Like James Cameron, he had multiple people. He had the Russian submarines because they're good at making the submarines. And like when you see like the Titanic, if you've probably already seen it. Those submarines they're using in the movie are so tough. And they're designed for this. This stinky little thing was not designed for this depth. And the US Navy, they have something. Yeah, somebody had something to bring them up, but they don't really have a lot of equipment that could go down that deep to retrieve people. Like the Titanic itself, it's a grave site and a burial site, and it needs a rest in peace, and it's very fragile. But the people can't really, like, it's hard. It would be very difficult to bring it back up. They brought pieces of the Titanic up and they salvaged things, but it's nearly impossible because we don't have the technology to bring up something from that deep. This thing is deep, 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 deep. 12,000, thousands of feet deep. Thousands and thousands of feet. Alright, let's see what chat says. Dark Meta's here. What's up, Dark Meta? And I'm glad to see you, Dark Meta. Dark Meta, we're talking about this thing with the Titanic, and I'll probably play it in a moment again, but so for you. But so basically, James Cameron was giving his take on the submarine situation. And Dark Meta, I would like to know your thoughts about the submarine, because how they took this dinky thing down there and it imploded. This tiny little thing. I'll show some more pictures of this thing. So this little thing, they brought this thing underwater. This thing's ridiculous. It's insane. And I'm glad you came, Dark Meta. And so yeah, that's what we're talking about. And how James Cameron, he's done it before, and everybody in the community was saying to not do it. Oh yes, SC Wolverines. So on Twitter and stuff, they were saying about how it imploded on Sunday. And as I was saying in the beginning of this stream, before everybody came here, and I don't mind going over things again because there's different people that come through. And basically what happens is, SC Wolverines, answer your question. When these things, there's noises underwater, people don't really know what they are. So the sonar caught that something happened, and they also caught they heard banging noises, but we don't know what's going on underwater. As I was saying in the article over here, down here, let's see. Basically, so as I was saying earlier, they didn't, when they heard the implosion or whatever on Sunday, they didn't know what it was because they had to go down there and look. It's very difficult to get down there. And they had to get everything together. And they were trying to search for it because they weren't entirely sure if that was the implosion. So what happened was they sent the Odysseus 6000 to go look down at the Titanic wreckage to see if it was indeed the submarine or not. Because when you see with sonar underwater, you don't know, you just see particles. You don't know what it is exactly. So they wanted to confirm. They weren't absolutely certain if it was the submarine or not. Like, the submarine didn't say, I just blew up. There isn't a technology where they can see exactly what's there without going underwater. So they just simply weren't really sure what it was exactly. Until today, they can absolutely confirm. Because before, they thought they heard a banging noise that there is an SOS signal. Because there's all kinds of noises in the ocean. And all kinds of critters. And right here, in the stern, that's where they found it. Right there, where the arrow is. And they found it in pieces. And they probably panicked. And that's the surface. And this was the military and vehicles that were, ship rather, that was helping them out. And they had the Canadian Navy, and the American Navy for hours and hours, all day long, all night, looking to see if it popped up somewhere, if it went here or there or everywhere. All right, chat. Let's see. All right. Chat's awesome, as always. Awesome chat. So that explains the reasoning for the delayed response. And I think right here we're going to have a comparison on exactly the heights. See, this loads. Alright, well, I'm going to, hopefully this loads, but let's see. Christmas is coming. But yeah, so the height comparison, it's basically telling you, comparing it to the towers and stuff. And while this thing loads, no, this thing's giving an ad. I don't want the ad, and it's going to play right now. Well, we could, Titanic height comparison. We're going to do that. Well, let's see. We're going to look now at the depth of where the Titanic is. I'm going to turn this off because we don't want copyright. Alright. So now it's going to show you, the video will show you and explain the difference in the wreckage. Alright. Put that over. And this will explain the wreckage, like how deep the Titanic is underwater. Okay, let's continue. So what you're watching now is a comparison of different ships that sunk and different sea levels, and it's going to show you Titanic's level. Alright. It's getting to the Titanic. Caspian Sea. It's going to show it. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, we're still not where the Titanic's depth is. Wow, Titanic's very deep. I didn't really show what I wanted to show, so we're going to go back. Yeah, so those were different depths. And to compare Titanic's sinking, basically, yeah, so we could see in this thing right here, move this over a little bit so everybody could see this. So this is an explanation of the Titanic's depth. So the red line that you see in this thing is where the thing is, the Titanic and the submarine was at. Right there. Where it says the Titanic at 12,500 feet, and it shows you the Grand Canyon, the Eiffel Tower, and the different towers and things they have in the world, and that's just giving you an idea how deep Titanic is. Yeah, and I'm gonna since Dark Meta wasn't here, I'm gonna play the James Cameron thing again. I agree. I see Wolverines. I remember another time when I was just live for a little while. I did this expedition where I looked at the abyssal fish, and we could look at that really quick before I replay James Cameron's review of the situation. And but basically, look at this, chat. This is like a diagram of what's going on here. It shows you the game controller they had. It shows you the people crammed in there, and how this thing imploded. And this little sardine box, this tuna can, and the thing wasn't even connected to a wired thing. It's absolutely insane. And the other video showed you a comparison of heights, like how deep the different things are. And yeah, so that's just crazy what they did. Alright, so, and that's one more picture of it inside. That's a picture of the thing and everybody crammed in there. Yes. Yes, Dark Meta. I totally agree. And then I'm going to show abyssal fish because everybody wasn't here. Yeah, so this is abyssal fish. So this is like stuff in the abyssal trench. And I did a video about this recently, and I could play the video maybe. But basically, yeah, so these are abyssal fish, like in the deep sea. Crazy. And this one you could see through its body. You see all its organs and stuff, it's transparent. Hello, Latina, nice to have you here. And yeah, so these are some of the abyssal fish, like the deep sea creatures that live in the abyss. And I'm about to replay James Cameron. And these things are creepy. You know, so this is like the interesting things about the ocean. Yeah. And they change colors. We'll say blue. Blue. Yeah, so they change these different colors. They have bioluminescence. Yeah, and you see these different colors the abyssal fish have. It's pretty cool. So now, since we got more people here, and they weren't really here before, I'm going to replay James Cameron again. So everybody that saw this, you know, bear with me. So what I'm about to do is replay the James Cameron's assessment on the situation. To answer some questions about this crash, and I'm going to go and play another news report and some different people's reactions. So there's different YouTubers that had different reactions to this thing that I'm going to also play as well. Alright, so here we go again. One more time.
Speaking of James Cameron, another person closely familiar with the Titanic is the director James Cameron himself, along with his Oscar-winning movie. Mr. Cameron, I understand you've made a number of dives to the wreckage site too. Just give us your sense on what you're feeling right now, looking at these images of the shipwreck that you studied so closely, and now hearing that another tragedy has been tied to the same area.
Well, I've been down there many times. I know the wreck site very well, as does my friend Bob Ballard. I've made 33 dives. I actually calculated that I've spent more time on the ship than the captain did back in the day. And of course, you know, as a submersible designer myself, I designed and built a sub to go to the deepest place in the ocean, 3 times deeper than Titanic. So I understand the engineering problems associated with building this type of vehicle and all the safety protocols that you have to go through. And I think that what Bob said, as I was watching, is absolutely critical for people to really get the take-home message from this, from our effort here, is deep submergence diving is a mature art. from the early 60s, where there were, a few accidents, nobody was killed in the deep submergence, until now, is more time than between Kitty Hawk and the flight of the first 747. So if we haven't improved over that period of time, and we have improved drastically over that period of time, and the certification protocols that all other deep submergence vehicles, except this one, that carry passengers, especially paying passengers, all over the world in tropical waters, deep coral reefs, other wreck sites, and so on. The safety record is the gold standard, absolutely. Not only no fatalities, but no major incidents requiring all of these assets to converge to a site. Of course, that's the nightmare that we've all lived with, since all of us entered this field of deep exploration. We live with it in the back of our minds. But because implosion, as Bob described it, such a violent event, is first and foremost in our minds, the pressure boundary, which is what they call the hull of the sub, that people go inside, is obviously first and foremost in our minds as engineers. And we spend so much time and energy on that. And we use all the computerized tools available today, finite element analysis. We worked on our sphere for our deep vehicle that went to the Challenger Deep for over 3 years, just in the computer, before we even made the thing. And then, of course, we pressure tested it over and over and over, and so on. So, this is a mature art, and many people in the community were very concerned about this sub, and a number of the top players in the deep submergence engineering community even wrote letters to the company saying that what they were doing was too experimental to carry passengers and that needed to be certified, and so on. So I'm struck by the similarity of the Titanic disaster itself, where the captain...
Yeah, because history repeats itself pretty much. And that's what happened in this situation. The captain was like, they're saying to the captain, hey, the iceberg field is there, and there's no lights, there's no moon. And the guy was like, we're going to go there anyway. And the same thing happened with the Titan.
Was repeatedly warned about ice ahead of his ship, and yet he steamed at full speed into an ice field on a moonless night. And many people died as a result. And for a very similar tragedy where warnings went unheeded to take place at the same exact site, with all the diving that's going on all around the world, I think is just astonishing. It's really quite...
SC Wolverines, they're... Exactly. Because this thing was never done before, and it lacked regulation. It lacked any kind of organization or intervention by government laws or anything. But all the people could do in the community of people that like to have submarines, they all were doing everything they could to write letters to the CEO, because they can't do anything to the person. Nothing happened to cause a panic where there would be some kind of law against this or regulation on how you would do this. And basically it had to do with profits, yeah. And I do think the Titanic is an interesting thing to see and explore, but I think that it's a graveyard and it's a burial site, and may the people rest in peace. I also believe that as well. But it's good that we go there for scientific purposes or to study it or learn from it. But it's not like everybody's like, hey, we're going to make some money here. Making money is great, but I do think it's good to respect the people that passed away on the ship as well, in my opinion.
Surreal. And of course, P.H. Nargeolet, the French legendary submersible dive pilot, a friend of mine. It's a very small community. I've known PH for 25 years. For him to have died tragically in this way is almost impossible for me to process.
It is certainly haunting to consider that comparison to the Titanic and what happened to the 5 people on board this submersible vehicle. James, I want to ask you, though, since you've been down on these dive missions before, We talked about the safety risks. We've reported on the fact that the people on board signed waivers. They knew that this was dangerous and that there weren't very many other vehicles that could come get them out if something goes wrong. How aware were you of those concerns and those risks before you went down? And is there anything that should be done when it comes to safety in the future?
Look, it's comparing apples and oranges here. I went with a very proven system when I dove at Titanic with the Russian submersibles. They used very, very well understood design methodologies, and they had an excellent operating record when I dove with them, and they continued to have an excellent operating.
Exactly, SC Wolverines. There's no law. There's no. It's just like a anarchy where there's like no government.
Flawless operating record throughout their entire career. I think they're now retired, but I always had great confidence. Now, having
Dark Meta, you're hilarious. All right, it's been funny. Latina, I did not hear about that. If you could send me something about that, I would appreciate it. No, I have not heard of that. All right, let's continue.
that I always had confidence in the sub. The Titanic wreck site is a very hostile place. It's a dangerous site to dive. If you think of a typical research dive, you go down and you're really just operating over a bottom. You may be looking for organisms. You may be looking at geology. Hydrothermal vent sites can be a bit dangerous as well. But Titanic, you've got, this 8-story, 10-story high structure with overhang.
And I'm going to keep analyzing this video. I'm going to keep going, through it here and there, but because it's very interesting. But basically, what he's saying in the video is how the Titanic wreckage has cables and wires and metal, and you can get caught on it. Something could go wrong, and that's the thing about this ship. It could have a problem, and you have to be very careful in that part of the ocean because it's like a minefield.
Metal structures. It's a twisted mess. You can get entangled.
Chat's hilarious. Shout out to Chat always, and Chat's being hilarious. They climb in this tin can, but sign these papers. Yes. It's like these people was like, we're getting these waivers, and the dude from The Simpsons was like, death was mentioned 3 times, and they're like, okay, and they were like, yeah, it's like you're going 12,500 feet underwater, which takes an hour and 45 minutes to get there, and it's cringe, like. And you get into a tiny little sardine can, a little tin can. It's like we're taking this this Patrick water right here, and we're just gonna go down and see everything. And I'd say this water bottle looks like the hull. It looks like the whole thing. And that's basically what they did. They took and they put tape on it, and they nailed it together. They're like, all right. And also another thing about this submarine. Well, it's really a submersible technically, but this thing was they bolted them in. Usually, when you're in a submarine, there's a hatch, and with the pressure of the water, it just stays shut. But they bolted them in, so if they went to the surface, they would have had to get the drill and just unbolt them. So they're in a giant metal coffin. Someone in another comment was saying how they paid $250,000 to go down and have a Titanic experience, and they got themselves a Titanic experience, all right. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. Sarah and Dark Meta, yes, totally agree. said I'm gonna keep going through this video and break it down throughout the stream probably, because I really like James Cameron. He's made amazing movies, and I like the Titanic film obviously, and it's great to have his take on it, although it's a tragic situation. And imagine the one guy who kept assuring them this will be fine. Yes, the guy that was assuring them was the CEO. So the CEO was saying about how it's going to be fine, just relax. This thing is not going to sink. He had an interview, and they were telling him, they were going to have this thing not sink. And that's what the Titanic people said. So you're saying your submarine is indestructible like the Titanic. And the dude laughed. Yeah, and he said it was going to work. It was unsinkable, that this thing couldn't implode. This thing did go to Titanic a couple of times. So the tin can successfully was able to go to the Titanic. But it wore and tore and wore and tore, and it just imploded. They probably panicked when they were going up to the surface really quickly. It takes an hour and 45 minutes to get up there, and it went... The end. Yes, indeed, chat. I totally agree. All right, here we go. All right, thank you, Latina. She sent me something, and I'm gonna put it in the screen in a little bit. I'm gonna respond to her real quick, because she sent me something. All right. Alright. Here we go. And I'm going to... let's just open this, and we're going to put this on the computer. Come on, dude. Come on, Mac. Alright, now I'm still going to review the James Cameron stuff, but I'm just going to... Alright, we got that. And we're going to go back to Cameron, Titanic. Alright. So, I'm going to review that thing she sent me a little bit. Okay. Now, I'm going to go to a chat thing, and I'll play the rest of the video. Again. And yeah. Yeah, because, coming up too fast. They had the sinkers released. Because in the submersible, they had these, sandbags or something that drops them down. And then they must have gone up too quickly. And they had a dude, the French dude that was in the French Navy or something. And I'm surprised he even went on it. And there's an idiot that's loving at these people unveiled simply because we're rich and the world is demonic now. Amen, Dark Meta. Amen. Yeah, it's a devil's playground. This is the devil's world. And there's a lot of evil people in this world. And I'm going to also play a testimony about the aunt of the 19-year-old. And... oh, yeah, actually, I think one of the people that were constructing it or had something to do with this was saying that there was too many white people doing the submarine, so they wanted to get some other people to do it. It's yeah, that'll work. That'll work perfectly fine. Get people that don't know what they're doing. Skin color doesn't matter. It matters if the person knows what they're doing, and if the white people know how to build a submarine, then let them build the submarine. But yeah, I think it did have to do with woke stuff. Yeah, of course. Why not? We're going to make a big deal out of everything. It's a white person makes electricity, that's bad. I mean, come on. It's just absolutely insane. The Xbox controller. And I'm going to review... I'm going to go down a rabbit hole of this stuff. And there's other YouTubers I'm going to react to their videos about this situation. Because we got a lot of topics to cover. And as I said, I probably will look at this video again over and over. But, basically, yeah, because it's the racism is stupid. It's see, we're all getting along here. Because we're all Americans. And it's if we're all talking about the races and stuff, it brings people backwards. It's we can't If everybody came together, we'd probably be on different planets and stuff already. But they want to put us back in like the 1800s. Right. Yes. Yes, exactly. I totally agree, Dark Meta. Absolutely correct. Yes, that is true, Sarah, about the pagan stuff. That is very true. And the old world of Europe and the different civilizations. Yes, absolutely true. And now, continuing with this.
Was always a concern of ours, but we dove with a two-sub system. We always felt confident that if one of the subs got ensnared, you'd still have communication, you'd still have life support, you'd still have power, you'd have another sub there that could help you manage the problem. We always felt that we were on pretty safe ground. This sub had no backup. It didn't have a lot of backup systems, from what I understand, and it was predicated on what I think of as a fundamentally flawed design principle, which is carbon fiber hull, which when I first heard about a move toward composite hulls, and this was many years ago, even when I was designing my sub, there was another sub that was sort of in competition with us to get to the Challenger Deep, that was operated by a guy named Chris Welsh for Richard Branson, and they had a composite hull, and I told those guys, I said somebody's going to get killed in that sub or in a sub like it. And the DNA of the Ocean Gate sub was in that sub at the time. You know, 2 hemispherical end caps and a carbon fiber cylinder in the center. And I never believed in that, because the way it fails is it delaminates, because you have to have a hull, a pressure hull made out of a contiguous material like steel or like titanium, you know, which is the proven standard, or like acrylic. You know, you know, I have a small equity stake in I think one of the best submersible companies in the world, Triton Submersibles, and they use acrylic for their hulls. But once again, it's a contiguous material, so you can do computer modeling to see how it'll behave. But you know, this Ocean Gate sub had sensors on the inside of the hull to give them a warning when it was starting to crack. And I think if that's your idea of safety, then you're doing it wrong. You don't, and they probably had warning that their hull was starting to delaminate and starting to crack. Because as Bob pointed out, it's our belief, we understand from inside the community, that they had dropped their ascent weights and they were coming up trying to manage an emergency.
And to your point, a warning only goes so far when you have the ability to get back to the surface, or there's a backup vehicle there to come help you out of a bad situation. James Cameron, thank you so much for your time. I would like to bring Bob Ballard back in while we still have him on the line.
All right. And I'm still talking about the Titanic thing, but I'm going to quickly read an article that Latina sent me about an alien sighting. And so I want to go back to the Titanic rabbit hole in just a moment. I'm going to read this real quick. And so recently, there was locals witness UFO get into Dodge fight with the military jets over Michigan. So it looks like there's a UFO incident with the Air Force. The Titan. You mean the Titan? Latina, you mean the Titan? Or the Titanic? Okay, so what happened with the Titan, which was this thing, the submarine, what happened was, so the Titanic hit an iceberg, and there's conspiracy theories about it hitting an iceberg. I mean, getting hit by a torpedo because of the Federal Reserve. And also, with this, so what happened with the submarine, it was made out of something, some really bad materials, and they kept going down there, and it kept wear and tear. It got weak, so it imploded on like its third voyage down to the ocean. So the Titan imploded because it was not built correctly, and it scattered. What exactly, technically, maybe we wouldn't know. It got weak, and it just wasn't built right. There wasn't a plan B. There wasn't this or that, and they could have raised it too quickly. And I'm about to get back to the Titanic, and there's a lot of content about the Titanic I'm about to review. But we're going to get to this really quick. Not really quick necessarily, but it won't be forever. Alright, so I'm going to put this so I can see chat, right? That'll work? Yeah, that'll work. Okay, no, that actually doesn't work. So I have to put it like this. Okay. Okay, so here we go. So the article, locals witness UFO get into dodgefight with the military jets over Michigan. This is a picture of kind of like what took place. 2 F-16 jets engaged in a dodgefight for an unidentified aerial phenomenon, UFO, over Bad Axe on June 3rd, and locals are speaking out about what they saw. According to the Huron Daily Tribune, 2 witnesses spotted the military jets chasing something in the sky, but were unable to see the object itself. Ubly resident Christopher Bilberry also saw the jets, but what surprised him most was the mysterious reflective white metallic disc that they were chasing. So basically with the UFOs, they have these metallic materials, and materials that are not really from here. The UFO, what they call UAP, was extremely fast. It was capable of outmaneuvering the fighter jets with extreme ease. It would take over a jet stop suddenly and seemed to turn towards the incoming jet like a spin in their direction without moving. The jets fired multiple anti-flare missiles at the unknown object as it spun across the sky. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, the jets stopped firing and the object sped off toward Lake Huron. Bilberry told the Huron Daily Tribune that he tried to take a video of the object, but the glare and attitude made it very difficult to see. So I think that's very interesting, Latina. I think it's very... we're going to see more things like this. These UFOs, we're going to see more of these things happening because they're coming out more now. And they're going to keep on doing it. And we're going to see this on a regular basis, and they cannot hide it anymore at some point. And I think, and chat is awesome, as usual. Shout out to chat. And alright, Latina. I understand. And I'll continue. National UFO Reporting Center Chief Technical Officer Christian Stepien mentioned that the center receives up to 30 reports each day detailing similar UFO sightings. 30 reports each day. Wow. I am marveled. I'm sure this has been happening for months and months and years, and now they're bringing light to it. You'd be called a conspiracy theorist or a crazy person for saying that you saw an alien. You know, it's absolutely absurd. And also, we'll say, things are really starting to heat up. UFOs, and they say UAPs, are absolutely here. They're flying around with impunity. The Huron County Sheriff's Office received no reports of the particular incident. So, basically in this situation, I think that this is very good that this is coming out. How over the state they're having all these battles with these UFOs, and I believe the fallen angels that came as gods and goddesses, and now they're coming as the aliens and these things that cross different dimensions. And I can play one of my videos in a little bit about that I just recently made, because, and I was breaking down the new video I made about the what the aliens are and what they're probably doing. So yeah, and Latina, thank you for this article. This is a big deal, and this is news to me and everybody else. And I really hope that this keeps on getting exposed, and I'm going to see what Chad is up to. There you go, Dark Meta. Yes, I agree. All right. So, as I said, like, this is an abyssal fish. These things underwater, these crazy looking critters. You know, you could see through them, and they're insane, and they're kind of crazy looking. They glow in the dark. All right. So now, Titanic. All right, we talked about that. And the submarine. Let's see. Now, basically, yeah, I think. Oh yeah, I'm going to show some footage of the Titanic. Let's see. Probably maybe music in here. But so basically, I'm about to show. This is like the Titanic underwater. Yeah, this is the Titanic. It's very old. I like dogs. I think dogs are cool. Shout out to the dogs. I remember my great aunt in Kentucky. She had a native dog, like an Indian dog from America. And basically, I used to run with it in the hills. Nice. And I know. Yeah, so yeah, that was a Titanic, and she's chilling underwater, unfortunately. And I'm about to so I'm gonna react to some videos, and let's see, yeah, this dude's cool. Dr. Grande, so I'm gonna react to some videos of some of the other YouTubers that were talking about this event, and I'll react to it. And before I get into that, I'm gonna do something. Let's see. Yeah, so this dude, he's like a psychologist dude, and on YouTube, he's Dr. Grande, and he does good reviews on things, and I like his content, and he's one of the people I'm going to react to because he was talking about the Titanic incident. This is before we discovered about what happened to these people, because yesterday no one really knew anything. And yeah, the sub was made in the city. And before I get into that, I'm going to unpause this and go over here. And these are this is a blueprint of the Titanic. And basically, yeah, shout out to Amanda. She's cool people. And yes, Amanda, yes, I agree. And yeah, so this is the Titanic, and theoretically speaking, the ship is really like, it would be unsinkable if it was piloted correctly, but it's not invincible. And everybody's like laughing, and that's good because I'm about to make my point, because that was crazy what I just said. So the way this ship works is if 2 or 3 compartments, like these little lines you see in the bottom of it, if they get hit, the thing could still stay afloat. But if 5 or more get hit, then the thing is going to do a domino effect, and it's going to dump underwater. And I did a simulation of this on my channel where I took a bunch of Coke cans and I flipped them around and I hit one and you could see how the thing tips over and sinks. So that's basically like, so if it hit the iceberg directly, it would have knocked out like 2 or 3 compartments, or just like 2 or 1, and the thing would have been still there. So it could go through it could hit an iceberg and be okay. But the thing was that it scraped the side of the iceberg, so it opened up all the compartments, and it caused like a domino effect. And then when the weight of the ship got too high, because it was hauling its arse up in the air really high, and then it cracked under pressure, and it sunk. Just like with the Titan, it was on too much pressure and it wasn't made right. The Titanic was maybe built cheaply too. The Titanic was probably built cheaply, and it was built in Belfast, Ireland, and it was built in Ireland. No hate on the Irish, I'm part Irish, but basically, it could have been built cheaply, the Titanic, and the same thing with the Titan, and so it wasn't built right. Both ships were not piloted correctly, and we're in the situation now. So basically, the concept of Titanic can work. It's just like it would have to hit something directly. And there's conspiracies about there's men on there that oppose the Federal Reserve, these really wealthy men, and they went down with the ship. So there's a conspiracy that a torpedo hit the Titanic. And people are saying about maybe there's a conspiracy with the Titan, but as I said, I could leave that up to y'all what to think. But as I said, I think it hit an iceberg, and the people were just being overconfident about the Titan. And let's see. LOL. Dark meta. LOL. Yes, that was a cool movie. I liked it. And yeah, and there was another thing that was happening with the Titanic where it had this situation where there was a fire in the front part of it the whole time. Like one of the boilers got set on fire, and the whole time it was steaming, it was on fire in the bottom part. And then when it hit the iceberg, it got weak, so everybody was just chilling while the fire is going on. And that's another thing I've heard. So yeah, we're going to look deeply here, and like if you hit the first part right here, the 2 front parts, like it's like it would be okay if you hit the front part of it. But if you cut open the entire side open, it's not going to be too good. Like if like a vein, if someone cut the vein like this, you would bleed. But if you, although it's bad to get cut at all, like if it was more like well, especially this part of the arm is better. It's like a slash is better than cutting the whole thing down. But getting cut is bad either way, just like getting your ship hit with something is bad. And the Titanic had an accident before it left. It got hit by like a smaller dinghy ship, and it had a big hole in it, and they had to patch it up and bring it back out. And Captain Smith was actually on different ships while he was on different ships that sunk or had problems. And then he was on this one, and then he like went down with it. And these are the blueprints at school. I built a model Titanic. You know, I built one. And I'm about to probably go get it and bring it in here, but parts of it are missing because my mom accidentally knocked it over one time. And it kind of, part of it shattered, but it's still intact. So basically, anyway, so I built the model Titanic before. Like I tell you this, like I got the glue and I like put it together, but I didn't put some things like the front part had kind of go down a little bit lower, but I got pretty much the whole thing together. But yeah, so I had in school, I would look at these things all the time. Like while I was talking, this is after the point of talking about the aliens. My friend went to another school. We kind of stayed in touch, but sometimes we had some disagreements and we didn't always talk. But then we talked again. But basically, like when he was gone, I had the Titanic stuff and I was building the Titanic model together. And when I was little, when I was like first grade, there's one of the kids had a Titanic book, and like I want a Titanic book too from the book fair. So I went and I got the Titanic book. That's how I got into all this, and I thought it was very fascinating. And the very cold water, because the people mostly died from hypothermia. So yeah, so that's basically like parts of the ship, and then we had more blueprints right here. And it was like, and those are all little pieces. Like when you look at the thing, it's in layers. Like it's very intriguing. And look, like, I love ships and submarines and stuff. Like, this is like the aliens. This is like the second thing. They're like head to head. All right, let's see what chat's saying. Yes, funny chat. Yes, yes. Yes, it wasn't quite a project. So what happened was, I was outside one night. It was during the holiday at school, and it was a Christmas. It was a Christmas break for Christmas, and I was outside and I heard some like gunshots in the distance. My area's alright, but the outskirts of the area have some problems because crime rose. And I heard gunshots and I went inside. And then I'm like, I gotta work on this thing. So I took the thing out the box, and for a couple hours I was just gluing the thing together. And I did it, and everybody was mad at me because they're like, it's supposed to take time, but I was like, I had laser focus, and I was like, I was hell bent on putting that thing together. And I want to build another one because this one, it had an accident, and I may have not have gotten every single little thing about it 100% right, and I want to get it right, so I'll do a video about it. I'll go and like get a video about me put the old one and the new one. And yeah, so it was a really cool project. I liked it. Yeah, Titanic was really big. And yeah, and yeah, and exactly, Dark Meta in chat. Yeah, the Titanic was humongous. Like, I think in our modern language of speaking, we would call it the gigantic. So if somebody was a pilot that knew what they're doing when you're piloting a Titanic, so everybody in here is like me and is going to pilot a Titanic one day. I'm being serious. I'm being funny but serious. Like, if you're piloting one of these things, because Dark Meta will probably do it one day, like me, we'll do it together. And so when you pilot the Titanic, if it's going to see an iceberg, you got to go directly into it because it will be terrible for everybody on board. And there's going to be a lot of broken legs and stuff, but the ship won't sink because it will just hit the front part. Like, the two front parts would go and the thing will be fine. So what happens is when the ship goes underwater, like, what it's supposed to happen is that the Titanic gets hit by something and the flood compartments would take care of it, and not all of them were hit. So it'll just kind of bob up and down like a cork. So it'll be a little bit in the water somewhere, but it won't sink. It'll just be like a cork. And it'll just kind of go back and forth. It'll sway. But it's a cool system if you do it properly. Another problem with Titanic is that they're supposed to put more lifeboats on it, but Mr. Ismay thought it would look ugly. So he took all the lifeboats off pretty much, just because he wanted the ship to look nice. And guess what, chat? You guessed it. Mr. Ismay got on a lifeboat. Yep. Mr. Andrews that designed it went down with it. He was changing the clock. And the captain locked himself in a room, and he drowned in the room. In the steering room. And Mr. Ismay hopped himself on a lifeboat. He just went right there. Whoop. And he hopped in. And everybody was angry at him, and he was hated the rest of his life because he didn't go down with it. But look, in the Titanic lifeboats, they could have had more people in it. You could have had more people in it. And all the people together, it could have worked out differently. Okay, a Latina, I'll be glad to read it, and I have a bunch of things. And also, let's see. I'm going to go here. Now, chat, I am going to go do something really quick, and I'll be right back. So, this video is going to play, and I'll react to this, and then I'll get to whatever Latina wanted me to see, and I will be right back, and this thing could play while, and I'll react to it. All right. So even if y'all may have seen this before or something, I'll be right back. Alright, here we go.
96 hours. At least that was a conservative estimate we were told at the very outset of the story when we first heard that Titan had gone missing. Let's bring into the conversation Dr. Salma Cogliano, Associate Professor of History at Campbell University, an expert in this, and we spoke with him last night. Thanks so much for being with us yet again. I know you are very busy following all this, kind of like we are as well. But I wanted to first up ask you as well. We now know the search area has doubled in size since you and I spoke at this very time last night. When you think of that, does that bode well or not? Does that leave some pessimism in your view, since they have expanded the area of this search? And I want to put up this tweet here from the Coast Guard because this is kind of hard to decipher. I don't know if you can help us make out this map here. What are we looking at?
Basically laying track lines. So they would have initially scoured that area in the upper left. And what they did was look at the area from where the submersible dropped. And understand, it is 13,000 feet to the bottom. This submersible doesn't have a lot of propulsion, and you're right in the Gulf Stream. So you actually have to let the submersible drop upstream from where the Titanic is, because the Gulf Stream will push it toward where it is. Now, if it aborted its launch and came back up, you wouldn't really quite know where it is on the surface. And even though you search an area of the ocean, you have to come back over it and search it again multiple times, because you may have missed the point where the sound was being emitted or where the object is. And what they're doing now is moving probably along the drift pattern of maybe where the submersible was, if it was either on the surface or just below the surface.
That's so interesting, because we do know now that the search is in the air.
All right, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. And let's see chat. So, yeah, I've heard of that too, Latina, and I was just talking about that. Yeah, because, so basically, and we could look at some memes about that there is this situation where the bankers, like the Federal Reserve and that group of people, they basically had this situation where they opposed the Federal Reserve. And either the captain was piloted the ship into it, and he did it on purpose, or they sunk it with a torpedo. Yes, that was an inside job. Yes, I've heard of that too, Latina. Yes. And also, I'm going to show you all something. This is very old, and it was damaged by an accident, but I have something cool. So I want to see how this is going to look, because it's interesting. All right. So, all right. See, this is the Titanic model I made. See, I put glue in it. And now this part, you see how the funnels, they got damaged because in the accident. And they fell. And that's the front. Wrong side. That's the front of it. And this part was supposed to go right here, but I accidentally put it there. Funny me. And then right here, like, this is where the grand staircase and stuff was, like, right here. And then here, I put glue to glue the lifeboats on. I glued them on, and I glued the things inside of it. You see inside of it, over there. Yeah. So, thank you. What's her name? Thank you, Amanda. Thank you. I know her name, of course. Yeah, and then I had to glue like all that. Yeah. And I made this in 2015. You see, this is, yeah. So the Titanic, right? So if it hit this part, it wouldn't have sunk. Like the front part, if it collided like this, it would have been okay. But when you swipe the side of it like this, it's going to go down lower. It's going to go down lower and kind of dip. So if it hit the iceberg directly, it would just kind of bob up and down a little bit. But when you hit 5 compartments, it's going to do this. And then it's going to crack. And yeah, so that's the project I did. Glad you all like it. This is the under it. And I want to build more models of them. It just, yeah, this was 2015. I made this. You know, it's all cool. It took some time, and that thing's like to come off. And it used to have like a little, I used to have a tower right here. I used to have like a tower. There's like a little pole that was right here. Alright. And that's pretty cool. Let's see what chat says. Okay, yeah, okay. Let's put it on a different screen. Alright. Let's see. Okay. Do this again. This is the back part of it. And then this is the front part. Alright. That's the front. And you see where I made the mistake where I put the thing, the front part was a little bit too high. It was supposed to go down a little bit lower. But yeah, and then it kind of had an accent, so it's kind of dangling in the front. But yeah, so, because it had an accent. So basically, right here, you have the funnels that fell over, and then this is the backside that was okay. And it's very, very, very old. It's from 2015. And everybody's gonna see it again. I just have to switch. I have to get myself in a position to do this. Okay. So all right. So that's better. So you can see this. And all right. So that's it. And then we have the glue I put on it. And I don't quite, yeah, there was supposed to be a propeller, but it must have not have worked out. So yeah, see the bottom, see this back part? It's glued on successfully. It's glued on, and then you have this whole thing, right? And then I glued all the lifeboats together, and that's like the grand staircase, and even inside of it. Right here actually, like on the sides. I glued all that together, the top part and all, but it had an accident. And these things fell off. And yeah, you see how dusty? I think you can see the dust on it. Oh, yeah, it's crazy. And yeah, so as I was saying, it's a little bit difficult. So if it hit the ship directly, right here, it only would have hit 2 compartments, and it would have kind of bobbed up and down like a cork. But if you go and scrape the side of it, the whole side of it, you would have a problem where it would just kind of go like this, and then it would crack under the pressure. So that's basically like how this thing sunk. So yeah, y'all could see it, and I glued the whole thing together on the project, and I'm going to build another one and show you all. But yeah, so that's my project. I'm glad you all like it. Okay, so now going, putting this over here. Okay. Alright. Thanks, chat. I'm glad that you all liked it. I really enjoyed making that. Yeah. Yeah, the model kits are fun, Amanda. Yeah, I agree, Dark Meta, about Fox. Thank you. I'm reading chat. Alright, gorgeous job. Hitting it off snow. Yes, laughing, yeah. Oh, that's cool. I like Star Wars. Yeah, he smashed it. He raged. Yeah, I understand Dark Meta, because like my mom was in the room and she knocked it over, and that's why the thing's kind of damaged. It used to look different. And yeah, I love models. And Chad, I'm glad that you liked the Titanic model. And as I said, I'm going to build some more of them. And I'll make a video about it. and I'll react to some other video that I made at some point. Yeah, he crashed for realism. Yes. Yes. I agree. I need a sub. I need a submarine, that's true. That's certainly true. And then I can put, add that to my collection, because I was thinking there needs to be a model version of it. I like building things. Like when I was little, I was interested in building computers. I love computers and technology. I had a thing for building stuff. Yeah, it's because I was angry at video games sometimes. I would get angry at Mario. I mean, I just saw the Mario movie, and I used to play that all the time when I was young. My friend that got me into I was into Aliens, was going to be into that, but he helped get me into that also. And the one I talk about on the channel, and yeah, he got me in the Mario games. Yeah, and I was glad to see that movie. And one of the characters looks similar to Dark Matter, in my opinion. There was like a dude in the movie. I'm like, that looks like Dark Matter. And I've not made model cars though, but that's something I need to do. And yeah, and basically, I think that it's very important to be interested in these hobbies and whatnot, and see it was paid off. It was cool that I did those things, because a lot of people were not interested in that stuff, but I was. All right, and let's see. I'm just reading the chat, reading over it again. All right. Thank you for the kind thoughts. And Amanda, I think you should get into that. The models are fun, and you can put them on your shelf. And yes, I agree with everybody. Everyone had good thoughts. And this was a nice show and tell. Nice show and tell. I've seen, I think, pretty much, I've seen, like, many James Cameron movies. Yeah, I'm sure your husband would like the chat. It's a cool chat up in here. Yeah. Yeah. And also, yeah, model bikes and cars, that's pretty cool. I like that stuff. I think that's really cool to build model things. I know I liked the model buildings. There was a drawing I did on on a board my senior year at school. I remember I was like I was in that mood. Like I tapped in that mood. The mood doesn't matter. I would do it anyway. I was in this mode, or want to create something without. So I basically drew like this British thing, because my dad's from England, and I like to do these British like drawings of like the Union Jack and England and different things. And I had it on I had this bench swing when I was young, and basically with the bench swing, I would sit on it and just think about things, and I would draw stuff on the board on the side of the bench swing. And yeah, so I liked drawing different things and building models and stuff, and I'm into computers, and obviously I'm into doing YouTube live streams and YouTube now. And I always did YouTube, but I really started to get into it more. And yeah, and thank you, Sarah. I'm glad that you like the content. Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. Minecraft. So basically, Minecraft's cool. I like it. If you could, I like digging underground and building tunnels and stuff and building cellars. That's what I like doing in Minecraft. and it's like you can take blocks and stuff, and you can build castles or houses or anything you want, or you can go underground, and you can fight off the zombies. It's really cool. I like Minecraft. I'd like to play on my phone. Alright. And, yeah, so, I'm going to see this thing Latina sent me, and I'm going to read that article. And I'm going to react to some videos. Alright, so I'm going to do another article, then I'm going to react to some videos. Okay? Sarah, it's fine. This place, in this chat room, people can talk about anything. You know, people could, you know, this is the place to hang out and chill. This is what this chat was made for from Latina. Alright. Right on, Dark Meta. Yes, facts, Dark Meta. Facts. Alright. So, now we're going to read this about the Titanic. So basically, here we go. This is Joseph Philippe Le Mercier LaRoche. Mr. Joseph Philippe LaRoche was born in Cap Haitien, Haiti on 26th of May, 1886. In 1901, at age 15, he left Haiti and traveled to Brives, France, where he hoped to join the high school to study engineering. While visiting a nearby Joulouf, Joseph met Miss Juliette Laforgue. After Joseph graduated and got his degree, he and Juliette were married in March 1908. And this person you see on the screen, this older lady, is a Titanic survivor, was born in prematurely, so they, I'm getting ahead of myself here, he got a degree in 1908, and a daughter, Simone, was born in February 19, 1901, 1909. Second daughter, Louise, was born prematurely on the 2nd of July 1910 and suffered many subsequent medical problems. Racial discrimination prevented Joseph LaRoche from obtaining a high-paying job in France. Since the family needed more money to cope with Louis' medical bills, Joseph decided to return to Haiti and find a better-paying engineering job. The move began in 1913. In March 1912, however, Juliette discovered that she was pregnant, so Joseph decided to leave for Haiti before the pregnancy became too far advanced to travel. Joseph's mother in Haiti brought them steamship tickets on La France as a welcome present, but the line's strict policy regarding children caused them to transfer their book to Titanic second class. So, and the Titanic went to France, so it went to Ireland, it was in Ireland, it went to Liverpool, then it went to France to pick up people. So Latina, this is very interesting, Latina, because this talks about when the Titanic was over in France. Because it stopped in France, it stopped over there before it went off. Very good article, I'm going to keep reading. I think so. I have to look this up. I'll look this up. Yep. chemical plant. Yes. To dark meta. No, not dark meta. SC Wolverines, yes. Yes. They do have the chemical plant. Alright. Amanda, I used to play Roblox. And I have a place in Roblox. And I built a bunch of towers and things. I built towers, and I built in Roblox, I built these 2 castles from across each other. And I put all these weapons there. And I would have them like I would get like a grenade, and I would go have a war with myself. So I would just go over the other side and blow up my own fort, and then blow up my other fort. And I was just like, yeah, I'm playing myself. And then what I did was I used to drive around. Oh, I would play all kinds of stuff with Roblox. Oh yeah, I love Roblox and Minecraft. Yeah. And as you know from my videos, I play the Pirates of the Caribbean online, which is, that's a pretty cool game. I like it. So yeah, but yeah, I love Roblox. Alright. Now I'll continue. Yeah, booked the Titanic second class on April 10th, La Roche. Family took the train to Paris to Cherbourg in order to board the brand new liner that evening. So these people went on the Titanic. So, yes. So there was a black person on the Titanic. I didn't know that, and it looks like they went down with it. But so basically, there is a black person on the Titanic from France, and that's a very interesting story. Thank you, Latina. And thank you, Amanda. Thank you. I'm glad that you like the videos of me playing the game. All right. And I'm gonna put the link to this dude's channel, and then I'm gonna react to, let's see. I'm gonna react to this guy. This was from yesterday, but let's see. And he made a recent one. This guy, I'll put the link to this. If y'all want to look at this dude, we're gonna look at this one, and we're gonna look at Dr. Grande reacting to what could have happened to the people on the Titan before the sinking happened, and before we knew that it exploded. And then we'll go to the other one on his analysts over here. So I'm going to react to this one and the other one. Let's see. Let's see what chat's saying real quick. I'm just reading chat right now. So this was the guy yesterday. And sleep's always good. Yes, I agree. Alright. So now I'll play this guy, Dr. Grande rather, and then I'm going to react to the other video we just put out. Okay, Latina, so we're gonna play Dr. Grande in a moment. So what happened basically with this submarine is that the submarine was missing for a long time, and they weren't sure what happened to it. There was a sonar in the United States that detected some wreckage and some noises, but they were not sure what it is because in a vast ocean they can't be absolutely certain about what's going on. So basically what they did was wrong thing. We'll just go here. We'll just go down here, right here. So basically what they did It went down there, and from wear and tear, and the thing wasn't made right, it imploded. No one knew what was going on, so to make sure it was a situation with it imploding the wreckage, because the sonar detected that something happened, but they weren't sure what it was, they went down there with their equipment, which is very difficult to go down there. And they saw that the submarine was in pieces. So it imploded because it wasn't made right. Wear and tear. Before that, no one knew what was going on. And so that basically should answer the question about it, about what happened. Alright. Watch some of this. Wrong one.
Yep.
Wrong one. That's another one I was going to react to. And alright, here we go.
The Grande. Today's question is, can I analyze the 2023 OceanGate Titan submersible disaster? Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video, only speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to my channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I'll put the link to Patreon in the description for this video. First, I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the incident, then offer my analysis. A company called OceanGate conducted expeditions to visit the final resting place of the British Olympic-class ocean liner RMS Titanic. This vessel was on its maiden voyage from Southampton, England to New York City when it struck an iceberg in the North Atlantic on April 14, 1912, at 11:40 p.m. The vessel sank on April 15 at 2:20 a.m. Over 1,500 people lost their lives, in part because the vessel was not equipped with enough lifeboats, and the lifeboats which were available were underutilized. There was room for almost 500 additional people on the lifeboats when the ship sank. At the time of its sinking, the technology to reach the wreckage was not available. Even when it became available, nobody knew exactly where Titanic had come to rest.
Yeah, so basically what he's talking about is with the Titanic, it took like 77 years or 70-something years to locate the Titanic. And so to find a little dinky thing like this was from the other day when they were looking for this thing in the water, because we originally thought that the people in the ship, in the submarine, we thought that they were just around the ocean somewhere. And I think that it would be very difficult to find it if it was still floating around. So that's what he's basically saying. It took a long time to find Titanic as big as it is, so it'd be hard to find this thing as big as it is. And I want to kind of, if there's something specific I want to see from what he said. Let's see. Is this it? We have an ad.
I miss the
There's
desert.
an ad. Because he's good at like psychological reactions to things, and he made a good point about what could be happening if they panicked, and I'm just kind of skim through it to see where that part is, because it was something specific. So
The crew to get out of submersibles in the future. It's ridiculous that they are bolted in from the outside. I understand that it's cheaper than having to incorporate a hatch, but certain safety measures should never be cut. I think much of the blame for this disaster rests with OceanGate. The paying customers may have believed that the trip was essentially safe, despite the word death appearing 3 times on the first page of the waiver.
exactly, because like, you know, the thing death appeared 3 times, as he said, and the thing wasn't made right, as I said before. And this is a doctor reviewing the situation with the Titan. And yeah, it's just, it's ridiculous. It wasn't made right. The people were arrogant. And what I'm doing here is reacting to different people's takes on the Titan disaster. So, him and another one I'm going to review. And he says something good at the end about this.
Nobody reads the fine print on those contracts anyway. Item number 5. The case of Titan speaks to several existential topics, including the attitude that people have toward risk. There are already people defending this type of expedition, essentially saying something like, if a person doesn't want risk, they should not get out of bed. Interestingly, not getting out of bed would actually carry significant risk. Activity is necessary for people to be healthy, but I understand the point they're trying to make. Essentially, these Titan proponents are saying that life is inherently risky, and it's important to have some excitement. Somebody has to be at the tip of the spear as far as scientific discovery and technological advancement. Innovators must take chances. The Titan detractors argue that the Titan crew is not advancing science or technology in any way. They were simply there as an adventure. They wanted to tell their family and friends that they saw Titanic in person.
Yeah, another thing, a good point he's making right here, is that some people were saying how they did the Titanic because they were trying to explore and expand science. Other people were saying how they were just being like tourists, and that the ocean company, Ocean Gate, they wanted to make money. Like, they wanted to get people to pay tickets to see the Titan underwater. The Titanic underwater. Well, I guess now you could see both of them underwater now. But so they wanted the Titan to be the Titanic to be a tourist attraction. And he's making a good point here, and it's a gravesite. It's a graveyard. And I think the people should be respected, but I have no problem with scientific people trying to explore it or take or salvage things from it, though. Alright, let's see what chat says. Yeah, the woke stuff, I need to look into that, because somebody didn't like the white people working on the ship. So, that's basically what it has to do with. Like, they didn't like the white people. Yeah. And thanks, Dark Meta, for this information. Right. And let's see what... So, Dark Meta says, and I already read this, but I want to read this aloud. Did you know, because of expansion, if you had zero air in your lungs, but surfaced at the proper speed, you'd survive if the pressure was okay? I'm glad that I know that now. I did not know that before. And that's cool you went to scuba class. And, yeah, thank you, Dark Meta, for sharing that with us. Yeah, exactly, because it's like... And I think God may have not have wanted it to be done also. And God wanted to respect the people that died there. And also, it could be cursed and haunted too. A good analogy, as he Wolverines. Exactly, and as Sarah said, it's best to explore with proper, if the proper way to do it, right? And we'll continue.
The risk was not only unnecessary, it was unwise. The passengers focused so intensely on what they wanted, they forgot or didn't care about what they could lose. In my opinion, it's fine to take risks to have fun, but those risks must be managed. Item number 6. In the unlikely event that the crew encountered a disaster that left them alive and conscious for a while, like being trapped in or on Titanic.
This is before they announced that it was discovered today. This was like yesterday. And he did another one responding to the situation today where he does this guy does psychological analysis on people, on situations, and he's very good. I like watching him.
They have gone through as far as their mental health. For this item, I'm going to assume that the men did not ultimately survive. This is a scary topic for some people to contemplate. For example, those with claustrophobia have talked about how this case activates that fear. It causes vicarious claustrophobia. I think this is a terrifying scenario for anyone. There are various theories about what happened. The men panicked, attacked each other, lost control, broke down crying, or tried to break...
See, this is what I was talking about here. So, as Dr. Grande is saying about, this is like what could have been going on in their minds, or this could have happened right before the thing imploded, when it was crackling, crickling, and this could have caused them to panic and rise up too quickly. So this is the point of me showing him. Also, he's a cool channel to watch as well.
Scenario for anyone. There are various theories about what happened. The men panicked, attacked each other, lost control, broke down crying, or tried to break out of the submersible.
This would cause, even if there was a chance that it could have been salvaged, they could have panicked and it went downhill.
I would be surprised if any of those things happened initially. These men, with the possible exception of the 19-year-old, were probably high sensation seekers without much of a panic response.
This was before we knew it imploded. So, like, what James Cameron was saying earlier in the video that I was playing, that the people in the submersible got an alert that the thing was cracking or was about to crack. So they knew something was going to happen, and they could have panicked, they could have cried, they could have fought each other, and they could have raised it up too quickly. But it probably was going to implode anyway. But yeah, so this doctor was just like reviewing about what could have been going on. And then since they're high sensation seekers, they were more likely to do this stuff without saying, you know, like, they're not going to be like, okay, we need a safe submarine that's going to work right. Like, they were going to go and do it. And nothing wrong with taking risks. Nothing wrong with exploring. Nothing. The biggest risk is taking none. But it's, you know, if you're going to jump off the Empire State Building, it's good to wear a parachute or not do it at all. If you jump off the Empire State Building, you're probably going to die. So if you go in a submarine that doesn't work and it's worn and torn out, you're probably going to die. So he's just saying about the psychology of people like that.
They had learned to control their emotions to some degree. I imagine that they stayed strong and put on a good face for the 19-year-old, who was probably terrified and looking to the older men for reassurance.
Yeah, because actually I was going to show this article at some point up in here that the dude, the 19-year-old, was absolutely terrified of being in this situation. And he told his aunt that. But he wanted to please his father on Father's Day. You know, mine was in another country, you know, so I don't know what that's like. But still, he wanted to please his father. And, I mean, and he was probably very, very terrified. And I don't know. And that's what the doctor is saying. Like, and he was right. And he was absolutely correct. And he would know that because he's dealt with people for a long time. And he has and he's done reviewed a lot of cases. And yeah, and his theory's confirmed because the 19-year-old told his family he was terrified. His poor mother, she, you know, lost the husband and the kid. Man, that's just so terrible. You know, to lose a son like that.
Eventually, however, the panic would have set in for all of them. At that point, the thinking would move in one of two directions. They either accepted their fate or created a delusion of rescue, which they maintained until the end. Either way, it would have been a horrible way to die, not an outcome that could necessarily be appreciated after reading a waiver of liability. Now moving to my final thoughts. Stockton Rush promised his passengers a once-in-a-lifetime trip. Unfortunately, he was correct. The passengers of Titan probably shared the same fate as the passengers of Titanic. Their legacy is now fused with the legacy of that ocean liner. In my opinion, OceanGate simply did not do enough to mitigate the probability of a terrible outcome. They appeared to be inviting disaster. The arrogance of Titanic has repeated itself in the arrogance of Titan. In this way, OceanGate has plunged to new depths.
All right, Dr. Grande reacted. He made a review. I have not seen this yet. He made one about the dude, the CEO of this thing. So I'm gonna react to this one too. This is a new one I've never seen before. We're gonna watch it, and then we're gonna put in Latina. I see your article. Wait. Okay, Latina. I see the video he sent me. I'm gonna look at that in a little bit. And I'm going to look at chat before I continue, because chat is always saying very cool things. And the microphone drops. Because it has problems with itself. But I'm not, okay, everything's wrapped up. All right, we're going to fix the microphone. Give me a moment. Technical difficulties. All right, like this. Like that. Oh. Okay. this thing was wrong. All right, now it's right. I'm fixing a microphone. Alrighty, now the microphone's fixed. I'm gonna take this thing out because it doesn't need to trip the wire, and the wires are tangled up. Oh, silly me. Tricks are for kids. I got everything all tangled up. Thank you for your patience, chat. Okay. Alright. Okay, okie dokie, we're getting there. I mean, yeah, so this is some crazy stuff with the Titan. You know, it's wild. Alright. Now I'm going to see what chat has to say. Okay. Yeah, maybe the aliens did rescue them, Dark Meta. Oh, Latina, I don't think I heard much about that story, about that plane, but if you found or have some article or video I could react to, I would be interested to see that. But I've not heard of that, no. SC, Sarah says, Dark Meta always does good analogies, and if you had a nuclear battery, and use acoustic. Yeah, I agree with that, Dark Meta. Wokey wokes have some delusion making problems seem like, yeah. And, yes, Alien drops the mic. And, chat's funny. Alright, now I'm going to react to the doctor's new video about this dude. So he's going to talk about the CEO guy, and he's going to make a psychological analysis about him. This is the greatest chat on the internet. Everybody says that, but I really this is the greatest chat on the internet. Alright, turn off sound. Alright, yeah, he's a cool doctor. He's cool. Now I'm gonna put the link to this in chat, alright? I'm gonna put the link to this. I'm a typo jester. That's what I am, Sarah. Oh, I'm glad that you feel welcome, Sarah. And yeah, I do agree with you, Darkman, about lithium. Yeah, I do agree. It's totally. Lithium's used for nuclear weapons, in my opinion. Alright. Now, I'll react to Dr. Grande. Oops. That wasn't supposed to do that. Supposed to do that. Okay. Here we go. Now, here we go.
Grande. Today's question is, can I analyze the case of Stockton Rush? Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video, only speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this. If you enjoy this video, please like it, subscribe to my channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I will put the link to Patreon in the description for this video. First, I'll look at the background of Stockton Rush.
So he's talking about the CEO of Stockton Rush, the dude from the wreckage that got everybody going here, and he's going to do a psychological analysis about him.
Includes the Titan disaster, then move to my analysis. Richard Stockton Rush III was born on March 31, 1962, in San Francisco, California. He went by his middle name, Stockton. His family was exceedingly wealthy. His father was the chairman of an oil and gas company and a company that managed investment properties in Sacramento. His family had inherited substantial wealth from a relative who had a leadership role at Standard Oil. Stockton was a descendant of two men who signed the Declaration of Independence, Benjamin Rush and Richard Stockton. When Stockton was young, he met an astronaut and developed a dream of becoming an astronaut himself. He wanted to be the first person on Mars. At age 19, he became a jet transport-rated pilot, qualifying with the United Airlines Jet Training Institute. He hoped this would bring him a step closer to his dream. In 1984, Stockton graduated with a bachelor's degree in aerospace engineering, which also should have helped him in his journey to reach space. After finding out that his vision wasn't good enough to become a military pilot, he moved to Seattle and worked for the McDonnell Douglas Corporation as a flight test engineer for F-15 Eagle jet fighters.
Yeah, I totally think that, the beginning of this guy's story could have led him to have some issues upstairs. And it just slowly built on from there, and I think this is a good review of it.
Stockton married a woman named Wendy Hollings Wheel in 1986. Wendy is the great-great-granddaughter of Isidore and Ida Strauss. They were first-class passengers on Titanic.
Alright, so basically, this is what I was talking about earlier, like the couple from the, I would get, okay, so I'll show you real quick. So alright. So basically, what Dr. Grande is talking about is the scene during the violin scene of the Titanic, when the water was coming in the room and they were together. It's like a funeral. It's like they're in a coffin, like they're like dead, but they're still alive. And his body was actually found 2 weeks later, and it was decomposed and everything. But they found him just floating around. And so this is the part of the movie where they're talking about. So that lady, which is the wife of the dude that was, this moron right here, that was her husband. Now that's my opinion. I just think, all right, so we're gonna go, I think, right here. That's not it. We're gonna go right here, and that's it. All right, and in Latina, I am going to review that after this. All right, and I'll review the stuff you sent me after this. All right. All right, so now I'm going to continue. Y'all are doing great. Y'all are awesome. All right.
Who died in 1912 when the vessel sank in the North Atlantic. Both of them famously sacrificed their places on a lifeboat so that others could survive. They were two of the wealthiest people to die on Titanic. In 1989, Stockton Rush earned an MBA. He managed to become a millionaire by investing his inheritance into technology companies. Eventually, he had a net worth of $12 million. Stockton not only had an interest in going to space, but a desire to explore in general. Eventually, he came to believe that traveling to Mars was cost prohibitive, and changed his focus to undersea exploration. After investigating the requirements to become a diver and contemplating the unpleasant experiences of being in cold water, Stockton decided that being in a submarine would be easier and more comfortable. He could not find any submarines for sale, so he decided to build his own. Stockton believed there was a lot of demand for underwater ocean tourism. In 2009, Stockton, along with a business partner, established a company called OceanGate. This company built their own submersibles and catered to this extreme tourism market. Considering what happened later in this story, the name OceanGate is kind of ironic. It's as if Stockton knew the company was destined to be involved in a scandal. I imagine him saying something like, let's just put the word gate at the end and save people the work of doing it later on. After working on two different submersibles, OceanGate constructed one called Titan. This 22-foot-long vessel weighed 23,000 pounds and was designed to reach a depth of 13,000 feet. It could hold a crew of 5. The idea was to transport passengers in Titan to various underwater areas of interest.
You see, this guy was, I won't call him Doctor. Dr. Grande pointed this out very well, that the dude was trying to do this to make money. Right? And it could go down to Titanic, but it was wear and tear. And the thing, like what James Cameron said in the video earlier, that just wasn't really made right. obviously because it imploded. So there's an explosion, and an implosion's when it's an explosion reversed, like a nuclear weapon. Say like the bullet, the uranium bullet hits the bomb, and it does an implosion, and then it explodes out. So in a similar way, it implodes. Implodes. All right.
Like the wreckage of Titanic. The plan was to start making expeditions to Titanic in 2018, but various problems delayed operations until 2021. Titan made 6 dives to Titanic in that year and 7 in 2022. The first tickets for Titan were supposed to be priced at about $105,000. They went up to $125,000 before the first dive, and in 2022, the price ballooned to $250,000. Dives were planned again for 2023 after several delays.
May the families of the people rest in peace. Alright, but in my opinion, you a ghost on Titanic chilling, and everybody is just gonna make you into like a tourist attraction. And many good Christians died on that ship. And, as I said, I don't mind. I like people exploring stuff and all. And I think it's good for people to see it, like in a sense for exploration. But I don't know. It's like he was just trying to do this to make money, and they're trying. Another bad thing was nothing wrong with making money, but I also think it's good to respect the people that die there. And I wish they could have invested more into building this thing better, and taking the advice and taking risks and being confident, but also being like, okay, James Cameron and submarine community, what should I do to build this? And working together and maybe making some cool submarine, and they would have still been alive. And if someone has a bad gut feeling, any of you have a bad gut feeling about something, listen to your gut. All right.
The first dive for the year took place on June 18. As it turns out, it would also be the last dive for Titan. Stockton Rush was the pilot of Titan on this dive. 4 passengers were on board as well. All of the passengers were wealthy.
Basically, half of my body is hairless,
Ew.
including...
I don't know, alright.
This trip, the support ship for Titan was the research icebreaker Polar Prince, which monitored and supported the submersible. The dive started at 9 a.m.
That was hysterical. Imagine some ghost chilling on the Titanic and sees some, what in the hell is this motherfucker? Whew. Y'all are wild. Y'all are awesome. It's like, just who the hell is this man? Who the hell is this thing? What are you doing? What are you coming down here for? It's like, who is this ninja? Who the hell is this ninja? Up here. And it's like everybody's just sitting around looking at fish, and they see these people and this terrified kid. And they're like, yo, look. And it's like, shh. Boy, who is you? It's like, bro, back up. What is y'all doing? What is y'all doing here? It's like, what are you doing? And it's like, dun 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 dun. It's like, we gotta do something. Lorenzo, we gotta do something here. It's like, all right, let's do some ghostly magic. And then it goes to like, it's like you hear like a boom. Yeah. Well, that. Yeah, shout out to Dark Meta in chat for that. That was awesome. As always. We make a great team here. Yes, I agree, Dark Meta. That is harsh, and life is harsh in general. And there is this, I'll be quick. So there is this dude that went down there with a good submarine, and he got caught in the propeller blades. And he got out. he was able to get out. And he had condolences for the people that were going to die in there. He's like, these people aren't going to make it, so he felt bad for him and the family. But the dude got caught in the propeller, and he got out of it. But yeah, it's like the ghosts are just chilling there, and the fish are hanging out, and they're like, but Lorenzo and Nigel, look at this thing right there. It's like, this is the bubble. Don't, and they just go right through it, and they go right through them, and they're like, when they go right through the ghost, it's like the ghost is like, am I a joke to you? Like, am I a joke to you, dude? Yeah, so anyway, that's the joke's reaction. Right, I agree. Exactly, I agree. Because they're going to go call their alien, they're going to call the alien, like, yo, Grace, you got to do something. Again, yes, again. The humans are back. I like Haunted Mansion. There's a Haunted Mansion movie coming out. So when I was seeing the Mario movie, I saw that the thing was coming out, and I was seeing Mario, and I saw the Haunted Mansion was coming out. It's pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah, shout out to everybody. That was awesome.
The last communication Titan had with Polar Prince was at 11:47 a.m. Several hours later, a search and rescue effort was initiated. On June 22, 2023, the U.S. Coast Guard found a debris field about 1,600 feet from the bow of Titanic using a remotely operated vehicle. The Coast Guard confirmed that the components were from Titan and that a catastrophic implosion killed all 5 members of the crew.
Yeah, I think maybe before I may have gotten the terms mixed up. Yeah, the bow. Yeah, they found it at the bow, not the stern. At the bow. Alright.
Instantly, Stockton Rush was 61 years old. Now moving to my analysis. Here are my thoughts in a few areas that stood out to me in this case. Item number 1. Stockton Rush's legacy is in an interesting position. His death would of course create sympathy, but his potential recklessness has attracted anger and condemnation. Some people believe that his irresponsible behavior caused the Titan tragedy. Another unusual angle in the story is how Stockton was a victim of the tragedy himself. It's not like he was sitting in some office ordering other people to their deaths.
I'm not trying to laugh, but it's like this dude's like, the victims, and he's a victim himself. It's like the dude that was the police dude that jumped on the car. He's like, stop the car, and he jumps on the car and he holds on to it, and like Darkman is like, this man's John Wick. It's kind of like that. So that's what this guy's like. All respect to everybody, all right? Like, I'm just saying what I see. Basically, he is a victim himself. All right.
Shared the same fate as the other victims. Stockton must have believed that the submersible was at least somewhat safe. Item number 2. Over the years, Stockton has made several unusual statements and decisions, which are particularly curious considering what happened. Here are a few examples. Stockton once said, quote, "At some point, safety is just pure waste. I mean, if you want just to be safe, don't get out of bed. Don't get in your car. Don't do anything." Unquote.
Wait a minute. Well, I gotta re-see that one.
Stockton once said, quote, "At some point, safety is just pure waste. I mean, if you want just to be safe, don't get out of bed. Don't get in your car. Don't do anything." Unquote.
Yeah, like, you learn a lot from mistakes. The biggest risk is taking none. That's why I'm here right now with all of you, because I took risks and stuff. But this is a real strawman argument that the dude, not Dr. Grande, but the other dude was making. It's like, yeah, like, if you don't get out of bed, yeah, but if I'm going to jump off the Empire State Building, or really off this house, or my grandparents next door, their house, I would hurt myself. I had no parachute or anything, I would hurt myself. Alright? Like, if I cut my arm off, I mean, yeah, it would hurt. Like, you could take a risk, but there's mountains and molehills. Like climbing Mount Everest, there's a risk. The same.
He admitted to breaking...
Now, that doesn't mean not to do risk. I'm just saying, like, certain risks are not risks. It's just being foolish. Unless
when he stated,
unless you had to take a risk for some reason, like if someone's life was in danger.
quote, I think it was General MacArthur who said, "You're remembered for the rules you break, and I've broken some rules to make this. I think I've broken them with logic and good engineering behind me," unquote. Stockton believed that government regulations needlessly prioritized passenger safety over commercial innovation. He didn't think operating a submarine or submersible was actually as dangerous as people said. He accused the sub-industry of being obscenely safe because of all the regulations. One has to wonder if Stockton ever listened to the statements he was making. Some of the components of Titan did not seem to be consistent with industry standards. For example, Stockton used a modified Logitech wireless gaming controller to pilot the sub, and the vessel contained LEDs purchased from an RV retailer. Stockton tried to rationalize his dangerous...
It reminds me, this is a little bit of a joke, but like my grandpa was known to kind of be cheap with things, and it's like taking that to an extreme, you know. And Mudahar says, is another YouTuber I'm going to review. He says in a video about how like if the game controller was wired, it would be better. So they really made a cheap thing. Like it would be better if they did like what James Cameron said. You gotta like get a hard steel concrete thing to withstand the pressure. And they should have consulted experts and been like, I'm going to take a risk. I'm going to go down there and I'm going to do this. At the same time, ask the experts like James Cameron and the others what they should do and get it regulated. And they would have still been alive, and it would have been back, and it would have been an interesting expedition. And the ghosts of Titanic would have been, triggered probably. I'm joking. I'm joking about that part, like the ghost part. That was just something that we talked about here. All right, but anyway, we were talking about ghosts earlier.
Exploration travel missions by saying the future of mankind was underwater, not on Mars. He said, quote, "If we trash this planet, the best lifeboat for mankind is underwater," unquote. Stockton had supreme confidence in the safety of Titan. He had a patent on a real-time acoustic monitoring system that was used on the submersible. He claimed that it could detect the onset of buckling in the carbon fiber hull prior to a catastrophic failure. One critic of Stockton's invention said that it would only provide a few milliseconds of warning. Perhaps Stockton believed that he had inhumanly fast reflexes. Item number 3. What is a potential personality profile for Stockton Rush? This is just a theory, in my opinion. When I conceptualize personality, I use the 5-factor model. I remember the 5 factors using the acronym OCEAN: openness to experience, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. It would appear as though Stockton had high openness to experience. He was intellectually curious, had a lot of ideas, and tended to think abstractly. Despite his impulsivity, Stockton was probably high in conscientiousness overall.
With Love Wellness,
And
be in control.
we have an ad
With
again.
Dr. Develop Probiotics.
We have an ad again that's annoying. All right. So here we go. We're going to go back. I'm going to do this. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go. We're going to turn it back on. We'll turn it back on. Here, now we go. Now we're good.
Extroversion. He was assertive, sensation-seeking, and had positive emotions. Stockton was probably mid-range to low on agreeableness. He appeared to have a distrust of the sub-industry and their safety regulations. And he had mid-range neuroticism. He was calm under pressure, but had difficulty resisting temptation. Stockton appeared to have a few narcissistic characteristics, like grandiosity, arrogance, and a sense of entitlement. When talking about the potential of going to space, he said, quote, "I had this epiphany that this was not at all what I wanted to do. I didn't want to go up into space as a tourist. I wanted to be Captain Kirk on the Enterprise. I wanted to explore," unquote. Many of Stockton's statements about safety appear to indicate a lack of insight and convey this sense that he believed he was special. Item number 4. Stockton was a leader in the extreme tourism business. Not only did he make money in this endeavor, he was a participant. He clearly...
Yeah, and Exactly, Latina. The dude is crazy, and there's nothing wrong with having certain traits like this because it could help you do really well, like with the confidence and with the different traits can be used for good. Like, say, like I like look at me right now, but I'm not like that guy. Like, you have to be balanced and be aware of yourself. Like with the art of war, Sun Tzu says, "Know thyself and know thy enemy. 1,000 battles about 1,000 victories." So as long as you know yourself, that's a very important thing to do. SC Wolverine says they're going to scratch each other to the greatest cat fight of all time. Yeah, yeah. Because okay, so this is what happened. So Zuckerberg and the other guy, like they're gonna do boxing. I saw it, like, on Twitter, and Elon is going to box the dude, and Zuckerberg was like, "All right, let's do this. Let's go." Yeah, that's insane. That's gonna break the internet. Yeah, exactly. All right, so now I want to go back to the analysts.
Desire to have extreme high-risk adventures. Among the wealthy, this appears to be a common sentiment. Several companies are offering trips to suborbital and orbital space for price tags ranging from hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars. Some wealthy people have climbed Mount Everest. For $100,000, a person can visit the South Pole, and with OceanGate, at least until the Titan disaster, $250,000 would buy a front row seat to Titanic. What drives wealthy people toward extreme tourism? I think it really comes down to how people find and fulfill purpose in life. Some people are quite content engaging in safe activities, like spending time with family, going to the movies, working, and reading. But for others, life needs to contain a series of adventures in order to be interesting. These people tend to accomplish one challenging goal only to move on to another. The purpose isn't found by achieving the goal. The purpose is the never-ending pattern of adventure. It's always having another goal in the crosshairs. When they complete one, they're looking toward another. When people become wealthy, they may not be satisfied by simply earning more money. There's a point where a person has so much money, they can essentially have anything that they want. There is no longer a chance of losing the game. There is no more risk of getting harmed. It's like playing a video game with an invincibility cheat code. It may be novel at first, but it quickly gets boring. A large quantity of money permits a person to seek an even greater source of stimulation. Just like using drugs, they have developed a tolerance for everything that can give them.
Yeah, so basically, that's a very good analysis. Like, it's like an addiction, like one extreme to another, and it's good to have self-control and not do it to the point where you're going to go have a problem. So, like, it's good to take risks and help yourself out, but also just be conscious and conscientious enough to not do anything too crazy, like what these people did. Or if you're going to do something, do it safely. Note to self. Also, it's a note to myself, too. I'm not going to go do something like... Well, I'm not like that guy, but I'm just saying, like, just for all this, just be safe out there.
So they need a stronger drug. Going to space, climbing Mount Everest, or traveling to Titanic can represent that drug. These wealthy adventurers rationalize the trips by claiming they promote science or technology, but in reality, they're just looking for the next high. Being an extreme tourist can lead to the same place as being dependent on drugs. Sometimes there is a fatal outcome. I'm moving to my final thoughts. Stockton Rush wanted to have an audience as he journeyed to Titanic. His story is filled with parallels to the doomed ocean liner. For example, his wife was related to passengers who died on the ship. He named his submersible Titan. The owners of Titanic thought it was unsinkable. Stockton thought that Titan was unsinkable. The first tickets for Titan were priced to be the same as a ticket for the Vanderbilt suite on Titanic in 1912, adjusted for inflation. As it turns out, Titan eventually delivered the exact same non-survivable experience. and the sinking of Titanic was partially blamed on the arrogance of the captain. One could argue that the pilot of Titan possessed that same trait. Despite the tragedy of Titan, the world needs people like Stockton Rush, but it also needs a realistic view of their motives and limitations. Those are my thoughts in the case of Stockton Rush. Please put any opinions and thoughts in the comment section. They always generate an interesting dialogue. As always, I hope you found my analysis of this topic to be informative. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, that was a really good analysis. And also, that I think it's very good what he was saying, that basically it's good to have these things, it's good to do stuff, but you got to remember that you also have to use your head at the same time. Because things can get really bad, if things aren't done correctly. And I agree with him. I think it was a good analysis that he did. Yeah. Shout out to him. Exactly, Latina. Where have all the cowboys gone? Exactly. I agree. Yes. Times have changed. Yeah, exactly. The Titan is going to be associated with the Titanic now. Yeah, it does seem like he wants to die. That's what it seems like. It will be always talked about. Yeah, exactly. Self-discipline. You're absolutely correct, Dark Meadow. Yeah, I do agree. I think that the soy got to them. Yes. Soy got to many. Yeah, they do. Yeah, the cattle do get up nice and early. That's true. Yeah, I know, it does sound like the people had a death wish. It does seem like that, but it's like when somebody is so far gone, when people are so into, an addiction. I'll go here for a second. So when people are addicted to something, and they crave something harder and harder, you're not doing it with a logical person that's going to try to get you out of something. You're going to go down a path of no logic because the people are not there. Like, they're high, they're on the drug, they're not like us. They're not reasoning things out. I think that it's absolutely essential that logic happens, because if it doesn't happen, it's going to be terrible. At the same time, take risks and do things and explore. That's good too. Yeah, yeah. And I like Japanese food. I love Japanese food. And, things are right in moderation. But, like, with the soy boys and stuff, like, they'll consume it to such an extent that it ruins their testosterone levels, because with hormone levels, it needs to be balanced between estrogen and testosterone. It needs to be balanced. And when, like, one it goes over the other, this is where the soy boy thing happens. Another doctor talks about that. This one's a psychological doctor that I just reviewed. Now I'm going to, let's see, I'll probably see what Latina sent me, and then I'm going to go put what Mudahar said. Alright. Alright. Yeah, Japanese food's great. My mom made a lot of Japanese food when she was pregnant with me. Latina, I'm gonna go to what you sent me. Well, I gotta do this so we can get the message. Okay, I have it. Now I'm gonna put it up on the screen. Okay. Okay, now I'm gonna go and over here and put this link up here. I'm about to do it. Alright. Okay, chat, I'm coming. Now I want to talk about this plane crash that happened where 2 people passed away from some political people. Alright, so I'm going to switch windows. Alright. Alright, chat. Interesting thoughts. Yeah, that's a cool, good point, chat. It's a cool chat. Alright, now I'm going to read this article. Alright, so John and Barbara Rumpel are facing an immense personal tragedy as they grapple with the sudden loss of their beloved family members. The Rumpel family, well-known figures in conservative political circles and the NRA, suffered unimaginable loss. Their daughter, granddaughter, and a nanny met a grim fate when their private jet crashed into the wilderness of Virginia. The incident, which triggered a sonic boom and sparked a military response, raised significant concerns about the aviation security in the capital region. The details surrounding the catastrophic event are still pieced together. John and Barbara Ruppel, daughter Adenia Azarian, and granddaughter Death. In an incident, daughter and granddaughter of NRA leader and noted conservative donors John Barbara Ruppel were killed in a private jet crash, which sparked an F-16 response due to the unresponsive pilot flying over the Capitol. Now, I do recall this story, Latina. I know what you're talking about. There was this plane that was flying, that there was some oxygen issue, and then they had to call the F-16. They had to call them out. Because I know about this story, but I didn't know about all these details. Alright. Barbara Ruppel confirmed the heartbreaking news in a Facebook post, expressing her grief over losing her daughter and granddaughter. The private Cessna jet originated from Elizabethton, Tennessee, and came dangerously close to the U.S. Capitol building in the White House on Sunday afternoon. Federal Aviation Administration officials noted the unusual flight path of the plane, which ultimately resulted in a fatal crash. John Rumpel revealed that the entire family was on board the doomed flight. Wow. Virginia State Police collaborated with Ruppel's devastating loss by confirming no survivors among the 4 people on board the private jet. The plane belonged to Encore Motors of Melbourne, Inc., which Ruppel family owns. The Ruppels, known for their significant contributions to the conservative political campaigns, including former President Donald Trump, left an undeniable mark on the American politics. Okay, Latina, I'll be interested to see what you find on that. All right. Barbara Ruppel has been an influential figure with the NRA, serving on the Women's Leadership Council since 2002, and spending over 6 years on the organization's executive committee. It's possible that the leftists could have had something to do with this. That's possible. And directions don't work in the low Earth orbit. Okay, I didn't know that. Alright, thank you. Alright. The Ruppel, yes, okay, I read that. The Ruppels had committed their entire real estate portfolio to support the procession amendment groups. Died in a plane crash. Despite being headed for Long Island, New York, the private jet took a U-turn and started moving towards Washington, D.C. U.S. military officials were forced to scramble fighter jets from Andrews Air Force Base to intercept the aircraft. The private jet began to rapid spiraling descent during the pursuit, eventually crashing in the St. Mary's Wilderness, while the F-16 Interceptor was authorized to travel at supersonic speeds, leading to the sonic boom. Military officials denied the involvement in causing the crash. According to local reports, the search for the crash site is ongoing in Staten. All right. Exactly. You can't put nothing past them. I agree. In Latina, I will look for the black box plane in a moment after I read this. Alright? I'll do it in a moment. Alright. As the news of the crash spread, residents reported a significant bang or explosion in D.C. Annapolis Office of Emergency Management later clarified that the sound was a sonic boom caused by the authorized Department of Defense flight. The incident caused a stir among locals who criticized the government for not warning about the sonic boom. Virginia State Police, in collaboration with the FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board, are investigating the crash. Despite the tragic loss, the Ruppel family members, the Department of Homeland Security, has assured the public that there is no immediate threat related to the incident. The White House confirmed that President Joe Biden was briefed on the incident and that the noise from the sonic boom was faint at Andrews Air Force Base. Yeah, I wonder if there is foul play here. I do wonder that. The unfortunate incident marks a devastating blow to the Ruppel family and raises pertinent questions about aviation safety and protocol enforcement, especially over a densely populated areas like the nation's capital. So, quick story. So basically, there was an incident over in Metairie, which is west of where I am. So okay, there was like a time where New Orleans, like, it was like there was white people here, and then the integration ended, and then there was Metairie and Kenner. So the white people kind of like went over there, except my family, which is fine. I don't care. And so basically over there is a Metairie. So they were having a flight going on one time, and the plane exploded, and everybody was just like, there was like, they said there was like, this was far before I was born. There was like bags, clothes, and things from flight people, like flight bags and stuff all over the place when the plane exploded. And they had that occur in Metairie and Kenner. And this reminds me of that, because I remember it was over, a city. Like, it was over a city, and it was very dangerous. And the school was telling me they had some student that had a kid that was lost. Their parents were lost in the accident. And chat, I'll see what you got to say in just a moment. Okay. Oh, that's something we could look up. I'll look that up in a moment. Unfortunate incident marks a devastating blow to the Ruppel family and raises, I read that already. Protocol enforcement, especially over a dense part of our nation's capital. Alright, read that. And that is it. That's a cool comment button. I like that button. With CSS, you can make these buttons like different colors like that. So like in CSS, they take the two different colors and put them together. And now I'll look up Latina's question. All right. Now, a high-speed aircrafts display molecules around it. Each leaves a cone of pressurized air in the wake of the extends to the ground. According to NASA, the release of pressure from this cone along the flight path is acute and heard a sonic boom. So something in the mechanism, when it goes to a high speed, it causes the sonic boom. But I'll look up. All right. So the sonic boom is caused by the plane going really fast, but I could look about the weapons. Let's see. Now, this is about guns or something, about, not guns, but like something like that. There could be a sonic boom from a weapon, but the sonic boom probably was caused by the planes going really fast. I was not familiar with that dark meta. Let's see. Yeah. Interesting about the hurricane thing. Yeah, dark meta, you could elaborate on that, and if you want the call in, I could open up the calls. If you wanted. because I haven't talked about the call-ins, but like, yeah, people could call in if y'all are interested. But yeah, so oh yeah, yeah, because like, yeah, we're talking about because we're talking about like the Nazis in Antarctica, and about the Nazis having UFOs, and that was pretty interesting. All right. Let's see. Close some windows. That's the Titanic underwater. Alright, I can look up the F-16 weapons. Okay, so an F-16 aircraft, Latina. So the F-16 gun, 22 millimeter gun system features the M61A1 6-barrel Gatliking gun and likeness ammunition to feed system. The M61A1 provides up to 10 times the reliability of a single barrel, guns firing at 6,000 shots per minute, and placing a controlled dispersion of projectiles in the path of the target. Now I'm going to see if this causes a sonic boom. It's a cool, and it could have been like a missile. Let's see. Now, I think the sonic boom was caused by the aircraft going very fast and hitting faster than the speed of sound. I think that's why the sonic boom happened. It wasn't because of a weapon. Now I'm going to look at chat. That's interesting. I don't know if it caused that. I think the sonic boom was just like the aircraft the F-16 was going so fast. It hit that level of the speed of sound. But as I said, I could ask one of my friends about that. Alright, it's alright. You know, the lines will be open again to call in. Yeah, the White House was scared, yeah. Yeah. That's hysterical. Yeah, we've had call-ins before. Dark Meta has called in before. But you know what? Like, if Dark Meta wants to, or anybody wants to come through, I'll put it up for a second. If Dark Meta wants to call in or something, that's fine. Or Latina or somebody wants to say something. Alright. Yeah, but so, you know... Yeah, you would do a good job at refuting Fox News. I'd be hysterical. Yeah, and I think that basically it was hysterical what was going on, and Brandon and the clowns, they were so funny. And I think that yeah, I think, and thanks SC Wolverines for doing that. That's really cool. And I think that, you know, I want to get some more about the Titanic. And I'm going live tomorrow night about the Titanic again. Yeah, you know, like, I agree, chat. I think that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, it's a cool party on Fridays. Yeah. Alright. So I see no colors. So we're gonna go back to the other stream, the other screen. Alright. So now we'll go over here. We'll shut this off. And other displays. Yeah, we're the alien group, the alien crew. Yeah, exactly. Latina, I'm gonna play the one of the videos you sent me. See how this goes. Oh, okay, you could call. Okay. I'll switch the screens. Okay, let's bring this man on. No, actually, let's have Dark Meta call in if he wants to call in. So, alright, so, well, that's the wrong window. It was this window. Yeah, facts, Latina. I like that. And all the Karens are witches. Yeah, you see, like, yeah, Minecraft. I like Minecraft. I remember basically when I was young, like, I would have the iPod, and I would play Minecraft. It was pretty cool. Okay, he's coming through. All right.
Mhm.
Hey, Dark Meta.
Yo, what's up, buddy?
Yeah. I'm just chilling, talking about the. Well, you know that, but yeah, basically, I just is doing stuff with my family in the garden and stuff today. With
Yeah. So what are you up to right now? I was just watching the live stream.
yeah.
What are you doing?
So I was basically talking to chat about what was going on with the Minecraft and different things like that, and I was uh, looking at something, some video about the Chinese, and yeah, earlier I was just doing stuff with the with the food and stuff, and yeah, so and I'm just drinking some water, and I have my table all set up. What are you up to?
Just watching your stream, and I got the chat open on. I could see text, I could see you, but I'm not going to put on volume.
Mm.
But I'm just kind of sitting out here. I'm on the back patio. It's like I'm submerged in nature right now. Everything is like out and making noise.
Mm-hmm.
There's like frogs and all kind of bugs and cicadas, and all the crickets are out. But, yeah, it's like 3:19 in the morning here. What's up, chat? Hello, chat is so awesome.
Facts. Yeah, facts.
Good stuff. Love you guys, man.
Yes.
But you know what's weird? I think it started like a few weeks ago, which is a strange coincidence. But if you pay attention to like the technology side of things, and then you pay attention to like the whole media sphere, and then you pay attention to the political side of it, and then you just pay attention to the media perspective of it, and you look at everything.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of everything has like a momentum and a direction, and you can see kind of like from the parallax. So like I said before, like you're on the mountain, and there's a town down in the valley, and you can see the town, and they can't see the next town over because there's a hill in the way, but you could see both.
Right.
So you start to get a feeling for like patterns and just the way that things feel. And everything a few weeks ago kind of like derailed, sort of. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like a weird I don't know, with the Disclosure Project, like I was saying last time, all that coming out, and then so there's that, and then all this political scandal that's it's so out of control right now. Like,
Yeah.
this is unprecedented. Like, this has never happened in American history, where a political rival is literally just being communist. Like, oh, I'm going to put you in jail. They're trying to put our ex-president in jail for like his 100 years.
Right, right.
You know, and they got all these other prosecutors doing this stuff. All these things are coming out, and these different probes, and there's, you know, this evidence of what Hunter Biden should be in prison. He's not. He's just going to walk. Or yeah, he's just going to walk. It's fine. Like,
Right.
the Bidens are so corrupt. It's so bad, and with all the trans stuff, and then all these local companies, then the Bud Light scandal, then North Face, and all these other groups, all that stuff kind of slowed down. And so then it's like we have these anomalous events that, like, I don't know, if you were to graph this on a chart, the dip in the activity of all this other sphere would correlate perfectly with the peak of these stories.
Exactly.
I don't know how to, you know, it's just a weird thing. Like if somebody just started acting strangely for like several days in a row, totally out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden weird things are happening. But those things never happened before. So then they stop acting that way, and those things stop happening. So, like, you know, months later, they come around again, and they're acting weird, and then weird things are happening. You're like, So,
Right.
you know, like that backyard alien thing. I mean, believe me, you should know, I'm the first one that's going to be like, yes, there's a guy in the backyard. It's on the film. Look, and like, I don't know what. Some delegate comes and says, yes, I'm a scientist. We've been studying your planet. You can't hide it anymore. I'm going to be like, yes. Like, it's all I've ever wanted since I was a little kid.
Right.
But I'm a huge skeptic I'm skeptical of everything, because there's, and especially now, it's too oversaturated with garbage. But then that filters out the good stuff, like, comes to the top, where you can see clear as day, something is flying, something is in the air, something is somewhere. All these people aren't lying.
Right, exactly.
And then you see something for yourself, and it's just, I mean, it's going to reinforce your kind of beliefs. But I'm a scientist first and foremost, and I'm, so observing, studying. What can I say is like something I could have faith in or believe in versus something I can show tangibly exists.
Right.
Based on the premise, philosophically, that yes, we do exist. We're in a three-dimensional, tangible universe. Based on that premise, I mean, I can't fly up into the air just because I choose to. Like, we have physical limitations on this, whatever this is.
Right.
It's beside the point, whatever it is. But if they come, plain as day, they're right there.
Right.
But when you have a story like this, the first thing I'm like, okay, please, let me hear this guy's details, one by one, where everything lines up. But everything didn't line up. Everything was suspicious. Everything was red flags from the very beginning. And I'm like, oh, come on, dude. And I tried to give it a chance. And I was like holding out last hopes. And then it was just like one thing after another. And I'm like, I don't know. So at the end of the day, it just turns into another like JFK. Like, we'll never know. So what?
Right.
What can I do? What can I do about it besides? This kid just seems like he's trying to get internet clout for views, or some fed set this up or something. I don't know. There's literal evidence that federal agents were at the White House trying to incite a riot on January the 6th. There's literal, like, proof beyond a shadow of a doubt the government has been doing this kind of stuff a lot recently. So with all that, minus a shred of evidence, nothing. I don't know.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, and also, and look, I feel the same. I feel the same way. Like, I like being scientific and being skeptical about things. I think that's very important, and I like hearing both sides. That's what this channel is all about. You know, letting the different theories be heard. And I will say, like with the 911 call, it does seem to me, in my opinion, that it was genuine, and I think that if, like, in my opinion, it happened because in the Men in Black and the Pentagon were trying to cover it up, and they somehow were successfully able to cover it up, and where there would be no evidence of it being seen. What are your thoughts?
You think he really seemed like that was real? Like when he's on the phone, the way he's just talking, he's like, yeah, he's looking at us. It's looking at me. Like he's just like, oh yeah. I don't know. The way he was acting and the way he talks about it and the way he recaps the story, he's acting exactly how other I'm not saying he's a grifter for sure. I don't know.
Okay.
But the way that he's presenting himself, the way he speaks, like his rhythm in his voice, his patterns, the way he describes everything, how he goes from one cold fact to the next, to the next, to the next, is exactly how other people have grifted and tried to get internet clout, especially since the rise of TikTok. It's like a stencil cutout. Like when people act that way, Amber Heard, scammer, grifter. Eliza Blue, huge scammer, grifter. Now, when you go back and look at her story, which is proven a lie, you can see her acting that way, and you're like, So it's just kind of weird. Everything, the way he talks and speaks, was unnatural sounding to me. I don't know. Like I was picturing it. Like, where did they go? Did they just? There's so many key details. Did they just walk away? Like, he never explains anything connecting anything together. Just these like real dramatic like things that everyone will just go ooh, and it's like I don't know. Was there a ship? Was there stuff? They were just standing there. At first he said it crashed, but there's nothing there. Then they showed a circle of tire marks. There's like a circle with like tire marks, and I was like, what? Come on, dude. Are you trying to... How could that be believable? Because if you see something I'm not seeing, I want to know what you're seeing. I'm like, there might be something to that.
Yeah, and I understand your point. And so, like, in your opinion, you feel that the guy was not genuine, like his reaction was calm? Is that a way to say it?
Yeah, the way he was describing it felt scripted. And he had like no like emotional reaction to it at all, but he wasn't like in shock. He didn't sound afraid at all. He didn't say they're walking toward me, they're walking away, they're standing there. Yeah, on their eyes looking at me. And then what? Like what? I don't know, man. It just sounds so far-fetched.
Right, and
it just feels like a Bigfoot story. Like, yeah, I saw it. It was a shape in the woods, and it looked right at me. And like, but even that, people would tell this story with some kind of like feeling behind it.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, and also look, I think that is a very good point. And in this mystery that we're talking about, it could go different ways. And I think interesting thing to think about is that everybody has a different reaction when something traumatic happens to them. And some people might get panicked. Some people might be so scared that they're just very quiet and calm, or they try to keep their composure, like fight, flight, or freeze. And perhaps he was just like shocked, and it was more like a quiet scared than it was like the more fanatical scared. Because I will say this, that he was not laughing or kind of like messing around. He just, it seemed kind of like kind of gray, and he seemed kind of like real freaked out, but in more of like a quiet panic. in my opinion.
Yeah, but it feels like he premeditated it. Like he was ready to say all the things he said. How quickly he responds. I don't know if I'm more sensitive to it because if you deal with audio a lot, you get sensitive to like 20 millisecond delay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that could explain it, but when people speak, especially when these AI voices, these realistic telemarketing robots call my phone,
Mm-hmm.
if there's even like a 250 millisecond, a quarter of a second delay, like half a second is extremely noticeable. If you have 10 milliseconds delay latency on your MIDI keyboard, it's perceptible, extremely noticeable. The second you're touching the key, it's not playing the sound. You can hear the click of the key and the tone are separate. And I don't know, like people when they're talking, when people are speaking, there's slight delay where you're thinking, where your brain is like formulating like what you're gonna say. Every single thing he said was like one after the other after. It just felt so cold and robotic.
Okay, so
I put that.
Okay.
I put that out of my mind. Like I'm always analytical of my own self. I try to step out of myself and be skeptical of my own bias. Not have any bias. I don't know. But what I see, there's just not enough details, and there's so much missing stuff. I picture myself, like there'd be like 50 more things I would have, I mean, I don't know, where did they go? There's so many more details about like what did they look like? Were there any sounds? Was there anything visually? Nothing. He's like, and then he said, look, you can see an alien, but he showed a fence, and it was like his family. There's nothing on that video at all. I looked at it like over and over and over. There's nothing there. He's not pointing to anything. Like, if I'm already not believing you, and then you keep telling me more fantastic things with nothing to corroborate it, and it becomes more and more far-fetched, it becomes, like, silly. Like, I don't know. Like, what is it that's credible in your mind? Why would you think it's credible?
Okay. So, in my opinion, and look, if I were you, I would feel the same way, because I think like that too. But to me, with the shooting, the thing that fell from the sky, and right after that, they had the call about the 911. So I don't know who would have given them a script to have done that. And I know what you're saying, and that very well may be, but his reaction to it may have been different than maybe other people would be reacting to it. And the men in black and the government agents came in and censored it, and they probably went in there and took out the stuff, and they got the family to be censored about it because that's what they do, because they don't want people to know about what's going on because they can't really hide it anymore. And the Pentagon was on it, and the Pentagon was trying to stop it. So if it was just some kind of a hoax, I don't know why these government agents would be involved in that. And to me, I think that if somebody is going to see something like a bear or something crazy like that, a lot of people would be very frightened. It wouldn't be thinking of taking a picture or how to act on the phone, and things may just come out a certain way. And they apparently do have some pictures or videos, but you and I would love to see the pictures of it to confirm if it is or it isn't. And that would be another interesting live to go on. And what do you think about my position?
I don't know. I just don't really see anything that would lead me to really, like, be on his side of, if I had to choose, like, based on just the believability of it, because there's nothing to go off of. It's like, it's like if I've never been to Earth and you're telling me it's globe, and then flat earthers are telling me it's flat, who can I believe? Unless I prove it or you prove it to me, I have no frame of reference. It's like there's nothing to go off of. So if a flat earther is like, oh, well, no, it is because triangles and the number 3, and it's like, oh, okay, cubic squares exist. And it's like, oh, sure. I mean, But then if I could corroborate like 5 of those things, and someone says, well, no, you can do this calculation and this measurement, and then therefore you can tell that it's spherical. Oh yeah, now I can see that. At least gives me something to go off of.
Right.
Maybe, because what if, I don't know, you just have to think, well, what if, hypothetically, what if there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for that light? It didn't look like some kind of craft, like if it was crashing, maybe, okay, what if it was something that was going to crash, but then why would he have been like the only person? Why wouldn't there have been so many other people? So you're like, okay, who knows? And if you go through all these like what ifs, you just always come back to he hasn't really brought anything to the table like that I can see. Because I'd be the first one like, no, look at this. And then there should be many, many things like that. Think of it this way. If something like that really did happen, I just feel like there would be so much more. There would just be so much more. I don't know.
So much more
because
what?
The stories.
Like so much more what?
Well, the stories can be made up easily. That's known. It's very easy to do. Like you just have them make something up. People are good actors. They play along.
All right, so
the family, they might have been manipulated into it. I don't know. Maybe it was just like people in fake costumes who were trying to trick them to get a fake media story because something flew out of the sky. And I don't know. If you think of all these possible things, and you just think of like Occam's razor, like which is the most likely with no information to go on.
Yeah, and I think you have a good way of viewing it because like you're not sure, you're naturally skeptical like I am, and then it's like you're in the position of no, which is fine because you haven't seen enough to convince you that it occurred because the evidence isn't there, but it doesn't mean that it isn't there, it's just like being hidden away from us. But like, so who do you think, if let's just say it was scripted, who do you think gave them the scripts?
Well, I mean, a strong possibility could be the federales, man. I mean, they are absolutely out of control. The people in charge, they've infiltrated like almost every sector at this point, to the point where they just commit crimes openly now. They don't even hide it.
Right. Now,
with that stuff coming to light with the Epstein files and then Hunter Biden and then now the UAP stuff, and it's just so endless. The collusion with Russia, the Hillary, the dossier, all these things, all one after another. There's no reason it wouldn't be just the Biden administration covering its ass. And the people in the DOJ who are corrupt, the CIA, the FBI, the walls are closing in, not on Trump, but on them, and they know that, and it's been happening for a long time. And with the boycotts speeding up, companies are now losing billions of dollars and hurting.
Right.
And they're not recovering, and they need to step up tactics. So shit like this is psychological warfare. It's like literally 101. It's like, I know it sounds cliche to say that, but it's factually, that's just the way it is.
Right.
So someone's sitting there like, well, we could do this, and yeah, the media will run with it for a while. People have a pretty short attention span, but the internet doesn't forget.
Right. And one thing that I'll say is that with so how do you think when they gave them the scripts, how do you think they cued it? Because you think they caused something to fall out the sky or appear like it's falling out the sky to the earth, and then they said when this happens, do that? Because that sounds kind of like an interesting that all that just kind of came together, that we're going to choose this family and this asteroid or whatever is going to, or planets, I mean a spaceship's going to come in. And all that just kind of came together because many people saw the light and the thing crashing. That part is interesting. How did that come into that if it was scripted?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying I think it's
No,
a certain way.
I know. I'm just telling.
Yeah,
We're just going
but,
through the theories. We're
and I
going
don't
through.
know.
Yeah, go on.
I wouldn't know like for sure if I don't know. Like my gut instinct, my first thing that I try to like separate myself from anything, and it just feels like this kid made up this thing, and maybe that light is not connected to it whatsoever. If
Okay.
the kid didn't make it up on his own, and like he's convinced the family, like there's nobody in the family who has. This is the other weird thing. If everybody saw it just as equally, why is he the only one that's going so hardcore and has all the info? He's the only person. The other people just kind of go along with everything he says, and that's another thing that just made me like, dude, I'm not really buying this at this point, because everyone else is just, I just get that feeling they're just kind of standing around like, yeah, I don't know, something was over there. But he knows all the details, and everyone else was supposedly there.
But were they with him looking out the window?
There? Like, how is there like 10 people just standing around? It's so unreal. I don't know, man. It just seems so far-fetched in my mind. I'm trying to picture it. Like, so you're standing there, then there's two aliens, and you're like, oh, hey, they're looking at us. Hey, everybody. And so 12 people are looking out a window, standing in a huddle. And then he's like, I should call 911. So then he gets out his phone, calls 911. They're looking at him, and everybody could just be waving, hi, and they're just standing. Then he gets on the phone and has that whole long-ass calm conversation. Everyone's just standing there. Then after that, what happens next in the story? Nothing happens. Then aliens. That's what I get.
Oh, okay.
How...
I see.
That makes sense. They're all standing there, 12 people or whatever, 8 people, 10 people. Oh, hi. They're looking at us. Then nothing happens. Then question mark profit. I don't get it. Where, unless I missed a big chunk of the story where they came and hung out and smoked an alien blunt with him.
It's like, I might have been the alien that went there. I might just be hiding it from all you. So I could be really certain. Yeah. So basically, and I see your point from that perspective, and I definitely would feel the same way from that point. But is that exactly like what happened, where he was standing there and saw aliens and got exactly 12 people to go and look at it, and everybody was just looking, and he calmly, and he knows he's being calmly calls 911. Did it happen? Do you know if it happened exactly like that?
That's the account of the story, that they were just there and they were all like in the same room somehow like that. I mean, this is what he said. They were all just there. Everyone is in the same room, which, yeah, okay. It's a Mexican family. That's pretty common.
Mm-hmm.
But then,
right.
he said he saw them and they're just standing there. Then he called 911. Then everyone is just standing there. So the call had to connect. And then he gets the lady on the phone. Then he's describing it. But then what happens? Nothing happens after that. There's no conclusion, and everyone is just kind of like, oh, yeah, that happened. I don't know. No one, because you've seen other UFO sightings where people are like, no, it was right there. Yeah, and they're like, I don't know.
Right.
They're more into it. There's more like each person has their own personal account. It doesn't feel like anyone else has an account but him.
Right.
But
and I see what you mean.
If it was made up, I don't know how they would have orchestrated it or what came first.
Right.
Maybe did he see that light and then called 911? Yo, we could get on the, dude, everybody wants to go viral. It's a sickness. It's like a sickness. Every kid now wants to go viral on the internet. It's out of control. It's so bad. I wouldn't put it past them. But let's say it was like two beings. They crashed the ship. So, I guess they were fine. Did they land or did they crash? Then they got out and they're
right.
okay, or maybe they're injured. He didn't say they looked injured or hurt.
I could tell you exactly like what
fine.
happened. I could tell you exactly what happened because I read or I saw the video of the thing, And so basically, this is what happened. So, him and the father, I could go and like look back exactly for word to word what it says. I'm paraphrasing. So they're working on a vehicle out there, and then the thing crashed, and then the aliens got out, and there was like a tractor, like one of those big tractors, and it was like one of them was fooling with that, and one of them was staring at him, like, staring him face to face.
What did he say? But that's what I mean. Like, there's so much left out. Did that thing make a big crashing noise? How come no one else heard it? How come no one else saw it? There's all these backyards. They're the only ones that noticed. Was there lights? Was there fire? Was there debris? Did the aliens crawl out of, like, or did they just walk up? How does he know there's... I have so many questions. How does he know there was a crashed ship? Did he see it? Was it far away? Was it visible? Where did it go? Who came and collected it?
Now,
I mean, what?
Right, you go on. You
know, from that point, like, what? To jump ahead in the story, they crashed. How? Like, how does he know that? Did he hear it? Did other people hear it? Was there fire? Or like, I mean, did he look out the window first and noticed it, or they were outside? It's just so many things don't make sense and don't add up. Did they hear a noise and then went over to it and, oh, look, and now there's dudes there? Or were there dudes? Like, how did it happen? I don't get it.
Right. Yeah, and I understand your position that there's a lot of details that we don't have, and the Pentagon, like, took action and they censored it, and I don't know why the Pentagon would be interested if it was a false flag, and they have a sector that deals with UFOs, they call them UAPs, and I don't know why government agents would show up there and try to, like, censor them and see what's going on with them and whatnot. If it was just some people making up something because they know what's going on, if somebody's faking it and somebody isn't faking it. And as I said, in chat was saying it's a felony to call 911 and make a joke, but I understand, and as Amanda said last time, that there are people, especially in her area, that she feels that would make up something, but I do think he seemed...
Oh, yeah. People don't care about that, dude.
Right. They seem genuine, like, in the sense that he seemed like a scared, but like a quiet scared. And if it is true, which I believe it very well may be, and the government must have went in there and took everything after the thing crashed and 911 call happened, because as I told you, they would have had to have gone to this particular family and got some rocket or something to fall out the sky, and the police camera caught it, and many other people in that area saw something crash. And with those people, it crashed in their yard. It's nighttime. People are inside doing their own thing. It's not like in broad daylight. It's there and everybody can see it. Everybody's in their houses, but this group, for some reason, happened to be outside, which is strange. But then again, that thing is coming from the sky. And that is very strange how all that came together. Yeah, go on.
So we'll just say, for the sake of argument, they're the only ones that saw it. I mean, I'm the first one to say, when people say something is not possible, or like, oh, there's no way, I can think of a million ways. Always. People are like, oh, how could that? I'm like, dude, somebody could have done this could have happened, just random chance. I don't know. I'll tell people, they're like, no, I see people out there all the time. That's a lie. No, I've been out in that yard where no one was there for 10 hours, so you're wrong.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So who knows? Okay, maybe they're the only family or the only people that saw it. And let's just say the missing details is like, put that aside.
Okay.
Like, what else is there besides just him saying this, and then there's that light? That wouldn't be too hard to orchestrate some kind of light, but like to connect it, I don't know.
Because it's like,
I could see it being possible, but if they did come try to cover some stuff up, if there were feds involved, that brings more authenticity to it.
Okay.
Because the feds aren't showing up for every person, like, but how often do people actually call in? Think of it this way, if it was a good crafted hoax, it's probably not happening every day of the week or ever. It's probably not very common. So
now, one thing that you and I can certainly agree on is in recent times there's been a higher volume of UFO sightings, or at least it's been more known in the media.
Oh, yeah.
And there is recently a private jet that caught a UFO. It was a flying saucer going past the lady's private jet. And all these things have been happening. You and I both covered the situation in China. So, and I think the government would be very, very certain, and they would not waste their time over a hoax, and they wouldn't pay it any mind. If anything, these people...
Maybe, well,
Yeah, go on.
I would disagree on that because...
Okay, why?
I know for a fact, well, because they will spend tens of thousands of man-hours following up every little tiny lead, just like you would see in a show or a movie, where it's like, oh, they're sending us out to here. Yeah, they would.
Well, you got to understand something that... Okay, you go on. Okay, you go on.
How common would it be, though? Because if something like this might get their attention to where, let's say, if he did make it up, there's been stuff where 14-year-old kids make about crypto, and the feds investigate them. Like, literally just in a weird-ass chat room, and it happens to be a honeypot, or, like, there's feds in there. Like, they're everywhere, dude. They're literally fucking everywhere. There's eyes in the walls, dude.
Yeah, I remember my friend told me the walls have ears. The walls have ears.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, they physically don't have enough manpower to go through every single possible thing and listen to every single possible thing. Mm-hmm. But so something like this could be just an anomaly that's like, whoa, we should go check that out, or they might have seen it as an opportunity to put some collusion into the story. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what happened, but it could have been some travelers that something happened. They were standing there looking at him, looking ass. That kid's funny, dude. I think he's a troll. I do think he's a troll. But he's looking at me. He's looking. But come on, dude. Putting an eyeball, googly eyes. He's looking at me.
Yeah.
Putting chat emojis and shit, looking ass. I don't know, dude.
Now, like, basically we're talking about, like, if, like, say ABL, if he saw, like, some alien thing, he would be very frightened. And some people...
Probably. That dude seems superstitious, yeah.
And, you see, if we see... Now, I did see something. I saw an orb, and I was really, really freaked out, but I took a video of it. But because I had the self-discipline and the nerve to do that. But, I mean, I never saw an alien come in front of me before, and I don't know how I would really react, but I hopefully would be disciplined about it. But, basically, I think everyone reacts differently, and perhaps he had a different reaction than you would think someone would have. He was different about it, and that the government saw this thing come from the sky and through the police cam and all, and they went, and it was an authentic thing, and they want to censor the people and convince people like you that it wasn't real, that they want to do everything they could to make people not think it's real. And I think, in my opinion, that could be a factor. So maybe if they do investigate situations, and they could go in and say, okay, this is a hoax, we're not going to worry about it. But the Pentagon, when they investigated it, they were very certain that something happened there, and the family has been like told, they be quiet, and that's why nothing has been released about it. It's because they don't want people to think that something went on, because they can only hide it for so long. And right now, there's alien sightings all over the place. That can be confirmed. All right, what's your thoughts?
I could see maybe, like, say the kid went missing now, or someone ended up dead, or, like, if, say, there was some footage and now the footage is missing, that would be, like, the smoking gun of, like, oh, my God. Yeah, but honestly, I don't think the feds care that much. They understand that the masses have been dulled and dumbed down to the point where, we got bed poopers leaving a grumpy in Johnny's bed. That wasn't nice. I love Johnny Depp. He's a good guy.
I was at the Johnny Depp trial on YouTube, and I was, like, getting other people to like him. Like, people that were confused.
I watched the whole thing.
Yeah, I watched it on The Independent and Law and Crime. I remember when I was on there and I was talking to people from France and stuff, and I was getting people like,
Yeah.
because people like weren't certain about Johnny Depp, and then I was like, I helped them see it. Johnny Depp was cool
Yeah.
people, and then I was talking to
Yeah,
this
dude.
dude. I talked to this dude that knew him, like in the 21 Jump Street, and of course I'm skeptical, but as I talked to him, it seemed authentic. And then he did a 180 after he said there's women that purposely go with men like that to get money, and then he says, "Oh, I ever heard such a young woman, and she has to pay mean drug dealer, drug addict Johnny Depp." And then him and I had a war in the chat, and it was crazy. So that was a really an crazy time for me, and I enjoyed the Johnny Depp trial, and I'm glad that he won.
Yeah, I'm like kind of like just captivated by him, just the way he is and the way he talks, the way his mind works and stuff, and like he is a hilarious person, and he's dead ass honest and serious, and everything he said on trial, like he is such a troll, but he did it like so articulate, like he just and she left a grumpy, and like I died dude. When he said that, I lost it. Like he's dead ass telling a judge like she pooped in my bed, sir, and it was not nice. Like
Yes.
the bed pooper. But anyway, so the point
About the aliens.
all these things, like we've come into a point where, I mean, the president of the United States is, or resident. I don't think he's really the president, but anyway, that's two stories.
Yeah,
it
Brandon.
wasn't a real election, first of all. Yeah, Brandon is not really the president, and secondly, he's not in charge, and thirdly, he's a puppet for the globalists anyway. But so it's like 3 levels of fuckery. But I don't think anyone would even care. It would probably fly past in the news. Other people have said this, like aliens could land on the front lawn of the White House and people would be checking their Twitter and Instagram and looking at other shit and arguing about how Trump is bad. Oh, it's my white supremacy, my democracy, and they'll try to turn it into some narrative or something, and no one will care, really. Like a lot of people will, but it's not going to be as impactful as it is in our minds. Us real true like believers of like this possibility that we're not alone out there, which we feel strongly that we're not.
Right,
like,
right.
In our mind, it's this big deal. It's a big deal. It would be the most epic. It literally would be the most unprecedented thing that's ever happened to us. And not for their technology or whatever. They could be less advanced than us. People don't understand. They always say, I've said it too, you've said it, everyone says it, oh, they have to be so advanced. But not really.
Mm-hmm.
They could just be traveling for a very long time. But they could have discovered something we didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And they might not even have cell phones yet. And they just, I don't know, it could be anything. They don't have to be beyond our comprehension. They could just be humans like us. And they come here, and so then we'll be like, okay, so conversely, they could be super advanced, benevolent, here to solve all the problems, and they're like super peaceful, loving. Still, like the world, it's like they're past it. Like I'm past, like if I was the world, it'd be like I don't really care anymore. Like it's lost its effect. And I think that's a big part of the collusion with misinformation and like just gaslighting the public nonstop. You tell somebody you're crazy, you're crazy, you're crazy, and everybody hears you saying that so much.
Mm-hmm.
But then, so when a crazy thing happens, it's like, oh, so many other fantastical things have become normalized. Like they're chopping up kids. They're saying 2-year-olds have sexual preferences. This is
Right.
You could buy dildos at Target for little kids.
I know, that's evil.
There's men performing blowjobs in public while toddlers watch. It's out of control. It's beyond out of control. And like we're at a point where it's like, oh, aliens. Oh, okay, well, anyways, like, what else? Like, people will want to just scroll through their feed to get that dopamine hit.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even want to get to the content anymore. We just want the search for the content.
Now, if he was making it up, it couldn't have been scripted. If he just saw something fall from the sky, it couldn't have been scripted. He would have had to just like come up with it right then and there, though.
Yeah.
Right, and also I think that and, it was quite quick. They went and covered it up because another thing that Latina pointed out and Georgia Peach pointed out, I want to bring to your attention, which of course, because you saw the thing. Now we talked about last time about them blocking off the yard, but do you think they could be trying to censor something when the police are going through the yard? Is that could be a possibility that they're trying to hide
Well, see,
something?
that's the weird thing. Like, the other part of me wants, it's like I want to believe him. Like, my baseline thing is I really want this to be true, of course.
Right.
But like I said, just to be completely objective, which Freud says you can't do, I agree. But yeah, like, I want to believe him, and like, if it's true, yeah, dude. Just thinking of it from that angle, like the police saying we can't record on body camera because it's private property is a lie. That's an outright lie. It doesn't make sense. There's no such thing. There's nothing that ever says police can't record with their body cam. Anywhere they can physically go, they're supposed to be recording. Also, no human in the history of ever has said, "Oh, no, officer, you can't record in here. That's his private property." And the police are forced to turn off their body cams. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. Sorry. No. So that's very, we turned off our body camera because it's private property. Okay. Weird. And yeah, the cop was like, he seemed pretty genuine. He seemed like a believer of like aliens. And so he was kind of into it. And you didn't hear any other police being like objective about it. So that kind of raises red flags to me too, that yeah, maybe there is some kind of like, why didn't they say anything else more about it? If it was fake, it's like, well, okay, why are the police, there should be like more people, there should be some advocates, there should be UFO researchers who are like trying to get a hold of other people, their contacts, different UAP, disclosure people. Like, there should have been some kind of connections or something, but yeah, it's kind of, those lines of communication get broken off because of the corrupted pieces,
Right.
It can only go so far, so then it's like, no, I was just going to go expose this thing. Okay, here, give it to me. I'll take it to the boss. Yeah, okay, and crush it up and throw it away, and now you disappear. So maybe, that cop will disappear, and maybe, but like I said, they don't care. They don't care. They're so brazen. They're so, like cocky that they literally commit crime in front of us and don't care anymore. They don't hide it anymore. So I don't think they would have to hide something unless maybe there was like genuine bodies, ship, people, like something close to Roswell, where it's kind of like known. I think it's probably known at the highest level, like we are never ever letting that happen again. And I think it's never happened again ever since that incident. I think the people in charge have been so fucking paranoid that they won't even let it come close to it. But they don't have to be that careful where, someone makes a 911 call and they're going to send and do all this cover up. Like, I don't think they're going to care, but maybe if there was something authentic, there's some real X-Files, Fox Mulder is out there. It's time, dude. It's time. We got to send the boys. And like, yeah, but I don't know, dude. They would have made someone disappear, or maybe they checked it out and they're like, oh, there's no proof. Maybe, I don't know.
Right. And now, if it was real, why do you think that they went through all of this to cover it up, if it was real?
There's no point. Unless there was like undeniable evidence of something, but then they would have quarantined like that whole area. It would literally look like fucking like Stargate or ET or something. The government doesn't play games, dude. Like, they will kill you. They will take you out easily. on camera, like with a drone. They don't care. They can do whatever they want. You gotta, like, you know, I'm not saying you, I'm just saying people have to understand these people have no limits to what they're willing to do.
Right, but it would look obvious that something happened there, and they want to convince people that there wasn't something there, and they would be so
Yeah,
ruthless
yeah.
that they would actually not go quarantine it because they wouldn't really, care about the people they lived or died.
Well, they could do it quietly, or they could make a fake disaster pretty easily, or they could say it's a disaster or fake story. That's easy, you know.
Yeah,
Like,
and also
I don't know. They could have, you know. Like, I'm agreeing with you. Like, that's
right,
there's
right.
like two sides to it. That's like both suspicious on both sides, depending on how you look at it. I want to see something though. I want to see a conversation on film. I want to see a body. I want to shake his hand, and then he could be looking at me. I'll look right at him.
Right, and also, you have very good points, and I just because when we go through this and we're like taking it out piece by piece and what the different things were, because like last time, one of my subscribers left because they were angry at what y'all were saying, but no, I want y'all to say what you want to say, and I think both sides need to say their opinions. It's like but I don't really care if people come or go, but y'all have a right to say and believe what you want.
Wait, who was angry?
One of my friends, she was in here last time. It was somebody you all don't really know. She kind of came in for the first time, and then like she wrote me on the video about the what's it called, the garden. Her name's Stella, and she was like, "Oh, I don't agree with what they were saying. I just have a different opinion." And she's like, she's unsubscribing, and the others didn't help the situation. I'm like, my point is, it's like if you're going to have a discussion with somebody about something, it's like if I'm like butting heads with you and the others, it's not going to go anywhere. But there's a certain way of discussing a situation where both sides can say their opinions, and then we could come down to the truth, whatever that is. And
Yeah.
it's like just some people get emotional. Like she was real emotional, but I've no nothing against her. But my point is that some people were triggered, but like only one person left the channel. But it's good to be logical about things.
Yeah, I don't know that situation, and I'm not saying this about them or anyone, but I think there's like two kinds of people. Like people who will argue with each other or debate each other in order to find the truth, no matter who's correct. And then there's people who will argue to prove their own premise, like to prove their own belief to both sides, like to corroborate themselves. So, like we could be, yeah, we could be both arguing against and for an idea, but neither of us even believes in it whatsoever. Like, just like right now, neither of us can say for certain, yes, this is what happened, and here's the proof. Like, so yeah, we each have our own perspective, but we're willing to look at it from the other side. Not, well, no, I think you're wrong, and here's why, and you should listen to me and why I'm right. That's when your feelings get hurt, because you can't really entangle like your feelings with your premise of like what you think or what you believe, because then that's like philosophical. That's not really a tangible discussion,
Right, like Georgia Peach thinks like what I think, but she's cool, and she was like, she didn't like act all weird about it. It was just one person that left, but everybody else is just having a civilized discussion about it. And a chat is wants me to ask you a question. That's a little bit off topic. It's off topic. So, a Latina wants to know. She said, "Please ask Meta how he feels different now he eats meat, and what type of meat do you eat?"
What's the question? How do I feel different?
Like, how do you feel now since you eat meat, and what type of meat do you eat?
I don't know if I feel any different, but it still kind of feels like a foreign substance to my body.
Okay.
But I made myself become accustomed to it. I made myself just become used to it, like just kind of a Zen mentality. Like, I'm just like, I had to literally become like Buddhist monk in my mind and say nothing exists. Everything is atoms. I'm atoms, and this is atoms, and other atoms are fucking changing form, and I'm just going to insert this in my mouth and chew it and hope I don't throw up. But I had eaten meat when I was a little kid, all the way up to when I was a teenager, and then I quit. I actually felt way better, like healthier, because you get proteins, and then there's another value of like absorption of the protein, how much of it you can absorb, and it's like a small amount for meat, and it's a higher amount for nuts. But there's like some supplements you could take. It's these certain kinds of proteins. Real interesting if you look it up. But it's about like I forgot the value it's called right now off the top of my head, but it's like the density of it, or like how much of it's usable. So you're seeing like this much protein. They're not the right kind of proteins, and they're not in the right concentration. And like you can configure all of those things and get all that from other sources. And the meat industry has lied to us for many generations. The food pyramid is a scam. That's a proven scam. The FDA has been completely compromised, just like the EPA is completely compromised. It's all about money. They push this. This is good for you. This is good for you. I don't know, man. I had a bodybuilder friend, and he was a vegetarian like his whole life. He was a Jehovah's Witness. Then he quit being a Jehovah's Witness, and he was still vegetarian. But this dude was ripped, man. Like, he was just muscle. He was just pure muscle. This dude, big. He was like Julian from Trailer Park Boys, but bigger. He wore like black T-shirts like that. And he's just like boom, like he'd put the guns up, and he's just like whoa, like dude, yeah, I'm a vegetarian. Like, dude, what? Yeah, 'cause it's a lie, dude. Like, you don't have to get protein from meat. But I don't know. I feel kind of sick sometimes if I eat different meats and things, and it's very like rare. Those occasions, I don't know. I get a lot of these foods where people like give you these foods, and I'm like, ugh, like it's just so unappetizing. I don't really feel any different though, because I think your body remembers it and it just kind of deals with it however it used to. But yeah, that is a long time. It was like 17 years.
Right. So, also, yeah, I think people, they can do that if they like. I think people could do either one. And also, it would be good for them to take vitamin B12 supplements, because that would be something they would lack in. But, like, the B12 supplements is what the vegetarian would need.
Yeah, well, there's like 300 nutrients, micro and macronutrients and minerals that you need, like, consistently. And there's, like, some super important ones. Real important ones. And like when I was like eating some meat, I don't know how to describe it. Yeah, I just thought of it like if I was literally gonna die somewhere, what would I do? And it was just kind of like a personal moment of like enlightenment for me, just to know that I could do it. And I was like, I'm like, well, these poor animals are already dead. This meat has already been processed. It's already been sold. It's already right there.
Exactly. Right.
So I went through this mental thing back and forth of like, well, I'm still contributing to it, but on the other hand, I can't affect it. But then again, on the other hand, if everyone thinks that, then everyone does it, then no one affects it. But I'm still one person, if I don't eat a burger, it's not going to stop the world from doing it. Like, whatever I do personally is irrelevant to, like, if I consume a material. If I picked up a piece of mud off the ground and ate it, it wouldn't change how I feel about the animals. And I don't really eat them. Like, I saw some venison, and there's no way, dude. Like, I fucking love deer so much. I see deer over here. I film them all the time. I got videos of them, and I get real close to them out here in the nature when I go camping. I go camping a lot. I got a spot, and they're kind of used to me. And there was like this venison jerky, and it was like a picture of a realistic deer. And I was like, bro, I want to pet him. I don't want to eat him. I was like, dude, I couldn't even pick up that package and look at it. I was like, But I've been brainwashed to just accept, like, the brutal murdering of animals and, like, oh, you consume their flesh now. Like, okay, brutal murder, torture, indifference to their pain and suffering, disease. It's fine. That's totally fine. Like, we're not talking about animals that just keeled over on their own and you're like, oh, damn, we need to eat this meat to live. Like, we purposefully fucking torture these animals. And it doesn't end there. It goes all the way down to domesticated pets. And, what's the difference if you eat a dog or a human being? It's flesh. It's meat.
Right.
Oh, the mental construct of it, like society's taboos. Well, people do eat meat of human in their fucking culture still to this day. Modern cultures, these aren't primitive cultures. We think of them as primitive, but we're a primitive culture, but now we're in modern times, and so are they. And their modern culture eats human beings. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, okay. Vietnamese, they have cat and dog hanging up. They skin them alive, dude. It's fucking brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used to talk about it a lot. Now I'm just like, some things I can't really change in the world. I don't have to accept that it's that way, but I have to accept that I have my limit of what I can do. I don't even talk to people about that. I wouldn't have even eaten a pizza if you make a pizza with sausage in the same oven. You know how you can smell something? You're inhaling particles of that thing.
Right.
So, like, if you were, like, cremating your relative and you're just smelling the flesh burning, it's pretty disgusting to think about. So it's like, they're like, oh, are you ridiculous? I'm like, no, the juices of animal is animal. What are you talking about? If I had the juices of my body, you're not eating human being? You just drink a liquid glass, like 12 ounces of me? Come on, dude. It's still the same substance.
Right. And I think that basically when the people, like, because the animal, like, if no one eats the animal and it's already killed, it's like it died in vain.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends how deep into thought you want to go about anything, really, because the universe is indifferent to everything in all of us anyway. We're insignificant. Mm-hmm. We're only important to ourselves. The world doesn't care about us. We're on a bug planet. This is a water-dominated planet. We take part in this planet because we're part of like the water. Water is part of us, and then that dominates this planet. And what lives on the planet after the water dominates it and destroys it and rips it up and can tear through the hardest materials ever is bugs. And, like, we're outnumbered ridiculously by the bugs and trees and just the nature of this living earth. Like, if you just stop motion, Earth will consume you. Leaves will fall on you, debris, bugs will eat you. Everything. If you have a house, it will decay. Everything will be gone.
Right.
At some point. And we are a blip on the fucking radar. Like, listen to Terrence McKenna, listen to Carl Sagan. They're right. Like, we are... like, this is just... it's just a tiny blip that doesn't matter. So, but yeah, we apply value to things, and there's reasons. We have a premise of pain and pleasure, harm.
Hmm.
Violence is bad. Yes, we have universal truths. Can't be objective. Murder is not okay because you think it is. It's like, oh, I can justify it. I mean, that's you saying that. I can agree with it, but it's still murder, isn't it? Your reason is better than his. What if he argued that his reason is better than yours? Now you're the bad guy. He killed his wife. Why? Why did he do that? Well, she was about to kill his kids. Who's the bad guy?
Right. One thing I want to ask you, why do you, I don't know, I know why, but I want to know your thoughts. Why do you think a lot of the planets in our area don't have life like we have here?
In our solar system or all around us?
Let's just start with the solar system.
Well, we're the only planet that's habitable just because of our distance to the sun.
Mm-hmm.
There might have been someone on Mars before, probably.
Right. Yeah, apparently that might be true, yeah.
Outside of our solar system, there could be lots of people right around us and we couldn't see them.
Right.
Can't detect them or see them. It's too big. You move a fraction of a percentage and you're moving hundreds of millions of miles in space. The farther you go out, the bigger that cone becomes. That's why the Hubble can only look at a tiny, tiny, tiny portion of the sky at once. And then it sees unimaginable expansiveness.
Right. Now, one thing, when I was in my yard, I remember sometimes, before you and I, talk like this because, of the stream, I remember when we used to talk and chat, in the comment section, you showed me this alien sound effect, and I really liked it, and I listened to it, and I was, outside looking at the sky, and I remember I looked at this constellation, and I have a picture of Orion's Belt, and you've seen Orion's Belt before?
Yeah. It's 3 stars, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's more, but we can only see the 3 main ones.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And, yeah, because I like looking at the different constellations and things. Yeah, because I see Orion's Belt, and it's on the side. It's laying on the side, and it goes over the sky. And I like seeing the different constellations and stuff. And, yeah, I think with Mars, there was some life there at one point a long time ago, and something must have occurred, and they aren't there anymore. And what do you do we know what could have happened to whatever was there?
I don't know.
So you haven't heard anything about what? I know that's a question that probably no one has probably asked before, but I wonder. Well, I'll say this: I wonder what caused them to not be there anymore. If their people were there.
Yeah. I mean, that could just be anything, really.
Right.
There's really no way to know. It could have been. There's a strong possibility that this is just a test or some type of manufactured situation, and that was the first, or not first, but maybe that was they tried there. Maybe it wasn't suited. It wasn't well suited.
Right.
Or maybe we existed over there, or it was someone else existed there. I mean, if you look at the natural evolution of cosmic bodies, well, it would be because at one point it was habitable, but then it wasn't. It used to have an atmosphere, they think. And they think there used to be liquid water on there. I mean, there still is some atmosphere, but they think it used to be a full atmosphere. So
yeah,
that's just the natural progression.
Right.
We can't live on Mars. We can't live in space. I don't know what the hell Elon is thinking. He's doing this for no reason. He's just doing this for, I don't know for what. I don't know if he's maybe he's too far out there in his mind. Maybe he believes in things that aren't really feasible, but he's so intelligent that he presents it like it's realistic. You can't live in space. You can't live on Mars. You can't live on the moon. You'll die. There's no way to do it. It's impossible. There's no possible. Like we're so far from even thinking about that, how to do that. Like try to explain to people before the first Model T car engine, but try to explain to them quantum computers or like smartphones and like trillions of transistors on a microchip. There's no way. I don't even know what to look for to even begin to fabricate what. We don't have that technology. There's no such thing. It's probably never going to happen unless we find some other way to do it. But no, like this gravity here is perfect. 9.8 meters per second square is perfect for us. We won't die. We can live. Our bodies, we've like evolved to this point, not evolved in the sense of monkeys. I'm not saying yes or no to that. I'm saying we have existed in this state so much that our human bodies have become accustomed to 9.8 meters per second squared.
Right.
That's measurable gravity. We're in this atmosphere with so much nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, with these plants and this ecosystem that is like a self-running cycle that feeds us, gives us life. We got the sun at the perfect distance. There's no way to create that other than right here. Like if we found another Earth-like planet, but then the people who are traveling there won't survive very long. Like, I don't know. Maybe if they were trying to have babies, but they couldn't grow up fast enough to pilot the ships. There's no way. It's just not possible. Like, you'll die, dude. You'll die in space. Those astronauts are suffering right now. Like, they can only stay up there so long.
Yeah, exactly.
They can't stay out there long term,
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's doing. But I don't know. There might have been some other people up over there. It might have been habitable, or maybe they even had some other supplemental tech that could help them. I don't know. You ever go camping and the principle of leave no trace?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, pack in, pack out. Everything you bring, you take with. You mess up the brush and make it look natural so no one could even detect that you were there. Maybe that's what they did, and they were just not even that careful. They're like, I don't know. And they left some stuff behind because it seems like there's some artifacts out there,
Yeah, because I know from, like, there's certain things that can cover your scent, like from, like, humans or anything else. I know about that.
I have thought about all these things for so long and so much, and I hardly ever sleep, like a normal amount ever. Like every other day I'm awake all night. So it's like extra, like 12 hours every other night to just be thinking, and I don't know. I come to hypothetical things. Those are just, I don't know, and there's nothing I can do. But then so I think more about the tangible, like provable things, and then how could that connect to those other things, So I'm always looking for those connection points. And what's way more interesting, because you can find a million things out there, but then there's only one story that I could tell you that happened to me. That I wanted to tell you about these stories because these things literally happened. So I don't have to watch a video. I don't have to believe anyone. Like I told you about those red lights.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm perfectly well aware of reality around me. I don't have any delusion. And, it's like, oh, someone is drinking or drugs or crazy. Nope. Plain as day. If I had a remote control drone and I'm like, look at my drone, there it is flying, and you're like, yep, there it is, right there. I see it with my eyes. There it is. It's like, yep. Those are the things. Like that kid's story, like if I tell you my friend's story, the way he told it to me, this kid is a pothead, right? He's a stoner, but he's like brilliant genius. He got like straight A's and scholarships.
Awesome.
Yeah, he became a freaking elevator mechanic, and he was making like $75,000 a year in high school or something.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, my other friend, that's Dave, and then Randy became a BMW specialty mechanic. So another high-end field, and these dudes would like modify their cars and fuck with the computer, and like like they would like fabricate custom electronics and like bypass sensors and things. Like they're brilliant kids, and they're not like, yeah, we did a lot of hallucinogens back then too, I'm not gonna lie, but dude,
Okay.
no.
Okay.
He's like it was the broad daylight. He's in his backyard, just a normal day. His brother was like on the back porch. It's a small deck back porch in a suburban house with a really big backyard where you have to ride a riding lawnmower and do the whole big backyard. So
Yeah.
all the way in the back is a stream, and you could walk all the way to the back of the yard. It's maybe about 20 or 30 car lengths, say. So he's in the back, and he's like, yeah, man, I was by the shed, and all of a sudden, I look up, and there's just like this big, huge, fucking metal ship above my head. And this thing was completely smooth, didn't make any sound, and he's telling me this story. I'm getting goosebumps right now thinking about it, because this dude would not lie to me.
Right.
He doesn't make up stories, and if you know him, just the way he thinks, I knew this kid for like 15 years. He doesn't make shit up.
Right.
And like, he will tell you straight to your face, no, dude, this happened. And then I went in the room, and I started like messing around with this girl, and like, this happened. I'm like, dude, too much information, if anything. Like, he's too honest. So he's like, yeah, this thing made no sound. I look over at my brother, and I go like that, and he goes like with his mouth, but no sound could come out. He couldn't move, and he couldn't yell. And then he was frozen, and he looked back up at it, and it just like floated away, and then he could move again. And then he started screaming to his brother, and his brother's like, whoa, what? And he ran over, and he's like, dude, you didn't see that? He's like, see what? What? And he's like freaking out. You didn't frickin' see that? Like, what the hell was that? Screaming at him, and it was a whole big fiasco. It was like a big deal. Like, he was talking about this nonstop for years. Like, total opposite of, like, I don't know how that kid was just kind of just told this story. I don't know. He told this story. I felt like I was living that moment with him. Like, he dead ass serious told me that, and he said it was the only thing that's ever happened like that.
So you said something came over him and like possessed the person?
He didn't say like possessed him. He said there was a shadow. I left that part out. He said he noticed a shadow like floating above his head. Like, it was just like if an airplane was real low, you know how sometimes the shadow will pass over?
Okay, yeah.
You see like an airplane shadow, it's just like real quick.
Yeah.
But he said it just stopped, and he looked up, and there's like this just big, like, circular bottom spacecraft thing. Like, he said it was just a ship floating with like nothing on it, just totally smooth.
Okay.
It didn't make any sound at all. And he looked up at it, and then when he looked at his brother and tried to scream, he couldn't like move.
Mm-hmm.
He said he opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He was trying to scream as loud as he can, and he couldn't make noise, and he couldn't move. And then but he could still kind of see it, and then it left, slowly left. And when it was gone, then he could move, and he was screaming to his brother.
Right.
But he genuinely saw that. He's never had any other weird stories like that. There's never been any other reason to doubt him.
Wow, yeah. I like that. I don't like what happened, but that was a very I don't know how to say good story of what happened. But it's not a good thing. But I'm glad you shared that. Now, chat wants to hear about the red lights again because they don't know what's going on. So share your red light story that you saw.
Well, that was like there was two other or a few other incidents like that that kind of all connected with that. I don't know. Okay, I got a little battery left. um, a lot of things happened during that period of time with me and my ex fiance.
Okay.
But that day I was by myself. It was a suburb outside Chicago, just like normal suburban little houses, and you're walking down the block, and there's trees and grass and sky, and just freaking walking up to the busy street where there's like stores and gas stations. So I'm just walking down the street, totally normal day. It's like nice outside and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I get over there, it gets dark, walking around. There's nobody anywhere. So it was late enough in the evening, whatever happened, where there's a restaurant, and I walked across the street. So picture like the black asphalt, the lights are like reflecting off the street. It's dark out, everything, the sky's black. You can see the street lights going all the way down. It's like a little city.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm standing there, nobody around, which is kind of weird, but kind of normal still. There's one guy standing with his back against the wall, looking down, and like purposefully was not acknowledging me. Especially as a man, when you see another man, like you look at them and like maybe nod your head or just you see each other.
Right.
I don't know. It's like an instinct thing. It's like, but he purposefully, you could tell, he was like not want. He could see me in his side vision. He just didn't want to look up. So I'm like, okay, whatever. People are like that in public. For whatever reason, I'm standing there, and right in front of my eyes, a ball of light just it started as nothing and just suddenly became big ball of light, just glowing. Like, I don't know how big it was. And there were two more right next to it, and they were flying in formation up at a slight angle, clear as day. Like if you've seen a tall oak tree, like the top of a tree, that's only how high it was. Only, that's it. Right in front of me, I could have thrown a stone right there easily. So these things are just silently, like, it looked like a flare, but it wasn't like how you see the chemical splashing or anything. It was just like that light. You could see the videos on YouTube, like on my video, those are the things I saw. And they kind of pulsed. There's three of them, and they turned on, one, the next, and the other.
Right.
I was just like, what the hell? I'm freaking out in my mind. Like, my eyes are just huge. I'm looking at these things. I look over at the guy. He's not looking at me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at these things. I look over at the guy. He looks up at the things, and then looks over at me. And I look, and the things just slowly turned back off, like they were going on their same flight path, and then he just left. And it was the weirdest shit I've ever experienced, like, besides this other stuff that happened around that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were just literally, you can see, it says Red Orbs, Jakarta, Indonesia, Jakarta. And also red lights over Lake Michigan. So the other part of that was me and my ex-fiancée. She lived kind of far away. I would pick her up with my car. Mm-hmm. We would drive downtown. Mm-hmm. So we saw those same lights above Lake Michigan, and we're sitting at the rocks at the harbor watching this light, and all these people were sitting out there. The news was filming it.
Okay.
So it was on the news. On the way home, if you want to know what happened, you like dead ass serious want to know what happened, because I don't know if I told maybe a couple people all this whole story.
Yeah, you go ahead if you want. Yeah, go for it.
Well, I guess what I can say that there's someone else out here. Like there's someone out here. Like there's someone out there, dude. There is.
Facts.
It's not a belief. It's like, from what I saw and what she saw, there's really no other way to say it besides they literally communicated with us,
Telepathically.
wanted to show them. No, I don't know. I thought about that too. It could be. It could be that, or it could be audio. I don't know.
Okay, go
It
on.
could just be. It could be random chance. They could just be hoping that there's. I don't know. They could just be doing a thing and then see what happens later. Maybe they have ways to monitor certain locations. I don't know. But like I said, I'm like scientifically minded. So I'm like, okay, convince me of something. Me and this girl meditated so hard. We were so in love, and we thought about our love for each other.
Right.
And for some reason, we figured out that, well, we thought like through peace and love, like they will show themselves to you. And we wanted to see this so badly, and we were asking for this so much, and then these things happened. So we kept saying, like, show us more. And there were lights over the city, and these things were flashing.
Right. No, that makes sense. No, that makes sense.
So she's, I don't know how to explain this, dude. Like she would say, do it again, and these lights went from left to right, all the way back to the left. Have you ever played, like, I don't know, a game where it's like telephone relay, where it's like you send a message and there's like a response? I don't know how to explain it.
I think I know what you mean, yeah.
I don't know, like when you're texting somebody, you're getting back like text you can see and read. So you know you're communicating with them and it makes sense. But what if you were just sending a message and every time you sent it, you got back a blank message? You would know that someone is responding every time, only those times.
Right.
So if you had a way to interact with the consciousness of a person, and let's just say, hypothetically, what if it were possible to do some type of remote viewing or inhabitation?
Mm-hmm.
Just to go into like the sci-fi realm of possibilities. You have some kind of a device and you can tune and either witness or interact with or say, yeah, maybe like possession. Think of the story of like the evil gray aliens, and if they were psychic, malevolent, they were evil and like they just could invade your thoughts, but a higher level of control or influence. Mm-hmm. There were some weird, unexplainable things. A woman walked up to us and said, you're going to make it to California, you're going to get married on Venice Beach, you're going to do your art, and you're going to do your music.
Just randomly like that.
Out of nowhere.
Right.
Nobody knows us. We don't talk to anyone. There's no John Edward in the production room with cards where he already talked to the audience and it's cold calling or cold reading. It's not. This was one of the fucking most weird things ever. She was like this, like a mystic kind of woman. Like she had all this like weird jewelry and like colorful shit. I don't know, like a gypsy or something.
I was about to say
looking,
that. You read my mind. You read my mind. I was about to say gypsy.
She just walks up to us, and we were totally like in this hippie kind of mindset, and like, literally like these two raver kid hippies walking around hoping aliens would genuinely communicate with us. So, and like believing like, oh, come on, we really want it to be real. We really want to talk to you guys. Just being happy, outgoing, talking to random people in public. This woman walks up and like, I think she grabbed my girl's hands and just like, hey, and the way she is, she's an artist. She'll just like, hey, she'll give you a hug, like, hey, I like your hair, like. But she just said this randomly out of nowhere. The night of the thing when we saw it, we got stranded on Lake Michigan, just enough time to see that thing. And the car would not start. There's no reason it wouldn't start. It's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
Right.
Engine, electronics, nothing. Just wouldn't fucking start. And for some reason, we kept mentally getting distracted. Even though we're like an hour away from home and it's getting dark and we really need to go, we were just like, I don't know. It was like a sci-fi movie, dude, where some kind of influence is making you act weird and not be responsible right now. Like a deep space movie where they're just like fucking around on the controls. Like, what are you doing? That, I don't know why that was happening. I didn't think of it at the time. I should have been trying to fix the car, figured out. I did. I opened it and looked, and I messed around with some stuff, and I just wouldn't start. Nothing. No electronics, nothing. Her fucking phone stopped working. It would not receive or make calls or text.
Mm-hmm.
Then we are stuck there. Okay, so then we saw that. We fell asleep there. We woke up, and I'm sitting in the driver's seat, and I just go, ding, 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 just electric works. Car starts right back up, perfectly fine. She's like, what the fuck? She turns her phone on. There's like 35 missed texts and all these voicemails. It's from her paranoid friend who hates me and was on her parents' side. Her parents wanted to break us up.
Yeah, I know how you feel about that. Yeah, I've been through that too.
So they were trying to tell the police that, like, I kidnapped her or something, and, like, because her phone was off.
Oh.
All I could think of was, like, she's like, dude, how is it that we're asking to talk to aliens? Then we randomly just ended up going to this weird spot and saw that shit and saw that stuff in the air, like, over the lake. And then the car wouldn't start, and her thing was not turning on. And when that friend calls her, it gets in her head. And so she's been trying to break away from that friend. So this was like something was shielding her from that, being exposed to that, so that we could have this experience alone. We ended up laying in the grass and looking at this thing. At the same time, one of my idols, Maynard James Keenan from Tool, was physically 2 blocks away. I could have walked over to a bar and met Maynard James Keenan. I'm dead ass serious. It was on the north side of Chicago. He was there for a small venue. It was like announced on Q101. We didn't even go. It makes no sense. After we got the car started and drove back home down Lakeshore Drive, we get to my apartment. Okay. I was moving at the time, so I had a mattress on the floor in the front room. That's where we were sleeping. Everything was packed.
Okay.
And I had my bedroom, and my ex-girlfriend left because she was crazy. So, like, me and, my other girl were, like, talking again after that. We laid down on the bed, and so right when your head, like, hits the pillow, your perspective is perfectly, you could see the red light over the lake. And it was, like, right in the center of my window, and we just started fucking laughing so hard. Like, dude, what? How is that right there? How? This is impossible.
Right.
We're like, dude, everything we've experienced tonight is impossible. And I'm like, no, it's not, actually. And she's like, yeah, it's true, because they're fucking here. So this was like an inside joke between us. And, like, but it was unironically, like, we knew, like, and we wouldn't try to tell anyone anything or all this. So anyway,
you just like, wow, this thing here.
Yeah. So a few days later, another weird thing. I had a Volvo station wagon. I drove to her house.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Yeah.
My
I
my
think it's a 950. I don't know.
my family has my family likes those kind of cars.
Super based. I had the one a year right before they started making them rounded, so it was like boxy and like a cube.
Oh
Fucking
yeah.
love that thing, dude.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
All-wheel drive, I think.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, super rugged. The thing's like a tank. We used to fucking plow into garbage cans doing like 40 miles an hour for fun. Just. But yeah. So I drove and pick her up. We go to this lake, or we might go by the church. There's ponds and everything. It's a lot of nature out there. It's like southern suburbs. So the farther away you go from the city, the more it's like open land. And so that's where we would hang out. I don't know what happened. Something happened, but like we fell asleep in the back seat of my car, like of my station wagon, sitting in the back, like holding each other.
Nice.
I woke up and she's gone. It was getting light. Okay? The back hatch of my thing was open. I was laying in the back with the hatch open. And the back seat was flat, like when you want to put everything flat. Just one half. That doesn't make any sense. I've never done that. Anytime I've ever opened that thing, even if I was like half awake, put one of the things down? I don't know. She was just gone. She would not do that. I was about to like panic almost. I'm calling her phone. Her phone was not answering. It was off. It was going to voicemail. I called her house. It's not there. Her parents haven't seen her. She hasn't come home.
Oh wow.
They've been there all day. Like she has to pass through. It's a small house. There's only like the living room and then the bedrooms, like one hallway. You have to pass through the house to get to the bedroom, and they just sit on the couch and do nothing and read papers and shit and watch TV. They would have seen her. They get up super early, and we were up until like 4 or 5, passed out together in the back seat, upright. I woke up in the back with the whole thing flat, with my hatch just open, my keys in the ignition turned forward, and she's gone.
That's crazy, dude.
Okay, well, that's a few days after. The end of the story is I finally got a hold of her because I walked over to her house. She woke up in her bed in her underwear.
Oh, wow.
She's just in her bed, and her clothes were on the ground, and her door was locked. And she doesn't ever lock her door, ever. Neither of us drink. Weren't drinking or smoking any weed or anything. Nothing can explain what... I'm like, come on, dude. This is some X-Files? Or what? I don't understand. So she woke up in her bed, not with me, and we can't explain it. We didn't tell anyone about it. The thing is, before that, we're walking in that field, walking around, my car is there. All of a sudden, we heard what sounded like a fucking air conditioner. Real loud. Like machinery rattling, and like it sounded like just like loose panels rattling of something. Like an old pickup truck, but you didn't hear like a car engine. Just like vibration and this loud noise humming. We looked straight up. It was directly above our head. I don't know what that is, dude. And both of us, this was after all this stuff, we were asking to talk to them. We would say, we want to see you. These lights would flash. Show us again. The lights would flash. We would stop. It would stop. We wait a while. Show us again. It shows us again. Then that weird stuff happened. But the thing is, before that, we both forgot that we saw this frickin' ship above us.
No way.
Yes. I promise you, bro. Like,
Wow.
I swear to God, on everything, we both forgot that we were walking. It was daytime before it got dark. This thing, what the hell? We looked straight up in the air, right above, like, just up in the sky. It looked like, it looked kind of like a stealth bomber, like that black metal, but it had rivets all over it. But it was panels in all these different geometrical, like, shapes.
Mm-hmm.
It's flying, and it's just, it stopped making noise.
Oh my god!
And it was still going. And I was squeezing this girl's hand as hard as I fucking could. We had our hands like clenched together with like our fingers interlaced, you know.
Right.
And we're standing there because we're literally clutching each other as like, oh my god, like your natural human instinct of like, what in the fuck? Like, we're alone out here in this vast nature, no one around us anywhere. There's not even a busy street right there. You have to drive way in the woods to get there. This thing, I'm like, dude, what is that? She's like, I don't know, dude. No, she's like, seriously, what the fuck is that? And I'm like, I don't know. What is it? What is that? She's like, dude. We were just laughing because we kept asking each other, but we really were asking, well, what is it though? Yeah, I know I don't know, but what is it though, for real? I don't know what that was. It was a weird shape. I've never seen anything that physically fucking clear as day. I've been watching the skies since I was little. I've been fascinated with science. Absolutely fucking mesmerized by physics and science since I was little. Tiny little kid, I wanted to be a scientist. I used to do fake experiments and mix things together and freeze them and microwave them and fucking mix them and put it outside in little containers and like pretend it was like some substance. I didn't know what the hell. I was like 5. And growing up and like, you know, watching like X-Files and every other show, and it's like, yeah, and then becoming actually to do science and see the real world and then the theoretical, and then like, oh, all this last decades of video and like the advent of like just cameras everywhere. To see that, and then in the morning, that weird shit happened. She wakes up in her underwear in her bed. That's really creepy. She's like, I don't know, maybe I got fucking raped, dude. Like, she was funny like that. Like, she's like, I don't know, dude. Because she actually did drink a lot, but she was real petite, and she would get wasted, hammered, and not know what happened. But we weren't drinking, nothing.
Right, I understand.
So she would just be like, she's like, I don't know, I went to the party with one, or I went there with both shoes, and I came home with none. It's like, I don't fucking know. But, yeah, no, we were both clear-headed. You know, she's like a straight-A student, too.
Right, that's good.
I wasn't a straight-A student. But, good head on my shoulders, and I saw that thing. The closest thing I've ever come was just seeing, like maybe it could have been a satellite or a shooting star, but it looked different. I've seen things gliding out in orbit.
Me too.
But that, you know, that could be a satellite. I don't know. And then there's video, which, okay, you can't really corroborate that. But dude, this and those other experiences, here's the other thing too. No, you won't believe me, dude. Well, you might believe me.
Yeah.
Chat might believe me.
Right.
If you believe like honest people who want the truth, I don't want a cool story. I want to know, like, why did I see this? I went to New Jersey. This was just around that same time.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knows me there. Nobody knows me. I was in New York and New Jersey. I don't know anyone there. Never been there in my life. I got stranded there because of some shit that happened with my boss at work.
Mm-hmm.
and he left me there. I had to call my friend, and he sent me some money, but I ended up staying out there. And I'm wandering around. I was in Hackensack, New Jersey, and I needed a cigarette because I was smoking cigarettes. So I'm like, oh, there's a DMV, and I walk over. There's a bunch of people standing outside, like typical.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is looking at me, smiling, dude.
That's yeah.
I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, okay, weird, whatever. Maybe he's gay. I don't know, dude. I don't know. He had this weird, creepy smile. Like, he's like, yeah. Like that kind of like, but not like smiling, like, hey, like, what's up smile, but more like he knows something I don't know about me or something. I don't know. That, just that kind of weird look, like, watch what's going to happen next. And you're like, why are you looking at me like that?
It's like, who's you,
weird,
bro? Like,
but,
yeah.
So, I walk up to this guy and I was like, hey, do you have a cigarette? And I don't know what he said, but he takes like an extra step closer to me, like uncomfortably close, but I didn't move. And he was face to face with me. And he's just opened his eyes. I don't know what you think about light and like torsion fields if you look up the twisting of light, how it relates to time.
Okay.
I don't know. I think of these weird things, but he's face to face with me, is like almost touching my face, and his eyes are real big, like it's real happy. I don't know what I said to him. I said something like, I don't know, like, I can't remember, because that thing I forgot the next day also. It became a recurring theme, and it was getting annoying because I was seeing more stuff, and I didn't want to forget it. And I literally felt like mentally I was going to lose my mind because this was real, and it was something that's beyond my control. But anyway, I'm in New Jersey at this DMV. This guy is standing face to face with me. I said something. He said something like, I don't know what he said, and I said, who are you, or like, where are you from? And he said, and he looked up in the air and smiled, and then looked back at me, like I was asking him, where are you from? And he said, He's looking me dead in my eyes without blinking. Like, where are you from? And he says, And then he looks up and back at me. And he just like humbly looks down and like walks back over there and starts acting normal again. And then he wasn't smiling anymore.
Creepy.
So this kind of weird thing has happened before, where it felt like everybody was being influenced and acting weird, very out of character, and allowing a lot of things to happen that normally they wouldn't. And then they all collectively stop acting that way.
Interesting.
And you can feel it. It's like a slap in the face. It's kind of like when the mood changes, when everyone's like laughing and then someone says something weird or something, and you suddenly go to serious. It's very noticeable.
Right. Yes.
All these things happened.
I believe you. I believe you, dude.
I asked more. I think something happened. And my only theory, the only thing I can hypothesize, is that someone was communicating with us, and for whatever reason, maybe they need you to be like loving, not have any chaos like within you, or conflict, or animosity like at all toward anyone. I think maybe they won't want to deal with you, or they won't maybe think that you're viable. And it leads me to believe that if these are real people or whoever, maybe their purpose is to help or interject, and that maybe they have to reach certain people, and they have limited resources or limited range or something like this. Try to think scientifically, what could it be? But if there's something out there that has the possibility, let's say Elon Musk discovers some way to transcode your thought, like we can already control a mouse cursor with our brain, with Neuralink. So they're sending the thought patterns, and they're recording it and translating it, so you can think, and it's moving stuff around. So the only limitation is like the throughput, like the bandwidth, because if you put the amount of bandwidth all at once to transmit to the human brain, that amount of data stream, it would fry your brain. It would literally like burn out your brain physically with heat. It would just fry it. Like you can't, it doesn't work that way. Like our brain generates information on the fly. But they can send and receive this data. So you think, well, maybe they figure out some way to do some kind of radio telecommunication psychically. Maybe some other beings have this capability. Maybe it's our destiny to have this capability one day. You know, I don't know, but I'm fairly certain that something was interacting with us, and then it stopped. And there was a couple other things that happened, and that was it. There was never any other, nothing else.
Right. And I really am glad that you're sharing this information. It's very, as we study these things, and it's very important that you're sharing your experiences. Because, I remember when I was telling a psychologist that hated me, it's like the school, like about my friend and I believed that there were some evil aliens, how there was portals and there's these dimensions that these things could come from, and with music, how music that has to do with bad things can influence people to do bad things, and it could do spiritual warfare on people. And my friend and I were considered very dangerous, and that I am like Elon Musk, like autistic, and it's like, and then I realized that there's a lot of these spiritual attacks, and people have been influenced to censor people that are talking about these things like we're talking about. And God has helped me and preserved me, and I'm all over the internet, like right now, talking to people all over the United States about this. So I really do appreciate you, saying these things. And I want to ask you some questions a chat had. So chat wants to know about the incident where the man was there while these the red orbs were there. So do you think that man was with the aliens, or did he see it at all?
I mean, it felt like he was part of it to me. Like, I just had this sense that, like, he was perfectly aware of it. He knew it was there, and he knew I was there, and he was purposefully not looking at me and purposefully not looking at these things that were, like, they were only as high as if, like, you had a helium balloon and then you let it go, and you're like 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds. It's like right there, dude. Like when you can, it's right in front of your face, right up in the air. Like no higher than like a 3rd floor window, maybe 3 or 4 stories up. Right there. No, he knew it was there, dude. He knew that those things were there. He purposefully did not look at them and purposefully did not look at me. And then when they were gone, he looked at me and acknowledged me.
Okay.
And it was the same kind of weird feeling that happened in New Jersey, and the same thing in those gas stations. There was another thing. This guy was just giving me a bunch of shit. I was starting to think I was going crazy because he was like giving me all this food and stuff. I felt like I'm going to lose my mind and go insane thinking about it like as fantasy. I felt like this kind of like, whatever this was, I felt like it could happen to other people, and you could either try to stay logical and just deal with it, but it's so hard to resist going into like the fantasy of it. But I started to think, like, what if this is something that they want or something that they have? Because I had this idea for a movie where it's like a secret society, but it's like an alien race that came here, or they're like remote viewing, but it was like the same scenario. So it's like you walk into a gas station and you look at people and like they give you this look with their eyes, and you can feel that it's like under the control of these other people, and it's like it's like, yeah, it's like this secret society thing. So I didn't want to like extrapolate fantasy stories into the real experience, the strangeness of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because yeah, there's other things where something would happen and it was just like someone read your thought.
Like
But
telepathy.
well, it's just a weird thing. Like you were thinking something and someone said it and looked at you. But how would you? That's nonsense. It doesn't make sense. So your brain doesn't accept it like it's real.
Mm-hmm.
I think it could be like some psychological warfare if you could do that to someone intentionally, like mix something so fantastic with reality that you just go down the rabbit hole. But yeah, that dude, he knew that there was something there, and these other people were like aware of this kind of stuff. And it stopped happening. Like it was only in very specific situations, and I wanted to believe that I had some like control or say of, or I could ask, but no, nothing would happen. It was like weeks on end, and then I forgot about it. How do you forget about something so prolific? It's impossible. There's no way, dude. I started remembering back, oh yeah, that weird thing. Oh yeah, that one thing. I remembered all of the things. And I memorized them so that I don't forget them. I was scared I'll forget them and I won't know that anymore. Oh, and that one thing where the 1 hour of time just switched forward and it was gone. In real time, I was, like I told you, I was looking at my phone.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the only weird interactions I've ever had. 1 hour just disappeared. Never happened. False. Spurious. We got you. Not this time. William Frakes. Moments.
Mm-hmm.
Fiction. It's like, The weird thing is, if you were to discover something like this,
Mm-hmm.
how do you know you're not? Say this really happened to me, and I'm telling you, what if you're one of those people, and you're just like, listening to me?
Yeah.
So,
Well, yeah.
you know,
You never know.
then you think like, well, what if you're in a simulation? Who's real? Just you?
It's an interesting point.
Or do other people know about it? And then are there people who don't know about it? How do you tell someone? Like, what, you go to a psychiatrist? Trust me, doc, I'm not crazy. And he's like, oh, tell me more. Hold on. And then he has to, literal scientist calls back to the ship, and it's like they have 10 million researchers, and that's their team. How many people would we send? We would send 1,000 people if we could to some planet we discovered. Like I said, and we have generations. There could be 100,000 people out in orbit, and we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just here.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they showed themselves to me and other people.
Yeah, no, they did. And, like, my grandpa kept asking me about the aliens that are, like, among us, like, people that they're really aliens. And you answered his question because I was trying to, like, send him a link, but I got the link now. Yeah, so basically, these beings are real, and they've existed for a long time, and there's theories that they're interdimensional, so they don't come from another planet, they come from these other dimensions. And my belief and the Christian belief is that they came as human. You know, like how in the old world they had the gods and the goddesses that came to people? It's kind of like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that.
Yeah.
And they come in a different
Well, you
form.
mentioned that. That's actually, it reminds me. There's two other things, but I don't categorize it the same way, so I don't remember it. But I was younger. I was in Tennessee at my mama's house in her garage. In the middle of the night, I was trying to sneak a cigarette, which is a weird, ironic thing because I was trying to smoke a cigarette. I couldn't get it done. I turn on the light. I pulled the chain. It clicked the light. It turned on. I turned to my right, and smoke, like, literally fucking went right in the air and just went away. Like, if you ever seen a cigarette, just when someone just lights a cigarette.
Oh, I know. I know what you're talking about.
Like, they're inhaling, and then there's like a big thick trail, and it just goes,
Yeah,
and it
I know.
disperses.
I've tried it before.
Imagine if I film that, and then I cut the smoke right when it's in a shape, right before it's about to disperse, and
Okay.
I took those like, say 30 frames a second. If I took like 60 frames, 2 seconds, and I just started it right when the smoke was right in the air, and I overlaid it right in front of you, and pressed play. How did that happen right next to me in the garage? And then the cat was in the box. Does this not sound like an insane story? You're telling a story. Yeah, I went to have a cigarette, but I couldn't smoke. And then smoke was in the air, and a cat was in the box. It's like, we got to lock this dude up, man. There's too much going on here. No, yeah, you know, what kind of other weird random shit can you mention? But all those things happen. Yeah, this just weird smoke. And I'm like, what? What the hell? But then there's nothing there after you witness one of these weird things. And there's nothing else to compare it to or to measure it or corroborate it. It's, okay, what in the hell? And the other thing, I was outside my apartment at night in the alley. There's rocks. I have my recording studio. I'm standing. It's dark. I had this like fetish about climbing up on rooftops and gargoyling. So it's called gargoyling. You climb up on a rooftop or in a building and you just act like a gargoyle and see if anyone notices you.
I like that.
So me and my friends would smoke a lot of weed and we'd go gargoyling.
Yeah, that's
So
fine.
you just stand in public like a gargoyle, like a statue, and no one notices you. They walk right past you. So we'd be perched up on top of buildings and shit, just standing there like a gargoyle with our arms out. Eventually someone would notice you. It's a weird thing. So it was like, I don't know, there's weird things about jumping off of roofs, and I was thinking about spiritual things, and I was thinking about ghosts and interdimensional beings a lot, which was a weird coincidence. I'm just in the alley. I turned around, and it scared the fuck out of me. There's someone right behind me.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yeah, there's no, he wasn't there, dude. Like, there was nobody behind me. It's a big open space with a street light lit up. There's nowhere to run out. You would have heard someone walking. But I'm talking about, you're looking, you're turning to the left, you turn to the right. Whoa, someone's there. Again, like someone edited the clip. He's just there. Someone right behind me. But as soon as this dude was behind me, and my heart sank, that motherfucker vanished, dude. It just dematerialized in front of my eyes. Just vanished in front of my eyes.
Wow.
And I was so afraid, and I looked up at the roof, and I just had a feeling of, like, something in the roof and evil and, like, I don't know, like, terrible feeling. And I'm like, I don't remember how I felt after, but I don't know what I thought about it. I can't remember. I just remember that happening. It freaked me the fuck out. And all I could think of was, like, my brain had a malfunction or something, or, like, what could explain that? It's like either my mind made it up, completely fabricated a completely real-looking thing out of nowhere for no reason. I could have touched this dude. This dude was like 8 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
I
Like the
don't know
people.
if this is any description of anything. No, I don't know. It was just like all tall and black, maybe like someone gothic who wears a lot of leather but real skinny.
Oh yeah.
Real tall.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
that is
couldn't really
something.
notice. I couldn't notice detail or focus on anything. I'm literally standing there. I turn to the left, just casually kind of meandering. I look to the right. Someone right behind me. But as soon as I noticed he was there, it went away. Like it was like a video editor, like disperse. If you ever do the disperse
Yes.
with like fading, like there's like these effects where it looks like smoke and it fades away. I've never seen anything remotely similar to that or even close. Never. Just that little smoke thing. But this other thing was like 10 years later. And then later on I was thinking like, what if it is? What if it really is some other plane of like something that is not part of like our actual reality? Like we can't really say we know everything about reality yet. You can probably never know anything about it because how do you know it's not created?
All right.
And, how do you know those? The creators weren't created. What's base reality then? It's like you can never know that. So I don't know, but
right.
Anyway.
Yeah. So basically, and it reminds me of what the kid saw in the Las Vegas sighting. He described exactly what you described, and also the Mothman sighting in Georgia from Georgia Beach. Yeah, they're tall. Yeah, the angels are like 8 feet tall, and they're like the Nephilim. So the Nephilim are the offsprings of the fallen angels, and also the angels themselves. They're like real big. So they like to scare you. So basically, they get energy from it, and they like to mess with people because they like fear. They get energy from it, and they're very jealous of us. And they're able to have these abilities that we don't have because of the fall of mankind and things like that. And so you are seeing these different beings, and other people have seen this too, all over the world. They did these meditations, they did these things, and they tapped into these different realms. No, like, you are not crazy. These things are there, and you had these experiences, and you were meant to go through this, so you can share this with us. Because think about it, we're all here on this channel talking, and the odds of that happening, like, we're all here. That's another weird thing. We're all here talking about it.
Yeah.
And
everything that is going to happen in the future, you can't change. Like, everything that is going to happen is going to happen. If we looked 100 years into the future right now, we could look back on the past, and you can't change it. Those things already have happened. Every choice you're going to make, like, it's the Minority Report. Why did you catch the ball? Because it was going to fall. No, it was never going to fall because you caught it. Everything you're going to do those things for sure. You don't. It's just the illusion of choice. Like, you really don't even have free will. You can't choose to not like what you like. You can't choose to like something that you don't like. Like, your decisions are all based on everything that you have already decided for yourself. And you might think, well, I could have chosen either one. Yes, but at the end of the day, you chose one of those things. And you were always going to choose that one that time. You can't change that fact. You could think that you're changing it. Well, what if I chose the other one? Then that was the one you would have chosen the whole time. That will never change. There's no free will.
Right.
Everything you're going to do is what you are going to do. Strange.
Yeah, okay. That's an interesting point. So, basically, I think with a free will, it means that you can we don't know what the future holds, and the whole point about free will is actually about something else. It's about if you know the future or not. Like, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, so as long as you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, you have free will. In my opinion, if free will is when someone doesn't know they know their future, so they know what they're going to choose already. That's what the free will thing is.
Yeah.
That's what the free will.
I think it's
yeah, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think like what I was describing is more the actual,
like the event.
Like
we can't control what happens.
Yeah, it's like the actual like technical
like Destiny.
definition of it, but
it's like Destiny.
The way that we describe it, like to us, even if it's not real, that's how we're going to describe it. I have free will. I can choose to go here or there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, everything's kind of laid out already in a way. I think those interactions, whatever it was, were separate, and I don't think there's much. I don't know about like interdimensional, like per se, like other dimension is too.
I can make a video about it and explain it more, and you can check it out. But yeah, you could. Yeah. You know, I was just saying the thoughts about it, and that these planets they say they come from are billions of light years away. It's like Earth wasn't even created when they allegedly came here unless they had some kind of technology. And this makes sense. And the interdimensional beings, yeah, they're just passing through different dimensions. Like they appear to you and then they leave. But we're not able to go through the dimensions in the finite body, but they are able to do it. And I remember like the Mothman, it's like this flying demon thing that people see like kind of in the northern states, like in the Appalachia. And they have, like New Orleans, for instance, and Louisiana, they have some not mythical, but they have some folklore, some weird creatures. And New Orleans is known for a lot of witchcraft because of voodoo, because the African people did that in Africa, and some of them brought it here. And over here, they had Christianity, and they were able to be away from that. And so New Orleans has a lot of that deep in its roots. So, and they interact with different spirits and beings and things. Like, they call upon the different spirits. They all appear as different things to people. They could appear as this or that. It's like a shape-shifting lizard.
Yeah.
In my opinion, yes.
Yeah, I think that a lot of people, what happen is, I think there is some actual thing, like, beyond our comprehension, or multiple different types of things, but then they have their religion, so then they like conflate those two things, and they say, oh, it's God or this and that, and then other people are like, well, no, it's just alien, and other people are like, well, no, you guys are both crazy. Then you got the side that's like, well, there's no God. So it's like all these arguments.
Mm-hmm.
But I could see easily back in the day aliens coming and getting so frustrated that like, yo, we're just trying to talk to you, and they're like, oh, you're God, and he's like, no, we're not. It's like, they could be.
Yeah, and also
I think we're.
Yeah, go on. No, you go on.
I think we're definitely dealing with like physical beings, and then separate from that, there could be something else.
Right.
Something else that, like I said, we can't measure. Like, science is the limit of our understanding, but we act like, because we've mastered this much science, that we understand the reality.
Mm-hmm.
Really don't. I can't. I mean, like dimensions. It's not like a physical place. That's like a concept. But there could be some other kind of realm. And you think of all these things. Think of all the weird things. If you take religion to the side, there's just too many accounts of so many things. Like I said, like the classic alien picture, and like this same kind of story. We don't have any Borg cube ships. That was only like a Star Trek thing. How come there's no sightings of like cubic or triangular or pyramidal shapes like in Stargate? The pharaohs ride around in space in pyramid ships, and they have a symbiote alien inside of them, and like they incorporate every idea in that. How come we don't have sightings or accounts of symbiote Goa'uld creatures? Why isn't that a thing? Why isn't anything that's not a thing not a thing? Why are the things that are things, those are the things? Very weird every single time. And then you look over through history, these things have so many similarities. Yeah, flight coming from the heavens, the stars coming from above, bringing gifts, helping, destruction, all things that are very within the realm of possibilities if you're an alien civilization. Not very far-fetched at all. Yeah, maybe they're coming back. Maybe it's somebody new. Maybe it's multiple people, and they're all arguing. Maybe they want to control us, and they're just arguing over the details and ironing out the delegation of it, and they're just going to wipe us out. I don't know.
Yeah, I get it. And I think also there's something I want to mention from things I've recently learned. So there is these different religions, like they'll believe like in Islam they believe like this. There's these beings that they're over us, and as Christianity I don't believe in Islam, and that they have something called the Al-Mahdi, and it's going to be this alien thing that's going to do like what you said, that's going to try to that's going to appear that it's helping people, but through my Christian perspective, and also even if I wasn't a Christian, I would just think this: it's trying to deceive people and trick people that's trying to help, and then it's going to try to destroy us, and it's like a wolf in sheep's clothing or something that's trying to cause us more harm than good. And remember, and in Christianity, the Bible says that the world leaders are influenced by these things because the fallen sons of God. So the leaders and people are influenced by these things to do stuff. Like all these things you're seeing about the target with the children and the LGB, all these things, they're being influenced to do that by those other beings on the other side of the dimension, and also their fallen sinful nature. So all these things are interconnected, in my opinion.
Yeah, like, I mean, it could be, that could be, if you think about that, if that's true, it would make a lot of sense. I think I was going into that kind of theory of what's the best way to take over a planet, you know?
Right.
It's like destroy it from the inside out.
Yeah.
Take your time. What if there's really no hurry, or I mean, it's quite a task. It's quite a task. It would be very difficult. Like I was saying before, I don't think we can physically destroy ourselves. I don't think it's possible for humanity to destroy itself completely. Like, other people agree with this. It's like, if you really understand the details of it, it would be so almost impossible to kill every single human and have no trace of like any genetic material that could do anything. Nothing. Like, how it'd be very difficult to do. And we have the means to physically destroy the whole planet. But if anything like that happened, there's bunkers, there's other stuff, there's ships, there's, you know, I don't know, someone could have a solar airplane and damn Elon Musk just flies around the solar airplane for 40 years, you know, until he has more babies, and those babies have babies, and the radiation goes away, and it's like, whatever. If you came here, well, what could you do? Infiltrate the society, implement eugenics, generational like warfare, propaganda, you know, make everybody the same, take away the sexes, turn everybody against each other, engage in like war tactics, try to provoke wars, all things that are happening. All this evil has ramped up so dramatically recently. Younger kids who are just getting into paying attention to the world are going to think the world is normal. Like, this has always been like this. It's kind of going to be the veil of the devil there. If you think of this demonic force,
Right.
It's gone way past, things are bad. Things are getting really bad. Oh man, well, things are getting really bad. Yeah, that's what they used to say. That was like in our parents' day. And then for us to be like, yeah, okay, Grandpa, okay, Dad. It's like, well, wait a minute. 2 years ago, I could buy $80 worth of groceries for $20. That's not $80 worth of groceries. That's $20 worth of groceries. It costs $80 now. It's not going back down. Even if Trump gets back in there, these globalists with this ESG shit has taken over our world. If anything, some kind of evil force has taken over this world, human or alien. It's getting worse.
Yeah, and also basically chat's really enjoying and glad that you're sharing all this and we're discussing this. They like our conversation, and
awesome.
Yeah, and also the people that will see this stream in the future will like it as well. And yeah, so basically, I think that. And I've had experiences with dreams and nightmares and stuff, and I guess I've had other experiences that I don't quite remember because my memory may have been erased. But so basically, yeah, like I totally understand what you're going through. And one thing I want to ask you with the aliens, did they, when you saw these beings, didn't they give off some weird vibe to them? Like it felt like it was like real freaky.
When what happened?
When you saw the alien beings.
What beings? What do you mean?
The ones, the aliens you're talking about, the orbs and stuff.
Oh yeah, no, I mean it was like fucking, it was just surreal as hell. It was like extremely surreal because it wasn't surreal. It was real. That was the weird thing about it. It was something so fantastically out of context, but I'm witnessing it right in front of me. That there was really no, I don't know how to describe it. It was, it didn't feel weird or like creepy or strange. It was just like watching someone throw a football through the air. But then like the football stops and just starts floating and goes up, down, left, right, and you're like, what? I'm seeing this right now. What is that? What in the hell? Me, I'm the one that's gonna run into the dark room with my eyes open. Like I train like Muay Thai, looking up at the sky, and you keep your eyes open until the raindrops hit your eye and you don't blink.
Right.
I'm gonna run into the danger. I want to see. I want to know. So it's like I'm there. Like, can I open my eyes any bigger? Can I perceive any more of my surroundings and think of this more consciously and without like pulling myself away from just experiencing it and balance these things in my mind and not go crazy and try to rationalize it. Yeah, it's just very. I don't know. This shit happens so quickly. It's not like watching a movie and you could rewind it or pause or slow it down. It just happened. Yeah. What? Okay. Back to reality. Up there goes gravity. We're back in the Slim Shady song again.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Slim Shady. I listen to that. Also, Sarah was saying how you're like David and Goliath when he was fighting the Nephilim.
Yeah.
And also, SC Wolverines, he had to go, but he was very thankful for your call, and also your story. And
awesome.
Yeah, and chat's loving it. And what do you think about Zuckerberg and Elon in the ring together?
But I just heard something briefly about that. I don't know anything about it. What happened?
So, Elon challenged Mark Zuckerberg and to a boxing match or something in the ring, And
No way.
And Zuckerberg said, "Send him the location and the time, and he'll be there."
No, he will not, dude. He's gonna show up with his fucking Zuckbot face. Her guys. He's gonna literally show up with his Zuck face. And then he's gonna get punched in the face. He's gonna show up thinking it's a joke, like some publicity thing, and Elon's just gonna cold cock him right in the dome. Like, he's gonna knock him out. I hope he kicks him in the face. You thought I was kidding? He'd be like, "You autistic fuck, get away from me!" You're like, "That's not funny. There's only two genders, bitch." Boom, stomps him. Yeah, no.
Joe Rogan's gonna apparently be the announcer, and Andrew Tate apparently is gonna be the train Elon.
There's no way. That's fake, dude. If they do that, that's like Logan Paul. That's Logan Paul shit.
Mm-hmm.
Or Jake Paul, Logan Paul. I don't know. They're all fake. I'll beat the shit out of both of those motherfuckers at the same time. I swear to you. If I've told him on his channel, I'll fight you any day of the week. I know he's a huge YouTuber. I've talked shit directly to both of them, like endlessly, in DMs, like, and everything. Yeah. Like, I will walk up to you and you will not understand what just has happened.
It'll be interdimensional.
When you see them, they don't know how to fight at all. Their fights are fake.
Mm-hmm.
And like that, he fought Evander Holyfield and he just let him beat on him. Come on, dude, I would fucking.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a violent person, but I know how to fight. I've boxed, and they don't know how to box. One of them is actually a little tougher than the other. Forgot which one. The one that saw the dead bodies and he did the vlogging at China or Japan. He went to Suicide Forest. That fucking idiot. The other one is more athletic. He's like a boxer actually, but he's not a threat, dude. He's not a threat to anyone. He's not even a threat to himself. Couldn't even fucking punch himself in the face and do any damage.
Mm-hmm.
No, you see him fighting. That's not a fight. That's not even a boxing match. But
yeah.
No, I don't think Zuckerberg and Elon Musk are gonna box each other. I don't understand.
That would be. It's like I think I don't know if Mark knows martial arts or whatever, but basically, as I said, I would love to see that though. Like that would break the internet.
Oh my god, he's the most awkward dude like in the history of mankind. I think. Dude, I don't understand. No, I don't even know how he like walks around. He's so awkward. How does he even interact with people? I don't get it.
And
he's very. I think he's a robot, dude. I really do. I really think he's some kind of some kind of like a advanced Boston Dynamics something, man, like version 12, because all the other ones are broken and they can't get it right, and all the algorithms are like connected to his neural network.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Zuckerberg. I think he used to be real. But that's just a theory.
Oh, he said himself. He said he remembers. He was like, I remember one time when I used to be human. Oh, I'm still human. I'm still human.
Yeah, he thought he was being clever, but that was. I think they programmed that just to make him seem like he did that.
Yeah.
It's like, so you start doubting yourself. You're like, oh, well, he would have done that. Well, he would have known you would have thought he'd done that. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. Also, my cat likes. He's sitting next to me, listens to the stories, and also, yeah, because I think, because my friend, he was telling me like when I was younger that the angel like came to his dad and told him about these things with the Planet 10 and the aliens and stuff that like I'm saying, and other Christians and people are saying too. And then as I've gotten older, like I just faith, like there's people that didn't believe this guy and didn't believe people that had alien stories. I'm like, you know what? I'd rather accept it and be wrong later than not accept it and then they were right and like no one believed them. So I made like an oath that I would believe people even if it wasn't true later. Like, I would believe and listen to everybody's story, and that was the greatest decision I ever made in my life, was being friends with him and continuing his work.
Hmm.
Yeah. And
This
yeah, go on.
it was just reminding me. There was a guy who was like a leader of like a religion, and apparently he left. He walked away or something. So I guess they said he like they become energy, like they go off and they become energy, like
Oh
yogis
yeah.
or something.
Oh, so there's these cults. So there is these cults where, you may have not been talking about this, but this reminds me of these weird cults, these creeps, where they believe that if they all drink this poison, Kool-Aid, that these aliens would pick them up and they would go somewhere in outer space. And they did it, and they all like committed suicide together, and they were just, all their bodies were just laying there with a cover over themselves. And
Ugh.
and people were saying how and the dude's creepy. He has like this giant creepy stare, and he's not blinking. Like these beings that you speak of, these people you speak of, you saw, they're like that. They don't blink. They stare, and they're creepy. And how Earth is going to be recycled soon, which biblically speaking would be true, but they twist it around. They change it a little bit, and they have to all kill themselves and be with these alien beings. They're in a place right now where there were some alien beings, but it's not too nice. And some people in the comments are saying they're all like chilling on another planet right now, and we're all just here. And there's these other cults where like this guy. Have you heard? You know Jim Jones?
I don't know.
Okay, so he was this preacher. He was this charismatic Christian.
Oh yeah.
And he wasn't really a Christian. He was an antichrist. And he wore all black sometimes. And one time he said behind the scenes he was secretly with Satan. Literally said that, and he was able to heal these people and stuff. And he brought everyone to South America, and they all were poisoning each other and drinking the Kool-Aid. And he was like a communist. He really believed it. And I see that's how they do these cults. They go and kill everybody, and they just destroy everything. They're all about death. And then remember, I saw the dude. He was wearing all black. It was so creepy.
Freaking cult. The damn cyanide and Kool-Aid industry must have been booming in the 80s and 90s. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah.
Cyanide, and if you want to invest, if you ever time travel, go to the 80s. Well, it's kind of fucked up to say, but yeah. Invest in cyanide and Kool-Aid. And be like, what are you doing? Oh, trust me, you'll see. It's like, Jesus Christ, man, what the hell are human beings doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. That was a big pulse. That was a big surge of that kind of weird behavior. It kind of died out. Now we have this other weird pulse surge of this fucking other weird behavior.
Right.
Oh, but I was saying that dude left, and so they say he's the incarnation of God in the flesh.
Oh yeah.
Like if it was Jesus, but then he walked away as a man, and then he just like dematerialized because he's God, and he just back to being God. So this guy walked away in the mountain and like vanished, and then but I was born on that day, on that exact day that he left, and I found this out when I became interested in their thing. And I was like, that's freaking weird that I really had some unknown, like, weird thing where I really was interested in this guy, super curious about it, had this feeling of, like, warmth and, like, wanting to know, and just totally no context, no reason for that, just looking back on it like, it wasn't, like, a weird new idea. It was, like, an inviting, welcoming thing, like being in a place you've been before. And it's, it's like, it may be a little different now, but you still feel at home. It's kind of weird. And then I look and I'm like, wait, what? I see my actual birthday, day and year is when he left. And and so they're like, yeah, whoever was born on that day is like the next reincarnation of them. I was like, that's silly. Okay, it's like, so I'm God? Okay, cool. But the other weird thing I didn't tell you about, but there's the Raelians. You know about these guys?
The what?
Rael?
No, I've not heard of them.
Claude Royale, I think his name is.
No.
Well, he said the alien took him up in a ship and brought him to the planet, and that they're eternal beings.
Mhm.
And he said, we have a final message for you. So he's been telling people this thing since the 70s. And, like, he doesn't really, like, make money off of it. From what I can see, he just eventually sold his books. Anybody can sell a book with some kind of story. What's the big deal? Like, he adamantly has been preaching this, and he started a whole, basically like a religion, and he takes the swastika, like the swastika, it's pronounced swastika, but
Okay. Yeah.
and he curved it, and he added curves, so it's like the Star of David with the swastika.
Yeah.
And it's an infinity symbol.
Mhm.
But he said that they created us here as an experiment in their image, and that the story of the Bible is their story. And they came here, and the Noah's Ark flood was part of the genetic experiment. They had to destroy it. But the elders, the Eternals, felt love for us. Scientists did not.
Mhm.
And so that's the two sides. So they destroyed it. And the Ark, collecting all the animals, was taking genetic samples of all their creatures they created from their genetic material.
Mhm.
So they created plants, animals, everything, nature, for the purpose of utilitarian use or for beauty.
Mhm.
So either aesthetic, it's pleasing to see or be around, or it has a function.
Mhm.
That's why everything either has one of those two things, and everything interconnects. And then he says that they've been coming back here, and they want to come here and greet us openly, but we're too violent, and they want to build an embassy. But I met this dude in Chicago,
Mhm.
and he had that same weird look that the guy in New Jersey had. Like, he knew some shit, but he didn't have to prove it to you. But he knew it, and, like, you could tell he was sitting on some knowledge. And, like, there was something fascinating about this guy. And he had the book, and I did not notice the picture of the guy was him. And later on, I've seen interviews that was him. And he lied to me because I guess I knew more than I should have about his story and stuff or whatever. Because that was around the time that other stuff started.
Oh.
And that was one of the, like, it was a few years before that. And he said if you ask them, they will show themselves to you.
Okay.
Like, the way that he talked about this was like if someone was explaining to you how to fix a car, and they were just like, yeah, if you take that bolt off, this will come right out. Like, nothing to gain from it, not trying to convince you, nothing fantastical, just factual data. Like, yeah, if you want to talk to them, they will show themselves to you. Factual. Like, and this is what happened. They took me, or no, he said they took Mark. But it's him. He is the guy. He's Claude. He said his name was Mark or some shit. They said they took the other guy. But it was him. So basically, I'm standing there talking to a human being who has been telling the world that he physically traveled to another planet with beings who look a lot like us. So they took him there and showed him all this stuff, and then he came back and they tell everybody, and that's what he's been doing. But he didn't want to tell me that it's him. So maybe I met someone who traveled far away, face to face.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he gave me that book, and I read that thing like a Bible, not like an actual Bible, but you know what I mean, like religiously, like
I know.
read it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I had it on me 24 hours a day. I had a backpack. I was obsessed with that thing. I read it front to back.
What kind of
every
book
word
is this?
many times. It's called The Final Message.
Okay.
And it tells like this whole story that we were put here, and that's like what the Bible was. And I'm not saying I believe in it or don't believe in it. I'm just telling you what it is.
Right.
And that I met this guy face to face, and he's just holding up this book, smiling. That he was so happy that it happened, not that he's like trying to get you to buy it or want it. He just had pamphlets and he's handing them out to people.
Mm-hmm.
He just wanted people to know about it. at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, there's aliens, and they want you to be peaceful and not kill each other, so they can come here. Can you please do that?
Yeah.
That's all he wants.
And also, because this is how, and I'll say my opinion through a Christian perspective. And I will say, like, even like with these different, not I'm not talking about your thing. I'm talking about some like the Abrahamic religions that aren't Christian. There's many truths in things, especially the thing you're talking about. And these beings existed with God, in my opinion, when God created these things. And they'll say all these truths, and the one little lie they'll put in there, one little lie, and which leads to a whole world of destruction. And just like when the humans fell from grace in the Garden of Eden, there's one little thing they'll change. Like, they'll say, like, in Islam, like, Jesus is this, he's great, Mary's great, and all these things of Christianity are right, but he didn't die on the cross, though. It was somebody else. So they'll change one little, they'll change one little thing. So those beings, and they were there. I mean, they saw it happen before they fell, but it's, like they say, a wolves in sheep's clothing that leads you into a trap, and it goes down to destruction, and then the afterlife, and stuff like that. So basically, these beings, I don't think that they have our best interest. And like, there's a thing in the Bible where it says test the spirit, and the angels, when they appear to people, they say don't be afraid, and they're there to help. But evil doesn't make any sense. The fallen spirits don't make any sense, and they make you uncomfortable and afraid. And these experiences you had, they only caused, in my opinion, confusion. They didn't make clear if what their intentions were, and they seem like they were trolling. And like they'll say, like, they were flying around with the trees, and they all had wings, and the rocks were talking, and they all were smoking. Let's say berries, like raspberries. See, that doesn't make any sense, because evil doesn't make any sense. But good and righteousness makes sense. Even if someone wasn't a Christian, good righteousness, somebody says, hello, I am this alien, I'm here to help, whatever, and they really have good intentions, maybe it's something good. But this thing's like, oh yeah, I fly around with this eyeball, and then it takes out its face, and then it says these nice trees that talk, and they talk gibberish in a language you don't understand. So if you ever hear something speak in a language you don't know what it is, it's probably something bad. Like, the Bible is clear that if something isn't like the language that you know of, it's something to stay away from, because it's some demonic language. And that's my opinion about some of these things.
Yeah, I've never seen any weird shit like that. I've just seen some, like, airplanes flying around, like, when you look up and you see the passenger flight, like, and so you can see a car driving down the street, like, totally normal, then all of a sudden there's a ball of red light in the sky, perfectly normal, moving on. There's some fucking ships. Those things are flying around. I don't know who they are.
Yeah, I was just giving you an abstract example.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I wasn't saying that like in rebuttal to you. I was just saying.
No, I'm just making myself clear, because I wasn't
maybe
being
those
clear.
Those other two ones, they could have been trolls.
Yeah.
I think the red lights are doing like reconnaissance, or they're just minding their own business.
Okay. And you can believe whatever you want. I'm just saying my opinion.
Yeah. No, I wasn't saying it like it's.
No, you weren't.
Anything to do with that.
I want to make clear, like, I'm giving an abstract example of evil and evil beings, and they'll lie. Like, they'll say, if you ask the evil ones if it's raining, they'll say it's wet outside, and they don't make any sense. Say if someone is on a psychedelic and they see these things that don't make any sense. Now, I'll tell you, I never did psychedelics, but there is this cough medicine I used to take, and I kind of, not on purpose, but I had a lot of it. And remember, I would go to sleep and have be in this weird state, and I would kind of see things and think things are there. Like, I know what you mean. I was like tripping out. And remember, I thought there was this
robo tripping.
Yeah, and so if something doesn't make any sense, there's a Family Guy episode about it where Peter or somebody, they went through the dog ate a psychedelic, and it was in this crazy place where there's these flying things, these animate objects, and all, because evil doesn't make any sense, because it's the opposite of good and order. Say the woke people, they don't make any sense because they're evil. and we make sense because we're good, regardless of faith.
So I think I think all the stuff that we saw, and then like how I was interacting with people, and this was going on for a long time. I think those are good ones.
Mhm.
And then maybe
Okay.
the other stuff, I can't say for sure.
Okay.
Like maybe my mind, it could be possible that something weird, just, I don't know, a neuron fired and just all of a sudden, you know, the image processing part of my brain manufactured a visual and there's no explanation for it. Or they could be two or of the same thing
Mm-hmm.
that maybe they're trying to get to here, or because it would seem like a weird flex to just show yourself for a microsecond, but the intention could have been to freak me the fuck out. If you think if it's a real dude, like that tall, it was like a black trench coat, skinny, I don't know how to describe, dude. It was there for a split second, but yeah, there could be some big time trolls, but then I'm like, well, why would they just do that one thing? Nothing ever else has ever happened. It's kind of weird. I think if they could do something, they're going to start attacking. I think it would be very obvious, like if your country's being invaded, like, you know, like you're going to know it. Like if they're going to come here and mess with us, unless they're doing it so subtly, there should be more, like, it should be extremely common, you know?
Well, in the art
but
of
then
war,
it could be,
like it says,
it could be super rare too.
It says,
Well, no, it could be super rare. Like there has to be that one time where you developed this ability, or you found us, or whatever it is. It could be like in Fringe, where Walter's, you know, Leonard Nimoy is like looking through that dimensional gate, and like that one time you see that weird flash, and then it's like a car appears. Just that one time, though. Well, guess what? He did it a whole bunch more times. Then they figured out how to go back and forth. So maybe these things are something who can't get here yet, or haven't gotten here yet. But yeah, a little freaky to think, like, well, what if it turns out to be like Ghostbusters, how there's just weird shit here. We got to fight against it. It's just flying around New York.
right.
You know?
Right. And yeah, because the Sun Tzu was the Chinese general from a long time ago in the ancient China, and he said the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. Like Yuri Bezmenov, the former Soviet guy from Russia, the espionage, the spy, he was saying how like they do these things and put stuff in the media to try to destabilize America so they could defeat the enemy without fighting themselves. So it's not going to be like what you think with they're just going to attack. They're going to subdue them without fighting. And that's the supreme art of war, in my opinion.
I think it could be like Invader Zim, like I was saying before. 'Cause I just think of like, I think the way I think of this kind of stuff, or any like hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
It probably doesn't make sense to say it, but I think the least likely thing is usually the thing that happens. Like the most rare type thing will be the thing that happens.
I know what you mean.
I don't know how to, you know, because there's going to be that one race that like eventually we're going to make contact with them.
Right.
It has to be. It's just got to be. The other alternative is if we are alone, well, I don't know. We'll never know it. You can only know you're not alone if you meet someone. You can't know, you know, like in our default state right now, we don't have knowing. Like if we had interaction and then there was knowing, that's a fact. Can't prove it negative though. We could be endlessly alone and be like, oh, we still can't definitively say we are still like, well, yeah, we're still alone, but if you wander around in the desert, you're alone until eventually you're going to run into a human being somewhere. If you're living, Maybe this is, we see all these sightings. It could be leading up to they're either greeting us or, yeah, maybe they're still here taking back their planet. Maybe it's their planet.
I remember chat was one time a comment was saying on my channel. Someone was saying that if the scariest thing about the Las Vegas sighting is if the aliens came here, and they asked us to take them to our leader, Brandon.
God, man. Yeah.
And also,
what was I?
Yeah. Go on.
No, yeah, I was saying earlier in chat when we were typing, if aliens came here looking for who's in charge, who's running things, and they wanted to destroy them, they would start killing the corporate leaders. Like, they wouldn't destroy our actual leaders. They would start killing like the rich and the corporation, head of corporations, like the board members, because they would view that as what it is, power. Like, money is power and influence. Like, you can buy power. You are powerful if you have money, and you are above the law if you have enough money. And they would see that and understand, like, well, that guy just kind of says things. He's not even that rich. Look, this other guy, he has a lot of power on the planet if we want to destroy it. But they wouldn't be killing the people in charge. They would be like, all of a sudden Amazon and Google wouldn't exist. Like, Facebook and, like, every big Fortune 500 company would just vanish. I guess it would destroy the world. So it kind of makes you wonder, like, what are the people in charge doing?
Right.
Why are they in charge? They're not really, they're not even the king on the board. Like I was saying, you go after the queen. That's who has the most power. You don't just try to kill every pawn. It's pointless. Get out of the way, kill the queen that has the most power. The king will fall then. Like, you don't have to take over the leader. And that's not who's in charge. The people in charge are the ones with money. So I think the aliens would come here and infiltrate those higher sectors and just destroy them. Maybe that's what they're doing. Maybe it's a long-term plan.
Right. And also, what did you think of the conversation?
Oh, it was great, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was amazing.
I always like your calls. And yeah, chat loves the calls, and I have other people that are going to see this later on, and they're looking forward to seeing it. Yeah, chat really is thankful that you called in. And I'm going to end the stream in a few minutes, so I'm going to end the call. Thank you so much for calling in.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, buddy.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye.
That was an excellent call, as always, by Dark Meta. And also, I am going to now end it. Alright, so I want to thank everybody for coming. I don't know how well this thing is working. And, yeah, so, basically, alright, so, chat, everybody's still here, and people are seeing us in the future. We had some very good callers tonight. We talked about many different things, like the Titanic, and other stuff like that. And I'm thankful for every single one of you. And God bless you all. Thank you for coming. And today's Friday, so like the end of this day, I'll go live again. Alright. Well, that'll be all. Thank you all for coming.